Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward, downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Nevada County has launched a new opt-in emergency alert system, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts delivers critical information during emergencies. There have been no changes to evacuation zones. You can register by visiting readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. If you need assistance, contact 211 Connecting Point. You can sign up to receive alerts for up to 5 locations, including your home, workplace, child's school, or the address of a loved one. Sign up for Nevada County Alerts today. Be ready, Nevada County. We're all in this together.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over, don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River King. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River King.
El Condado de Nevada ha lanzado un nuevo sistema voluntario de alertas de emergencia, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts envía información crítica durante emergencias. No se han realizado cambios en las zonas de evacuación. Puede registrarse visitando readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. Si necesita ayuda, comuníquese.
Good morning. So I'd like to call the meeting to order for the Board of Supervisors, June 2nd. Will you please stand and join us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Madam Clerk, are there any changes or deletions to the agenda this morning?
There are no corrections or deletions, Chair.
Okay. Moving right along, our first item is our consent calendar. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the Board of Supervisors. The supervisors will take these concerns under consideration and decide if there's adequate reason to remove item from consent. Anybody want to remove anything from consent this morning? No? Okay. The public? All right. If there are members of the public who would like to speak on this and you're on the phone, please call in now. At this time, I will open public comment on the consent agenda. All right, see no public comment in the chambers. Any phone calls, Loriana?
There are no callers.
All right, I'll close public comment, and I will call for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved. Second.
All right, motion and a second. Roll call.
District 1. Yes. District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes. All right. At this time, we need to recess as the Board of Supervisors and convene as the Nevada County Sanitation District number 1. Again, we have consent items for the Sanitation District. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. Would anybody like to pull anything from the consent calendar for the sanitation?
Chair, can we please take a 5-minute recess?
Okay. sorry about that, everybody. Okay, we are on the Sanitation Board consent calendar. If nobody would like to pull anything off of there, I would open that up for public comment. Any public comment on the Sanitation District? All right, seeing none, I would ask for a motion to approve the consent calendar for the Sanitation District.
So moved.
Second.
All right, roll call.
District 1. Yes. District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
I'm anxious.
Yes. District 3.
Yes. All right. So now we're going to go into public comment on the for the general public comment for the Sanitation District. Is there any public comment on the Sanitation District? Any calls? All right. Seeing none, we will close that. And we are going to now adjourn as the Sanitation District and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. So we have one department head matter this morning, and that is a certificate of recognition for David Comstock for his decades of work preserving the intricate history of Nevada County through his arts and publication. And I see Gage here, and Bernie. Please come on down, and I know both of you wanted to say a few words about David, wherever you would like.
So I'm, that's Dave. I'm Bernie Zimmerman, chair of the Nevada County Historical Landmarks Commission and also a director of the Nevada County Historical Society. Thank you for recognizing Dave Comstock's contributions to Nevada history and for giving me the opportunity to speak this morning. I was Dave's friend and neighbor, where we live, I live in Ubet and he lived up on Chalk Bluff, so about a mile apart, but we were neighbors. After I moved there in 1979, I asked someone about the origin of the name Ubet and was told to speak to Dave Comstock. He knows all about local history. So Dave told me the story, which I'm always fond of repeating. You've probably heard it before. In 1857, the Diggins in Walupa were playing out, and the miners were starting to move north to the other side of Birdseye Canyon, set up a new town. Lazarus Beard set up a saloon there, and the miners gathered there one day to come up with a name for the new town. Lazarus's favorite expression was, "You bet." So every time a miner would suggest a name, they would turn to Lazarus, "What do you think?" And he would say, "You bet." Well, after a few hours of drinking and many suggestions, someone said, "Let's just call it You Bet." And they turned to Lazarus, and I'm sure you know what he said. Dave's many contributions to Nevada County and the promotion of its history are well described in your proclamation, so I won't repeat those. I will say, with respect to his publications, that the Searles Library and I think the Helling will be having a shelf or a table of all the many things that Dave either wrote or published, so stop by there and look. I will tell you that in the summer of 2013, Dave and his wife, Ardis, were having lunch with Grace and me on our deck, and he announced that he was going to resign his position on the Nevada County Historical Landmarks Commission so he could devote more time to taking care of Ardis, whose health was beginning to slip. I'd never heard of the commission before, but he explained to me what it did and assured me that I would be a good candidate, so I applied and Supervisor Richard Anderson appointed me. In 2016, Dave told us that he was planning to move to Santa Rosa so that family members could help care for Ardis. And he'd wanted me to take over compiling and editing Exploring Nevada County, which is a guide to the county's over 200 historical landmarks, which he had first published in 1993. I was honored that he asked and agreed, and we've since published 2 more paperback editions. There's one coming out right now, and 5 electronic editions. I mention all this because you have frequently complimented the Landmarks Commission on its work, and a few years ago you even awarded me a certificate of recognition. But as you can see, all of this stemmed from Dave's initiatives and his encouraging me and others to study and promote Nevada County history. I'll close with one final example of Dave's talent. In the 1980s, a neighbor and I were starting a home winery, Chalk Bluff Winery, and we needed a T-shirt. So I asked Dave to design it, and here it is. This is Dave Comstock's impression of Chalk Bluff as it existed in the middle 1980s. He lived right about there. Thank you.
My name is Gage McKinney. I live in District 3, Grass Valley. Over the past 40 years, David A. Comstock published more than 50 books and produced many more on California and Nevada County history. Having begun as a graphic designer, Dave became an editor for the University of California Press. Among other projects, he produced the large format edition of Ishi in Two Worlds. One of his recent publications is The History of Us by Richard Johnson, Council Chair of the Nisenan. Dave left UC Press in 1979 to establish Comstock Bonanza Press. Near U-Bet, in a solar-powered house they built themselves, Dave and artist Comstock produced their extensive catalog of books. Over the years, Dave published a range of regional histories, memoirs, and ethnic studies. He took satisfaction in designing and publishing field guides of the Sierra. He produced books for the Nevada County Historical Society, making possible that organization's achievement in publishing. He published a guide to landmarks for the Nevada County Historical Landmark Commission. Dave helped others to become successful writers, including Jack Clark, Shirley Ewert, Juanita Kennedy Brown, Maria Brower, and me. I've written 7 books on this area, and none of them would exist without Dave. He helped numerous writers and organizations, including churches and civic groups, to self-publish, and this work he performed at nominal fees or no charge. In addition to publishing, Dave wrote the 3-volume Nevada County Chronicles, which tell the story of the Searles family and the early development of our region. His accumulated files are an archival treasure to the Searles Historical Library in Nevada City. As a watercolor painter, he made a lasting contribution to Nevada County art. Dave also designed a Gold Rush era postage stamp prominently displayed today in the U.S. Postal Museum in the Mall in Washington, D.C. I want to thank Lisa Lane and the staff and the Board of Supervisors for recognizing my friend and mentor and a remarkable man. Dave Comstock's contribution to our county will last and be valued as long as our county endures.
I don't know if you can see, but that's Dave receiving the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Historical Society in 2018. If you have time, there's quite a few members of the Historical Society here.
We're going to open it up for public comment. So thank you both so much for your presentation. Dave was truly an amazing man. When I see that picture, it just reminds me of seeing him in downtown Grass Valley all those years. Whether he was speaking or educating people, he was so incredibly knowledgeable about the history of Nevada County. So at this point, I would ask if there's any questions or comments from the board. No? Okay, so I will open it up to public comment. Whoever would like to come down and say a few words about Dave, now's your opportunity. Don't be shy. Y'all showed up.
Good morning. Daniel Ketchum, President of the Board of Directors, Nevada County Historical Society. I didn't come prepared like our two prior speakers, but I will share with you this, that Dave was a remarkable individual, and the Historical Society is immensely better today due to his immense contributions in both publishing and as a resource. There were times when I would call him up and ask him questions about publishing and royalties and copyright. He was a go-to guy for information that on a topic I knew little or nothing about. Great resource, and we're going to sorely miss him. We missed him when he moved out of Nevada County 10 years ago, but he was still very contactable, and he would come back here periodically to visit, and I greatly appreciated seeing him on his return visits here. Thank you for offering us a chance this morning to celebrate Dave and acknowledge some of his achievements for Nevada County. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Are there any callers, Loriana?
No callers, Chair.
Okay. We will close public comment, and most of what is in this acknowledgement you covered, but I am just going to read the last part of it because this is one thing that didn't cover. In addition to Dave's historical contributions and those in the world of publication, Dave was an accomplished artist who created over 200 watercolors and illustrations, including regional scenes. He also designed a Gold Rush stamp, which you did talk about, that sits in the Smithsonian today. In 2013, Dave left Nevada County to be closer to family. However, he continued to work on several historical projects for years. Some of his work can be viewed today at the Cyrils Historical Library in Nevada City and in their Dave Comstock collection. Dave died in 2025, but his contributions as a publisher, historian, and artist will continue as his legacy. Therefore, the Nevada County Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing Dave Comstock's dedication to our local history and incredible contributions to the community through both his art and publications. So, if there's no further discussion from the board, I would call for a motion to accept the presentation.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. All right. Thank you both so much. So I know there's a memorial service for Dave on June 20th, so we will get this to be presented at that service if you feel that that's appropriate. And then his family will have a copy of it. So thanks for being here this morning, and thanks for all that you do keeping history alive in Nevada County. All right. Our next item is general public comment. If you're calling in for public comment, now is the time to dial in. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items that are not appearing on today's agenda, but are of interest to the public or within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comments to the board, not the audience or staff, and you will have 3 minutes to speak, at which time, after your 3 minutes, the microphone will be shut off. All right, so I'm now opening up general public comment.
The differentiation between the public comments regarding this brilliant public figure who I did not know. I'm glad I didn't jump in there. I didn't want to sully his memory. But you know what? I was going to yield, but I can't. No, it's just that. I feel perhaps these days there's a pandemic of transportation crises all over, and that needs to be taken seriously. Which leads me to ask, do you know where your bus stop is? Do you know what bus you're supposed to take? Do you know the route number of your bus? Do you know where your bus is going? Because cities and towns should know these things. If you don't know these things as a bus transit agency, your patrons can get stuck stranded and have to walk or pedal many miles after the last bus is being swept out back at the yard. That happened to me 2 or 3 times. And yesterday my driver left me roadside. While he was punching out and cleaning out his bus, I was walking and gliding down on my inadequate bicycle that I use for short distances from Nevada City to Penn Valley, unwillingly, because during the street shutdown in downtown Nevada City, the way that it was orchestrated with transit, County Connects, is it seemed like the bus drivers were voting on where they were going to establish a temporary bus stop for people who were affected by the road closures, which didn't bode well and didn't work very well. It wasn't clear to the bus drivers and it wasn't clear to the patrons. So that's why 2 or 3 of us were left in Nevada City, and that's why this needs to be, I don't know how to do it. It's not my job to develop a master calendar between agencies to coordinate police, roads and streets, the emergency services, the bus transit network, the clubs and associations holding the event. I don't know how it can improve, or I just know it should improve, because you're leaving people out there sometimes, few in number, maybe all times of the year, maybe having to walk long distances, maybe in very bad weather, and this might involve someday some sort of fatality or injury to people, and you don't want to have that in the history of the county in the future.
Thank you for your comments.
Shane, District 1. I've worked in this county for over a decade making precision components.
Shane, can you pull the microphone up a little bit? Thank you.
For the likes of Google, ASML, Seagate, making precision components that are essential for making the electronics that make our daily life work. I'm here to speak about the Flock cameras in our community. Flock advertises their devices as simple license plate readers, but their patents tell an entirely different story. It's an AI-powered surveillance dragnet that captures every passing vehicle, person, bumper sticker, transmits that data to a private corporate cloud, making it queryable by a multitude of state and federal agencies, but opaque to us to go and audit this system. We do not control this database. We don't have public records rights against a public company's servers. Our daily movements are being harvested by a $7.5 billion company that only answers to venture capital investors, not to us. Flock did not reach this valuation based off of their subscription fees for the camera. That math doesn't add up. Not across all the cameras in the nation, not based off of any forecasted deployment of cameras. The city council and the board should know who they are dealing with. The Flock CEO was asked if the company had any federal contracts. This was back in 2025. He said no, and that was a lie. Records reveal that Flock had been secretly running a pilot program giving U.S. Border Patrol backdoor access to local police camera data without knowledge of the cities, without the knowledge of the cities that paid for those cameras. Now consider who's behind the camera and where our data flows. Flock directly integrates with the Palantir AI data fusion platform with a $30 million contract with ICE. Peter Thiel, the founder of Palantir and one of Flock's primary investors, has stated that freedom and democracy are no longer compatible. These are not separate entities with separate agendas. They are connected actors building a connected infrastructure. Palantir's own CEO stated publicly that his technology is being used as a political instrument that is being used to reduce the political power of certain voters. That is the ecosystem that our local license plate data is feeding into. I have a lot of information about how I believe this system has been misused according to the Freedom of Information requests that have been filed. However, I'm going to leave you with this. I demand that we defund the Flock safety cameras. We remove them from our end.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning, Jeremy, District 4. Thank you for your time. I'm also here to speak out against flock safety and their contract with Nevada County. Forgive me, public speaking is not my forte, so I'm just reading here.
We can hardly hear you, so maybe get a little closer to the mic.
Jeremy, District 4. Thanks for your time. I'm here to speak out against Nevada County's contract with flock safety as well. I am curious if there are any fans of Peter Thiel here on the board or not. I recently had to go visit the Bay Area, and as I got over the Bay Bridge, as happens, I was once again startled by the latest billboards for AI and AI promises. Driving back home out here, I did think to myself, why hasn't more of that techno-futurist sentiment percolated its way to Gold Country? And I mean, just imagine the data center that the refreshing Yuba waters could cool. But I think maybe folks here aren't quite as quick to buy into the promises of big tech. If you'll indulge me very briefly, I moved out west about 10 years ago to study mechanisms behind untreatable cancers. And given the timing and turbulence of our political history in the past decade, it's been hard not to take stock of what proverbial cancers stand to threaten the health of our country. Peter Thiel was involved in the early funding of flock safety years before Nevada County signed an agreement with flock. And since his investment, flock cameras have multiplied at an astonishing clip across the country and now here in Nevada County. A continuing challenge in cancer treatment is to detect the first pernicious cancer cells at a stage when treatment might still be feasible. Despite the national spread of flock cameras and tech, I myself wasn't appropriately concerned about their implications until things had already taken root locally, and now we collectively have a challenge on our hands. I don't think our community is quite so inviting to AI as the Bay Area has proven to be. And thankfully, it doesn't feel quite so ever-present yet. But the truth is, with flock cameras dotting our roads, we aren't meant to know or notice the infrastructure. In fact, these early nodes draw power from solar panels and communicate without wires connecting to local utilities. Flock has already brought this AI surveillance tech to our community, and it goes on a stick that could be planted down at the end of your driveway by the time you get back home today. So with that in mind, I urge you to take action in slowing the spread of this surveillance tech by reconsidering the county's relationship with flock safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oops. Good morning. I'm Jan Fleming.
Jan, thank you.
My husband and I own 3 parcels in the center of the Cedar Ridge rural strip across from the market. We have lived on our 2.2 acre parcel for 22 years and hope to for the rest of our lives. It is zone 3-acre residential ag, just like Jerry Serino's. I wish to express our opposition to Jerry's Hidden Grove project, which is only 2 lots west of us. The concept of housing shortage is real, but the answer does not lie in tearing the fabric of our treasured rural centers in Nevada County. Cedar Ridge is a quiet bedroom community ranging from residential ag zoning to smaller homes on 1/4-acre lots and less across the highway. All are on septic, and many, if not most, are on wells. We are only 2.3 miles from the new Dorsey Marketplace project that will be offering 172 rental apartments ranging from 1 to 3 bedroom and comparable size to what Jerry proposes. That project has been designed, the Dorsey project, with 2 public transportation stops, 8,500 square feet of office space, and over 100,000 square feet of commercial space to serve the folks living there as well as the greater Grass Valley area. They will have sewer and public utilities as one expects with an apartment development. The Dorsey Marketplace is an intelligent answer to the need for apartment living. The Hidden Grove project is not, and suddenly changing the zoning, adding light industrial under apartment dwellings, and ignoring many issues of great concern to the local community is not acceptable. Jerry Serino should have made his thoughts clear years ago and communicated with his neighbors and the general public who use this highway for regular transportation, often at speeds exceeding the limit by double. Building on a narrow dead-end road for a project like this is beyond my comprehension and that of many others. I've researched light industrial parks, and they are all built to code with cinder block or concrete structures, and if any housing, it is only a few units considered important to the center, like a security guard's residence. We have plenty of light industrial rental space within 3 miles of Cedar Ridge, empty and waiting to be rented. For the past several weeks, some of us have been spending our Saturdays under an awning on our empty commercial lot, taking petition signatures from county residents who are against this project and giving them handouts with the facts and history on the project. It has been illuminating to listen to folks of all ages and walks of life who are appalled and bewildered as to why this was even conceived and are definitely against it. I've been impressed with the number of young people ages 20 to 40 who have signed and are very upset. It affects their lives and their future, as many are hard workers who choose to live in Cedar Ridge or the surrounds of rural Nevada County because they cherish the quaintness and the quality of life. We've had fancy convertibles drive up, clunkers and contractors' trucks full of equipment, all owners expressing their firm opposition. It has given me faith in our community, and listening to their stories has made me realize what great people this community shares in all walks of life, varying politics and age brackets. Disbelief, outrage, and sadness are the over.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning. My name is Dolly Lewis, and I live in Cedar Ridge. It's safe to say that the words I'm going to speak today resonate with the 800 residents of Nevada County who have thus far signed the petition in opposition to the Hidden Grove project. Let me start by saying that Hidden Grove is a hidden blight with a hidden agenda. Now, we're not questioning Jerry Serino's reputation, his success, or the good intentions being attributed to this project. The problem is the location. Again, the problem with this plan is the location. This proposal asks the county to make an exception to the general plan, excuse me, and bypass rural zoning rules in order to place industrial-style development into the middle of a rural residential community. That matters, not just for Cedar Ridge, but for every rural community in Nevada County that would be impacted by the precedent set by this decision, including Chicago Park, Alta Sierra, Cascade Shores, and others. Supporters talk about affordable housing, live-work spaces, and helping young people return home. Those are worthy goals. But take a closer look here. This project provides almost no meaningful affordable housing, no binding live-work requirement, and no real justification for placing 9 industrial units in Cedar Ridge. And that is the key point. There are already appropriate industrial and commercial areas throughout western Nevada County that can support exactly this kind of project without damaging the character, the safety, and expectations of an established rural community. So why here? It is hard to escape the conclusion that this location is being driven primarily by the convenience of property ownership by a prominent citizen, not because Cedar Ridge is the right place. The astonishing array of exceptions granted and mitigations proposed points directly to that conclusion. Once zoning protections start bending based on who owns the property or how appealing the sales pitch is, it becomes much harder to protect small gems of communities like this in the future. Please follow the general plan and vote no.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else that would like to make public comment this morning on items not on the agenda? Any phone calls, Loriana?
No callers, Chair.
All right. I will now close public hearing and move on to our next item, which is a proclamation proclaiming the month of June as Nevada County Pride Month. And I'm going to read the proclamation, and then I'm going to open up public comment. So, whereas members of the public request the County of Nevada to proclaim June as Nevada County Pride Month to celebrate the community, and whereas Nevada County is a place where individuals and families of all backgrounds can live, work, and contribute to a safe, respectful, and prosperous community, and whereas Nevada County recognizes the importance of freedom and is dedicated to fostering an environment that values acceptance of all of its residents and prevents discrimination based on sexual orientation or any other protected class. And whereas Nevada County upholds the importance of personal freedom and the dignity of all residents, including the right of every individual to live free from unlawful discrimination. And whereas Nevada County recognizes the importance of community-wide events that bring residents together, foster understanding, and promote civility among people of differing viewpoints and backgrounds. Now, therefore, be it hereby resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Nevada, State of California, hereby proclaims June as Nevada County Pride Month, recognizing the contributions of the LGBTQ plus community residents to our community and affirming the county's commitment to freedom, equal treatment under the law, and respect for all citizens. So, let me find my sheets. All right. I think I'll open up public hearing before we bring it to the public comment. Yeah. So at this time, I'll open up public comment if there's anybody who'd like to get up and speak.
Good morning, everyone. We're coordinating our time here. I'm Rick Partridge. Thank you, Supervisor Chair Swarthout, members of the Board of Supervisors, Nevada County staff here today, community leaders and friends. I'm Rick Partridge. I live in District 1. I'm honored to be here as the Board Chair of Nevada County Pride. Thank you for this second annual Pride Proclamation, the opportunity to speak briefly about the important work that we do here in this community we all call home. But I want to talk to you more today about, not about the organization. I want to talk about belonging, which was referenced in the proclamation. The important work of creating community where all people, including queer people, are seen, safe, and valued. Nevada County Pride is a volunteer organization, nonprofit, serving Western Nevada County. Through our community events, education, outreach, advocacy, we try to create spaces where people can be seen, safe, connected, and valued. One of the most important things all of us can do is simply show up visibly in our community, because visibility sends a strong message that you belong here. And that message is made possible by allies like those of you on the front of the room and behind me. The message is an important one, that local governments, businesses, and organizations who always stand with us. One powerful example is right outside these doors. If you haven't stopped to see the Lavender Glow exhibit of queer history and the art show upstairs, please do so today while you're here. It reminds us that queer people have always been a part of the cultural fabric of our region, from the indigenous to Osborne and Woods to today. Our vision is simple, a Nevada County where every queer person feels safe, respected, connected, and proud. Across this region and our country, queer people, especially our transgender youth, are under attack. They're feeling isolated and hostility directed toward them. In moments like this, we need our community more than ever. Every affirming event says that you are not alone, from the flag raising last night, to the parade coming up next Saturday, to our Pride Family Festival the end of this month. For some, these attendees are just joyful gatherings. For others, it's feeling safe for the first time, and that matters. These events are an invitation to you, all of you here in front and behind me, to show up. I've left a package for you that may have gotten distributed, some flyers, a pride pin, a sticker. Wear them proudly. And that brings me to my final thought. Pride is more than a parade or a flag. It's the courage to replace isolation with belonging. It's the belief that every person deserves dignity, respect, and freedom to live authentically. That's the future of Nevada County Pride is working toward. On behalf of Nevada County Pride, thank you for your partnership and your...
Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and staff. My name is Allison Rivers. I am a District 1 neighbor, and I want to thank you so much for this important statement for the second year in a row. I work as a social worker with our youth in the community, and it is so meaningful. Like, maybe this just seems like a statement that we're making, but to our young people, it's so much more, especially now when so many of them feel really afraid to be out about who they are. And I am a mental health supporter in our community for youth, and I see this directly with young people telling me how much fear they have, how much depression, anxiety, suicidality, really, really dangerous things. And so what you're doing is making such a difference to them by making this statement, by claiming that they belong here. And all of my work is centered on belonging. So as Rick said, this is really a huge thing that you're doing, and I just want to thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Jax, Nevada County resident. And I wanted to lift up that the pride flag, the rainbow, is a powerful symbol of love, hope, and harmony. Excuse me. And the flag has come to represent belonging for many people beyond the queer community. Folks might have already heard this story, but it's worth repeating. The story of my friend Kendon visiting Nevada County. As a black man, he became increasingly uneasy driving up Highway 49 in June of 2024, seeing signs that he associated with exclusion, hate, and all the bad. He considered turning around and heading back to the Bay Area, but when he arrived in Nevada City and saw the streets lined with rainbow flags, he felt an immediate sense of relief. To him, those flags signaled, "You are welcome here." So I want to thank you for this proclamation, that it's uncontroversial, and for your service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Kimberly Pepe, District 2, and Vice Chair for Nevada County Pride. And I just want to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors once again for our second annual Pride Proclamation. And I think what speaks to me this morning more than anything is the messaging that a lot of people in the LGBTQ plus community have had throughout history of, we don't care what you do, just be quiet about it. Why do you have to put it in our faces? Why do you have to be out there waving your flags? Because we get to be seen too. Because we don't tell the hetero couples or people like myself, I'm intersex, which means I was born neither male nor female. I don't get to tell people, you're a woman, be quiet about it. I don't care who you are, just don't put it in my face. But I'm told that, and others in our queer community are told that. So for the Board of Supervisors of Nevada County and for Nevada City and Truckee and Grass Valley to say, you're seen, you're welcome, and you're just as valuable as everybody else, even if it's only for 30 days, means the world to many people in our community. So thank you again.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments in the chambers? No? Any phone calls, Loriana?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, I will close public comment and bring it back either for comments or for a motion to adopt the proclamation. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank the community for coming out today to talk about this resolution. You do belong. You are part of our community. Our queer community here in Nevada County is large and diverse. You contribute economically, culturally. You make us a better, more colorful community. I appreciate you deeply. And I'm really glad that we've been able to continue with this newish tradition, as long as it took to get Pride Month mentioned. You know, as somebody who's had queer family members my whole life, it's been very easy to know and understand that love is love, to know that I want to protect and celebrate my family members, and it's easy to extend that to our community. And I invite others to do the same. You are seen, you do belong, and I appreciate you.
Oops. Yeah, thank you for bringing this forward. Thanks for putting it on the agenda.
100% support. I was down in Nevada City last night and saw the pride flags going up. It was really cool. Truckee has our Pride Week, and this flyer has a lot of events on it, but there's a ton of stuff going on in Truckee too. If you're in that neighborhood, we had the drag show on Sunday night, 5K run, barbecue, I think was yesterday or today or something. Anyway, there's stuff going on all week, so I'd encourage you to go up there. And I echo your sentiments. I think the American way, in my opinion, my America, is one that we all get to do what we want to do, right? It's about being you. It's about being able to express yourself. That's what our forefathers stood for. Is you can be you independently. Your sexual orientation, your skin color, your pronouns, whatever you want to do. That's what we fought so hard for in my America. And so I'm really proud to be a part of that. Proud to support this community. I love Pride Week. I have a lot of gay friends, and we never talk about gay stuff. We just talk. We're just people. Same people. We ride bikes together. We do whatever we want to do. So thank you for bringing it forward, and 100% in support of it.
No, thanks for coming and speaking. Hardy said it. We're all individuals and people, and that's what we are here. That's what the world is about, right? And so just embrace your moment. I love that, and embrace being part of a community, because it's not our choice who or what. It's just that we respect people in their space, and I think that's what. Because we're not a judge, we're not a person that gets to pick anything for anyone, and so with that, I just enjoy your month. I think this is great, but not just the month, it's every day in our community. And I think this community does have that. We are a special place in Nevada County, and Nevada City specifically really reaches out and does a good job. And so with that, I just, thanks for being here today and speaking.
Yes, I will echo the sentiments of my colleagues up here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the work in the community and all the events that you're going to be doing this month that highlight the people, which that's what this really is all about. It's the people. And in particular, helping and protecting our youth is so important. Growing up here in the late 70s, early 80s, it was a different time, and kids weren't safe if they were gay. You weren't. And I lived that with some of my friends, and it was very sad to me. So I'm really happy to see the acceptance now for younger people and people of our generation. I speak to Kimberly and Rick, that you're mentoring and helping the younger generation. So with that, the proclamation, it's going to reside, you're fine, Ryan. It's going to reside with our social services department, and it's going to be on display in their office, as well as they will take it to the events that the county is a part of. So again, thank you all for being here. And with that, I would ask for a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
No.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes. All right, motion carries. Thank you all. Have a great rest of your day. Good, do we need a break? Are we okay? Moving on? Can you turn the heat down, Lisa?
Oh my God, I'm going to write that in a book. I've been sitting here thinking, oh my God, it's hot. My jacket out right away.
Thank you. All right. Our next item, I think, who do we have? Shivati? Our next item is a resolution proclaiming June 2026 as Celebration of Trails Month. And I see we have our trails people here. So welcome, everybody. Shivati, you're on. Oh, or Aaron, whoever's going to do it.
I'll start. Okay. Good morning, Chair Swarthout and members of the board. It's my pleasure to introduce a resolution proclaiming June 2026 as the Celebration of Trails Month. Now, in its 12th year, the annual celebration recognizes the vital role that trails play in recreation, community health, and local economy. Joining us today from Variable Land Trust, the organization leading the month-long celebration, are the Executive Director, Erin Tarr, and Communications Manager, Annette Miller. I am also pleased to welcome representatives from the Pines to Mines Trail Project and partner organizations that are committed to trail stewardship, including Tahoe National Forest, Truckee Trails Foundation, Bicyclists of Nevada County, and Gold Country Trails Council. Erin and Annette will share a few words about this year's Celebration of Trails Month programming and the ongoing efforts to expand trail connectivity and stewardship in Nevada County.
Thank you, Shivati, and thank you, Chair, Supervisors, and County staff for this proclamation recognizing Celebration of Trails Month and for your continued support of trails in Nevada County. On behalf of BYLT, I'm very honored to accept this proclamation. As we all know, trails are more than a place to walk, bike, ride, or run. They connect people to nature, they support our physical and mental health, and they strengthen our local economy and help build a sense of community. We're especially grateful to the county's partnership in expanding and improving trail access for residents and visitors. Many of the trail projects that we're currently working on or that have been completed are only possible because of these collaborations with county government, nonprofits, volunteers, donors, and community members who care deeply about protecting and enjoying our public spaces. I'd also like to recognize our many other local nonprofit trail organizations that Shivati mentioned that are here today. Without them working tirelessly to create more recreation opportunities, we wouldn't have what we have here in the county. Also the thousands of volunteers, the trail stewards, the supporters who contribute their time and their resources to maintaining and improving our trails. So we're very thrilled to be celebrating Celebration of Trails Month again in Nevada County. Annette's going to talk about some of the events that we're planning and that we're holding, and then we'll also be giving a little update on the Pines to Mines Trail Project. So first, really briefly, who is BYLT? We've been in the community 36 years now, saving land, building trails, and connecting people to nature. We've now protected almost 27,000 acres. That's with conservation easements and with fee title ownership. We now own 13 different fee title properties. Many of these are nature preserves around the community with public trails. So that's one of our goals, is to provide these connected places. And then also working on the trail easements, so where we can connect private lands, the trails to these other public trails. So that's another thing that we're working hard to do and have a lot of projects in the works. And then I'm going to pass it to Annette to talk about all the ways we are connecting people with nature and with each other.
Hi, I'm Annette Muller. I am the communications manager for the Bear Yuba Land Trust. And as Erin has shared, June is our Celebration of Trails Month. What started 13 years ago as a one-day event to coincide with the National Trails Day has turned into a month-long series of celebrations across trails here in western Nevada County and into Yuba County. The signature event of that is our Summer Star Hike Challenge. I don't know if anyone here in this room has done that, but it is gaining just traction every year. I think we're up to like 300 and some people registered for this year at 17 trails, 17 stars, people from the 80s down to like 2 years old out hiking to find stars. Part of this is so exciting is like the people who share their stories of this, and I just want to share one woman, Carol, who's done it a few years with her dog, and the trails map, which you see there, the coveted trails map, goes out at 12 midnight, June 1st, and she stayed up all night waiting for that trails map to go out, and then she spread out the map, she put all her trails together, she called me 3 times to give me her updates about it, so it's just so exciting to see everybody out there. We know we love our trails, and it's just such a fun, makes my job so fun to do this. So that's a Summer Star Hike Challenge. It goes through June 25th. Part of Celebration of Trails is also our art and nature installations. So we get to provide opportunities for local artists to create works out on our trails. Usually a lot of the materials come from the nature itself or our created with the culture or the natural surrounding in mind. So that's all through June as well. There's 4 trails, and then we do walks, artist walks and talks with all of them. We'll also be doing a live performance art with with Jenny Hale, the artist, on Lytton Trail. So come out for that. That's like pretty awesome. And then it all kind of culminates with the street party, which we have moved to Mill Street in Grass Valley this year. We're super excited about that. And it's an opportunity for everybody who is participated all month in Celebration of Trails to come out, celebrate together, get their Star Hike t-shirts, get their awards. We have in the past, we've been able to announce the proclamation during this. And then all of our Pines to Mines and our recreation partners, including the county, comes out for this and gets to be just a part of it and connect with the community. So if you are interested, you can find all of this information on our website at bylt.org, and I have some flyers. Thank you.
Okay, great. And now we are going to talk about the epic Pines to Mines Trail. This project has been going on, I want to say 15 years. Okay, yeah, 15 years. And we are finally breaking trail and making progress. These are all the partners listed here on the bottom, which is just amazing. The county has really been key in bringing all of these partners together and holding this alliance. All the different trail user groups are represented here. We're making a multi-use trail for equestrians, bikers, and hikers, and are really excited. So I'm going to invite Corey Caldwell, the executive director from Truckee Trails Foundation, to talk about the trail.
Hello, Supervisors. Thanks for having us today. I'm going to give you just a quick update on where we are with the project. So this is a 8-segment trail that we're building. Last summer, we were able to build segment 3, which I would highly encourage everybody to go check out. It's definitely one of the most scenic and most beautiful sections of the trail that we have. Perfect, yeah. You can see the views from there are absolutely amazing. We had some great success last year in getting the crews mobilized and up there. And so this summer, we're going to be doubling our efforts, and we are going to be completing segment 1 and 2. So as you can see from the map there, you'll be able to come off of the hole in the ground loop and take that to Rattlesnake Ridge. It will be an out and back until we do complete this, but we do have some great momentum right now, and I'm really excited to see where this trail continues to grow. So thank you for your time.
Okay, and with that, we are done. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the great presentation. Thank you for the progress you're making on the Pines to Mines. It's incredible. So, all right. Any questions for the Land Trust from the board? Questions? Comments?
Thanks for the presentation. Is this questions and comments?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Is the area by Fordyce, the Fordyce Dam project, restricts access in there? So if you got on the start and then you ended up at Fordyce, can you get out that way now? No.
Currently, PG&E still has that road closed. So for this summer and presumably next summer as well, you will not be able to exit from that area.
Yeah.
You can't ride a bike down.
No, they don't.
I made the mistake of riding my bike in there and figured out they don't like that.
Oh.
Yeah, great work. And we're hopefully going to host the Wildlife Conservation Board for a scenic flight over the trail to try and promote it and help them understand why giving grant money to us is the absolute #1 priority. But I'm really proud of everybody who's worked so long on this, and wanted to acknowledge Richard Anderson, previous supervisor for District 5, and his efforts to make it happen. And I just wanted to see, I'm really happy that you put all the names of the people supporting trails here, because you have, and I'm just going to name them really quick, but Truckee Donner Land Trust, Town of Truckee, Gold Country Trails, Bonk, Truckee Trails Foundation, Dirt Union, who does a lot of trail work in my neighborhood, and then the Barry Land Trust, obviously, and then Sierra Butte's Trail Stewardship, which we typically associate with Sierra County, but they have trails in Nevada County right by my house that are connecting their trails connection point. So I'm a power user of trails, and I think they're one of the most awesome pieces of our community. And I would just encourage everybody, you don't know what's behind your house until you get out and explore what's behind your house, and you realize that you have all these really cool sections that are connecting dots that you didn't even know about. They're everywhere. I just found a whole new section of trail by the airport. Not sure if it's actually clandestine or legit or one or the other, but anyway.
Yeah,
Oh, both. Yeah, it felt that way. Anyway, keep up the great work. I know it can be kind of thankless and it's hard to get the money together. I'll just say one more thing. The Independence Trail that goes up to the east, it's in pretty decent shape, but the one that goes to the south downstream, you can bottom out at the bottom of the loop, but is the other part of the loop that you previously connected it back to the road and back, is that all burned? Is that gone now?
So all of those structures burned. State Parks has the structural engineering done and the money to rebuild them. So the first burned flume is rebuilt, and they are planning to rebuild all the other ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks again.
Yeah, thank you.
Heidi?
Yep. Thank you so much for all the work you've been doing all these years. Actually, the Pines and Mines Trail was one of the first group activities that Richard Anderson introduced me to when I started on the board 2017. So I'm super excited to see how far it's come. I can't wait to get out on it. And you just inspire me every time you come and present all these trails and how much great work and how much great nature we have out there. I never managed to get out there and do as much as I'd like to. So one of these years I will. I'm always taking notes on where there's new trails. And so, but really this is such a huge thing for our community, that our outdoors recreation economy that we're really leaning into now. This is a huge part of it. It's also just, we've talked about that in other circumstances. It's great for mental health. It's great for people who, like me, who love nature and just want to know that it's out there and we can use these trails. I'm so excited about where this is all going and appreciate everything you're doing. So thanks for highlighting it this month.
Yeah, thank you.
No fun, I just was saying that I got that sticker on my cup. I remember when this kind of first came to fruition, right? And it was really became real. So it's kind of exciting to see that happen. I do have one question. Is there signage planned through all this?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so has that started?
It has started.
Okay,
Yeah, so we have a contract with the county for recreational signage throughout the county that is in progress. So we've just ordered a bunch of the roadway call-out signage that'll start going in Grass Valley. But yeah, there's a big effort, and it should be completed by the end of this year.
Yeah, especially on that trail, like right now where parts aren't finished, people start and don't know where to come and go.
Oh,
Just
on
like when
Pines
you
to
get to
Mines.
Fortis, for example. So those are something maybe we want to, because we're sending people out there to check it out, right?
Well,
and you get to a point you don't know where you get to come back from.
It's not open yet, Supervisor Hook, for anybody.
I know,
to go
but
and check
people
it
are
out.
going there. So I just think we have to kind of think ahead.
Right, but we do have a signage committee
good.
within the Pines to Mines Alliance, and that's something they'll definitely take into consideration as they're planning the signs.
Yeah, but no, I think that's good. I mean, the word's getting out. There's no doubt about it. People are doing parts of it. So
Yeah.
I know it's exciting. It's exciting to see all you guys work to do. Aaron, you and the Land Trust are doing some amazing work. And then when I look at all your partners that keep these trails going, that is phenomenal. I mean, because I don't think there's one part of this little county you can't find a trail to go hike or bike or ride your horse on these days. So it's pretty impressive. So thanks for all the work that you all do and the generosity that goes that. There's a lot of backbreaking work that goes into keeping these trails, and remind the public to do their part while they're out there. I always got to throw that out there. Especially with recreation the way it is growing here, remember to love the land and chip in where you do. Like, we love donations. We love people to really embrace what we have here in Nevada County. So thank you guys for all your work.
Thank you.
Just one more piece. I was up on Upper Pioneer and ran into a bunch of equestrian users, and we had an awesome, passed each other, no issues, total multi-use trail experience, and they were great. So I just want to put in a plug in for multi-use trail experience. And I wanted to thank Gold Country Trails Council for originally building a lot of those trails, and now mountain bikers are all over out there, but it worked together. I'll just mention one more thing, that National Association of Counties, I'm bringing forward this thing to try and get federal highway funding affiliated with trails and recreational infrastructure. So that's going to the National Association of Counties at our annual meeting. And I have it co-sponsored through the Transportation Commission or Committee. through NACO. So they picked it up as a co-sponsor. So it's looking like it's going to be supported, get the reapportionment of federal dollars for transportation in that road package over to trails and reapportion that. So I'm hoping that that will reflect some more money for communities like ours who rely on trails.
Amazing. So thank you. Thanks for all the work you do. I know last year some of my friends did the Star. They loved it. It was like the highlight of the summer activities for their kids. So I think what a great creative way to get kids outside to exercise. I wish someone had done that for me when I was young, and maybe I would walk your trails a lot more than I actually do. But really appreciate all the work that you do in the community and all the volunteers. It's just amazing how much you've accomplished with not a huge amount of money, but a lot of heart and hard work. So at this point, I will open it up for public comment if there's anybody from the public who wants to make a comment.
Hi, Kurt Stevens, District 1. As a representative of Bonk, Bicyclists of Nevada County, and its president, I just wanted to say what an honor it is to be a partner with Bear Yuba Land Trust in celebration of trails, to increase connected non-motorized use trails throughout the area, whether it's Loma Rica Ranch with the City of Grass Valley, it's Pioneer Trail and Pines to Mines, which is such an epic endeavor. Just feel very proud to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Boggs again from Ms. Hooks District 4. Well, what I see is wonderful, and I see county agencies and partnerships like you guys who are doing things that are not being done hardly anywhere. Really, I mean, in New England, Michigan, just very few projects are doing what you guys are doing with not a lot of resources. But what I haven't seen very often at all, maybe a little bit in the private sector with certain highways and byways with bogus trail networks that attach to a theme park or something like that, is the gentleman from the bike group, with intermodal, more everywhere in all 3,500 counties of the U.S., more intermodal, pedestrian, equestrian, and bus transit connections to trailheads for disabled folk and everybody ages 1 to 200. I know the bus lines, they come out of Lake Wildwood and go all the way to the Columbia Schoolhouse. They cross or come very close to trailheads periodically. Currently, where they cross, it is not suitable, infrastructure-wise, it's not suitable for folks to get out in wheelchairs or if they have mobility problems. There are places currently that you can't have a lot of folks hit the trail from certain places on Tyler Foot Road where it crosses, where the bus system, which is Route 7, would cross the trail. Maybe in the year 2030, this is something in the future, it might gel here as it hopefully will be gelling elsewhere. Especially the high need of mobility limited folks, and especially if gas is going to maintain its $6.50 price as it currently stands. You'll have a lot of people maybe having the wherewithal to want to hit the trail more and not be on the road. But remember, you got 5,000 people in Lake Wildwood who will be needing to hit some road to get down to their new supermarket a 1.5 miles away. You'll have more people using the bus system there, as well as in and out of Penn Valley, with projects in Penn Valley as well. I know more, but I don't have time. Some other time we'll talk about it.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the chambers who wishes to speak? No? Any callers, Loriana?
No callers, Chair.
All right, great. Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing and, I'm sorry, public comment. I got to get that hearing thing out. So I'm not going to read the whole resolution because you guys covered a lot of it, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. Whereas locally, the value of trails is further highlighted by the Bear Yuba Land Trust Celebration of Trails Month, which is a month-long celebration of events and activities. Whereas the Nevada County Board of Supervisors recognizes the value of collaborative partnerships with public and private agencies to support the ongoing construction and maintenance of trail networks throughout the community, including the Mines to Pines Trail that will one day link the east and west portions of Nevada County. And whereas trails connect communities, enhance the quality of our lives, boost tourism, increase active transportation, reduce carbon emissions, improve community health, and stimulate economic development in Nevada County. Now, therefore, be it hereby resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Nevada County proclaims June 2026 as a celebration of Trails Month in Nevada County. So thank you all very much. We appreciate it. And with that, I would call for a motion to adopt the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
And a roll call.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes. So thank you all very much. And can we do a quick picture since you're all here? I want to show how fantastic it is that you all work together. We're going to just take a 5-minute break before we hear our next item. All right, we're going to call the meeting back to order. And our next item is our Director of Human Resources. Wendy, welcome.
There we go. Yes, thank you very much, Board Chair and esteemed board members. Wendy Brodnick with Human Resources, and I am here to share with you the status of vacancies. And let's make sure I can do the forward. No, I did it wrong. I'm going the whole way through it the wrong way. Sorry, Patrick. All right. Now I got it. I learn quickly. AB 2561 was passed last year, and you had this presentation last year as well, and we need to do it annually. And the requirements for public sector agencies are to really share the status of vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts during a public hearing before the governing body at least once per fiscal year. The presentation must be made prior to the adoption of the final budget, and it does entitle recognized employee organizations the option to make a presentation at the same meeting. So the most important piece of this is it requires us to share if the number of job vacancies in a single bargaining unit is 20% or greater. And if that is the case, then additional data points are required. But the good news is our numbers, and I'm happy to share with you our numbers for this year. So looking at our vacancy rate, our MEA, Management Employee Association, is at 12%, General Unit at 5% vacancy, Deputy Sheriff's Association 12%, Sheriff's Management 4%, Probation Peace Officers is at 10%, Professional Unit is at 11%, and our DDA and Public Defender Association is 12%, with an overall 8% vacancy rate. Our numbers are comparable to last year. There's a little bit of movement in the different groups. However, our overall vacancy rate last year was also 8%. To provide you some data points to compare, the California counties' overall vacancy rate is anywhere from 8 to 14%. California state agencies, which tend to be larger, do have a higher vacancy rate of 13 to 21%. And then some of our comparable counties, as you can see, Placer's 9.1% for their overall. Yuba data was from 2024, but that's 13.5%. Sacramento, 11.8%. Butte is 14%, and El Dorado at 8.2%. So some of the things we're doing to reduce the vacancy rate is we do have my team does a fabulous job with a reduced time to hire initiative. The goal is 60 days start to finish, and for 2025, we are at 57 days. We do have staff out attending job fairs. In 2025, they went to a minimum of 8 job fairs. And we are planning 8 to 10 this year, and we just had a very successful career fair here on site on May 5th. We also test regularly for our safety positions and have that scheduled out on an annual basis. And then we do have salary and benefit studies that are performed every 3 years to ensure market alignment. Some of our other recruitment and retention efforts include use of our NeoGov software, Insight and Attract. These are really effective tools to enhance our recruitment efforts, to find really good qualified candidates in the public sector. It allows us to outreach over 1 million candidates and also targeted messaging for specific recruitments. Recruitment incentives are also offered for hard to recruit for positions, and then we are working on for retention efforts to increase our professional development offerings. We've just rebooted our career development workshop for employees, highly attended, lots of positive feedback, but doing more of that to help our own employees realize they can stay with us through the entirety of their career, and they can move up, they can move laterally, and ensure that they are doing the work that fits their passion. And with that, I did go through the numbers fast. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Any questions for Wendy? Heidi? Hardy, any questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. The numbers look good. I think turnover is, and I've talked about this, with our team and stuff. I think turnovers can be quite expensive. And I also think it's like a culture building exercise when you can make people feel like I can start a career here and stay here and I have mobility. And I think we've done great at offering opportunity throughout that. And so I just want to encourage you to keep working to make people feel like it's a good place to work and they're supported and all of those things. But I think from my internal, my perspective over time, turnover has been it can be disruptive and very expensive. And so I think putting any focus you can to making sure that that's reduced is great. So thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, this is a noticed public, or no, yes, it is a public hearing. Okay, got this one right. This is a noticed public hearing. Is there anybody that would like to speak on this issue? Any calls?
No callers.
Okay, and we'll close the public hearing and bring it back for board discussion or call for a motion. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks because I've been getting to go to the new hire presentations that you do. And I just want to say how impressed I am with the day that you put together to really engage the folks that come here to work. I think that's really important. It's like that first step off that really gives the people insight to Nevada County. And I really enjoy coming and working and seeing the new people and learn a little bit about who they are and why they came to Nevada County. So kudos to that process. I think it brings a lot to new employees. So I just wanted to throw that out. Thanks.
Thank you.
I agree. That is one of the best things that we get to do as supervisors is meet the employees when they first get here. And I love to hear why they're here. And I think you guys do a great job of really recruitment and getting people made to feel welcome. So
Great.
thank you. Yeah. All right. If there's no other board comments, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All right. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstain? All right. Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Moving right along. I see Kimberly walking down. All right. Our next item is a presentation from Nevada County Resource Conservation District on the Sustainable Land Conservation Planning Grant. I think Kimberly's going to intro, and I see you guys coming down.
As the presentation's going up, I'll start. Good morning, Chair Swarthout and members of the board. I am Kimberly Parker, your Economic Development Program Manager. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Brianna Bacon, Executive Director of the Nevada County Resource Conservation District. Under the board-approved 2023 MOU between the county and RCD, our organization partnered successfully, securing a $500,000 sustainable agricultural land conservation planning grant to develop the Nevada County's first agricultural working landscape conservation plan. Since early 2025, Brianna and her team have worked closely with myself, Brian Foss, Kristen Nyes, and other county staff, as well as partners to shape a draft of the Growing Our Future, a practical community-driven action plan designed to strengthen the long-term economic vitality of our working lands. Today, Brianna will provide an overview of the draft of the action plan and the key strategies it outlines to support the future of agriculture in Nevada County. Brianna?
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for having us today. I just want to say before we start how proud I am of our county. This was a very collaborative project, and one of the reasons I think we were so successful with the award is it really was a community approach to the plan, and every consultant that we worked with, as well as the Department of Conservation, has been very impressed and proud with Nevada County and how well we work together to move things along. So I just want to say I'm very proud of my home county, and I know we can continue to do this together. So Kimberly's going to move through this slideshow, and I want to also thank our additional partners that were part of the community group that we're put together, which is Barry Land Trust, and I'll have Aaron Tarr speak on a slide. Sierra Harvest, I believe Eli Bacon is in the audience, as well as Debbie Tutucci from Farm Bureau. It was a very collaborative effort. So we'll go through. Kimberly already touched on this quite a bit, but it's great. So this is a practical plan to strengthen Nevada County's working agricultural landscape, as we mentioned, built with community partners. The intention is implementation. It is not a policy document. It is an action-oriented plan, and to move forward on implementation. We listed these partners already, so thank you to all the involvement. Okay, so I really do want to get to this because with everything that we're talking about right now, as you've seen maybe in the news and with water and all of the global economic issues, agriculture is at the heart and center of many of the problems and solutions and sustainability issues that we have as a county as well as regionally. And so this plan looked at things from an economic lens. Also, we need to acknowledge there are water and climate pressures. Agriculture is at the heart of wildfire and land stewardship, and the fragmentation of working lands, which is basically the selling of the usable land that is most beneficial for agriculture that happens to be the same land that development is looking at. And so when those get developed and they're paved over, it's very challenging and impossible to get that ag land back. So this is a very important matter and why this plan came together. We're looking at the next 20 years of agriculture in this community. This slide here is showing a number of changes in the last 10 years. This is adjusted for inflation, but as you can see, the timber products have declined significantly. That should be no surprise to anyone. Livestock has gone up relatively significantly. Pasture land has stayed the same. Nursery and flowers are increasing, and then wine grapes is increasing. Fruit and vegetables as a commodity has increased very significantly. And those require the ideal land and soil, and those are the lands that we need to help protect. Okay. This is from the crop report as well, also adjusted for inflation. I think it's one of the things that we don't talk about very much as an economic driver in this county is how significant agricultural production is in this county. So you can see it's declined slightly over the 10 years, and we're working our way back up. This includes all aspects of the economic drivers, including the ranchers and the producers, their livelihood, the commodities, et cetera. And one of the things I want to mention in this slide is how important in a rural county it is to maintain this level of productivity, because as you know, with 100,000 residents and 600,000 acres, we are very small as an ag community and as a county, and it takes everyone working together to support the sustainability of the food system and the rural livelihood that we have to bounce this back up. Go ahead. Okay, this is one of the things I think is the most important is what happens if we do nothing. So the cost of inaction is the loss of working lands. That's what I mentioned before, is the competition of prime ag land for development. Increased wildfires, that obviously has to do with not just irrigated lands, but when you have livestock on irrigated lands and taking down the fuel load, we all know how beneficial those are to the future wildfire risk in our community. Missed economic opportunities. If you ask any rancher or farmer today, it's incredibly difficult to make a living, and this plan, the importance of this plan and moving forward as a community is to support that livelihood and those who continue to feed us and support our land and make sure that they can have the health care, the needs, and the jobs and not have to work multiple jobs, and that we could keep them moving in succession through generations, which they've done for years. The reactive decision making is really about not looking from a strategic place on where development and agriculture coexist. We should look where we grow food and where we live, and those should be strategic, thoughtful decisions between the county and the cities. And so this plan helps direct those from a actionable oriented place that we can move from step to step. Okay, moving on. This just goes a little bit into the plan, action-oriented, community-driven, trackable. We have very trackable measures, as we will see, and you'll receive a document later in the year about those action steps and how we're going to measure progress. And it builds on existing community infrastructure that we already have with multiple nonprofits. I'm going to just not read this in a lot of detail because I know we're short on time, but the plan does go through. We have some really quick wins that we'll talk about in the identified actions, and then some bold moves, which are these large, kind of bold projects that are going to take a little more funding and a lot more effort. And then the 5 through 9 are these supporting actions that support these quick wins and bold moves. And today we'll only talk about 3 of these. Most of you have seen these and gone through them in detail, so I don't want to waste any more of your time. Action 1, this is the first action that would be put forward in the SALT Round 2, and that is going forward to Department of Conservation at the end of June. We will hopefully come to the county with an MOU for continued this partnership. And this is establishing an agricultural roundtable that would coordinate partners and align resources to implement those other 8 actions. It would oversee an agricultural enterprise program, a group of individuals that looks at the needs of agriculture and moves those forward to advance a collaborative funding strategy that prioritizes the investments in ag as a leading topic. And Nevada County RCD would be taking the lead as well as with the county, the economic development, and then it addresses these following issues: land management, access, production, aggregation, distribution, marketing, and the value add. And the next action is about the working land base, and I would like Erin Tarr to talk about that as our partner in that field.
Okay, thank you, Bree, and thank you, supervisors and chair. We were honored to be part of this process. This funding source, the Sustainable Agricultural Land Conservation Program, is what we have used to protect a lot of agricultural land already in Nevada County. So they are very good partners. They really believe in what we're doing here, and this particular action is really the core of the mission of Bear Yuba Land Trust already. So we're excited to have the partners and the support to continue doing this. We've protected about 9,000 acres of agricultural land through conservation easements and fee title ownership, and are working on more. So this is going to help move that forward, really focusing on protecting the land as a base for the county for farmers to be able to continue working. So working with those willing landowners to protect large swaths of land as well as row crops and local productive farms. So the key ideas here will be creating the significant agricultural resource land map, really showing where the priorities are that will help guide that work. Expanding Forever Farms, so that Forever Farms program is a collaboration with the Land Trust, Sierra Harvest, Briar Patch Food Co-op, and Tahoe Food Hub, where we're working together to secure land for farmers to be able to have affordable access to land. And then these evergreen leases, that's the same idea, is providing these long-term leases so they feel ownership and sustainability on the lands they're farming. So it's not simply preservation, it's also for preservation's sake. And it's really about keeping working lands economically productive and connected to community goals. Thanks.
Thank you. And this is going to be led by Sierra Harvest, Action 8. Eli Bacon, would you come down and speak to this slide as well? You can just switch places with Erin.
And
don't think you're.
You have
Eli,
to
your
turn the
microphone's
mic on.
Action 8 is building community connection to agriculture. So as most of you know, Sierra Harvest has a long history of building out education programs across a wide range of constituents from kindergarten to adult. So this is expanding that connection and also building out marketing and public service announcements around knowing your farmer and rancher and knowing where your food comes from and exactly how things get from the ground to market. So we will be building out consumer demand and cultural support around what is Nevada County agriculture.
All right, thank you both. This last slide, did we do how it gets done? I think that's what this is. Can you go down one, Kimberly? Sorry. Okay, go back, sorry. Okay, so this is just a very quick slide. It shows and references all of the partners involved in this process. Economic development, I'm going to bring special attention to that. We added farmers and ranchers to that since they are such a key in the economic driver of this whole plan, and we wanted to show how integrated agriculture is into the entire community. Moving forward, we're going to continue our outreach, submit the proposal number 2. We will finalize this action plan and continue to get feedback from the community and hopefully come in front of the board in September for an endorsement of the plan. And that is it. We look forward to continuing to working with the board, the community partners, and the stakeholders this summer. If you have any questions, I would like to also note that our consultants Cultivate are online, Serena Unger and Amy McPhee, and they have been instrumental in helping us bring this plan forward. If you have any questions, they're available to answer those as well.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. Questions for Bree? Sue, any questions?
No questions. It was great. I met Serena and Amy online. It was a great conversation. There's so much room to grow this here in Nevada County. I think that's the important part of this that we have to look at. It's the partnerships. And I think that's something that we, sometimes farming and ranching, we get kind of spread out. And this is an opportunity, really. I love the roundtable idea as well, because it brings all those partners to the table. We can all farm and ranch a little differently, but we have to be consolidated and collaborate in this to make Nevada County continue to survive. So I'm really excited to see how this grows. I love, Bree, that you're working on it. It was fun to see Eli, Aaron, Farm Bureau, Debbie, and Chris, our own ag commissioner, because it really does take a village to make any of these things come together. And ag is so important to Nevada County. It has been for years. Forestry used to really be the mainstay of this community, but now we want to feed people. And really become food security is huge in a small community like this. From the east side to the west side. And it's time for everybody to get to the ground and realize where our food is coming from. And that's not just these ag organizations, but it's our community. We have to have that input and drive to support these businesses and to stay healthy and continue to be food security safe in Nevada County. So thank you for the effort going to this. I'm looking forward to that second part of the SALT, because I believe that we fit that basis so well. And Kimberly, thanks for being part of this too, because we are an economic driver in Nevada County. Ag is really, truly brings something very special, the essence. We hear this all the day. We want to live in this rural community, right? Well, put your money where your mouth was. Let's get together and make this work. So thanks.
Heidi, any comments or questions?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I was so grateful to have the opportunity to be briefed on this by you earlier. I'm really excited to see this. I'm a big fan of practical plans. And the way, like Sue was saying, it's just the way it's all been spread out to have the agricultural community working together to help protect our ag lands and make sure we're investing in the right way and making sure that we can maintain those lands. There's so much value to that. So I'm excited to see where this goes. I have one question about cannabis, why that was not included. I'm sure you have a reason. But I think we've acknowledged that that's part of ag in Nevada County in other ways.
Yes. The Department of Conservation utilizes the federal definition of agriculture at this time. And so we were not able to include them in the community of partnerships, but we have had a really great conversation. I think Diana's in the audience with her and her board president, and we are incorporating that conversation moving forward.
That's great to hear. I understand, yeah, there's probably restrictions on that from the federal angle, but from the local angle, it would be obviously important to include them in the collaboration. But yeah, so great work. Looking forward to see how this comes together.
Artie?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, and thanks for taking the time, as Supervisor Hall said, to just get together with us and talk about the plan. I found it really useful, helpful. I learned a lot. The one piece on community connection I was just going to mention is the low impact camping that our staff, Shavati, is working on an ordinance to allow low impact camping, and it's kind of been circled around for a long time, but it's come to maturity in some other counties. San Benito County has had a lot of success integrating ag lands with low impact camping and finding
Is that
ways,
like HIP camp?
HIP camp, yeah,
HIP
exactly.
camp? Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to generalize it because HIP camp's one of other providers too. But anyway, just San Benito County is a great example of what works with agriculture and tourism, and kind of mixing those two together and how it can help farmers keep and protect ag land to pay for it. And then I also wanted to thank Ellie and yourself for the conversation related to food, because food insecurity and the food supply chain in East County is so different than West County, because I didn't even know how complex it was until I sat down and talked in that meeting. Like, getting food that's perishable from one part of the county to another, and what happens if it's not used that day and then it sits around and it has to be sold at the food hub or go to a grocery store or returned or taken to schools. Anyway, it's very complex, and I just would support you 100% in continuing those discussions, because I think local food and healthy and locally sourced food for people, particularly that can't get access to that food. And if you go to my grocery store, like in Rayleigh's in East County, it is so incredibly expensive, and I know somebody can punch me later if they think that's bad, but it's too expensive. Like, it's hard for normal people to be able to afford to go to that Rayleigh's and get organic products. So huge supporter of trying to get the supply chain figured out. And then the farm education, I know, Chris, you sent something about coming up on Wednesday. I didn't dig into it all the way, but I just so appreciate trying to integrate those of us who didn't. I mean, we all kind of grew up in ag if you grew up in Nevada County, but just really understanding what the farm community does, just as one board member. Please invite me. I'd love to be able to be a part of it, and also include people in East County, because East County a lot of times doesn't have that agricultural infrastructure like we do down here. And I think it would be fun to cross those two together. So,
Well, thank you, Supervisor. I will say we are hosting our first Ag Day up in Truckee tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it's with over 250 second and third graders, and they're really excited. So the whole Truckee community is coming out, and we have 12 vendors, and we have a lot of folks coming up there, and we work with fire. And in fall, we do one at the fairgrounds here, and it's usually 800 to 900 second and third graders. And so youth education is a big part of this. And then we don't have time today, but all of these other agencies tend to offer scholarships and community gardens. So we're starting them young in ag, and then through high school and FFA. And so I think we just need to continue that. And the youth were instrumental. I just want to give a note. They saw the same plan, and they had a lot of really great feedback. Mostly, can't we all get along and grow food? So
Kids are so smart.
they are. They're real smart.
Well, thank you. A great presentation, and I appreciate the opportunity to get a little bit more in depth last week with your consultants. I'm really happy to see the kind of economic development integration of this, and the fact that you're not just doing a study, but you're actually doing an action plan, and the fact that you've broken it down to here's 3 things we're going to work on instead of 20, so that you actually get things done, and then you move on to the next 3 and the next 3. So I really appreciate how how you're working on this, and with the collaboration with everybody. So look forward to the final in September. And with that, I will open up the public comment if there's anybody who wishes to speak.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Reed Hamilton. I live in District 4, and I'm a member of the board of the Resource Conservation District. And I just wanted to praise and support what has been produced by the SALT working group. This has been an amazing process. I grew up in a corn, soybean hog farm, and I just retired from farming a few years ago here. So I know that farming and ranching is very hard, and of course, as was mentioned, we have the additional rising costs of production here, land conversion, in addition to that, we add all these factors that are now relevant, which are drought, lack of snowpack that threatens our water supply, wildfire, and extreme weather of all kinds. This plan assesses where we are, outlines what the most important needs are, and defines how we get there. And this is a collaborative process that's been outlined, which is the best kind. It incorporates agencies, governments, nonprofits, the state, and I see this as a wonderful way to not only support existing agriculture, but to build on it and make people aware that it's not just an economic and cultural foundation for the county, but it's also a climate asset, that our working lands are for the benefit of everyone. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Good day, supervisors. My name is Diana Gamzon. I'm the executive director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance, a trade association representing nearly 200 small farmers, cannabis farmers, and small businesses. The SALT grant is exactly the kind of coordinated planning document Nevada County needs. It recognizes that agriculture is not just a land use, it's part of our local economy, our climate resilience strategy, rural identity, and our future. And we appreciate that this plan is focused on collaboration, and we're really very grateful to the consultants, to Brianna, to the group for bringing us in as a stakeholder. Our organization has participated throughout as a stakeholder representing our growers in our trade association on the same working land system. And I think that's the important thing is we are all farmers, all ranchers are working on the same working land system in our community. Thank you. And the emphasis on protecting the working lands, expanding value-added processing, strengthening regional branding directly aligns with all the needs of small farms and rural businesses. And one thing I just wanted to mention, while it wasn't included on the slide in the presentation about the economic impact, cannabis has been included for the past, I believe it's been 4 years, as an addendum to the to the county's crop report. And last year, cannabis showed a value of close to $12 million. Adding up all agricultural assets, that's 30% of all of our agricultural assets in the county. I want to thank NCRCD, Farm Bureau, Bear Yuba Land Trust, Sierra Harvest, and county staff who have contributed to this process that brought together so many different stakeholders as we build solutions for the future. And thank you all as our board for supporting local agricultural, rural economic development. And I'm just really enjoying so many conversations over the past year of various strategies for our rural resilience in this community, with this being one of them. So thank you. Appreciate the focus on our working lands.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any phone? Any calls?
No callers, Chair.
Okay. That I will close public comment and bring it back to the board for either further discussion or a motion. Make a motion.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Let's see. This one we can do with the voice vote also. Oh, I'm sorry, roll call vote. Or do we need a
We can do a voice
A voice
Chair.
vote? Okay. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstain? All right. Great. Thank you so much. We'll look forward to seeing you in September. All right. Our next item is behavioral health, resolution approving the Nevada County Behavioral Health Services Act. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Swarthout and members of the board. Thank you for having us here today again. We're here today to talk about the Behavioral Health Services Integrated Plan. And let's go to the next slide. Great, thank you, Priya. So I wanted to start with an overview just generally of the behavioral health budget and how our revenue streams work. And so if you look at the chart in front of you, you can see about 50% of our revenue comes from Medi-Cal. And then we have multiple other revenue sources, but if we combine our realignments and we look at BHSA, those are the other big contributors to our general revenue sources that we bring into behavioral health. So with payment reform, which you guys have heard about before, we basically switched from a cost-based reimbursement system, and we had no ability to generate revenue within our system. What we paid out is what we got back in. We broke even. After that point in time, and you can see starting in fiscal year 23-24, the county behavioral health was able to start generating revenue for services that we provide to Medi-Cal beneficiaries who are receiving our services. In that first year, you can see we were around $33.5 million, and since then we have stabilized at a pretty steady $42 million across the next 3 fiscal years. Really important to know that in order to generate revenue, we have to have direct care staff who are able to bill for services that are provided. So that's a really important part of Medi-Cal revenue generation. So when we talk about patient care revenue, that's our ability to generate a profit. We call that patient care revenue. It's really dependent on the other behavioral health revenue sources as well. So one of those sources is Medi-Cal, which I just talked to you about. That's highly dependent on having the staff available to build direct services to support our members. Those other 2 funding streams we have less control over. One is realignment, and then the other funding stream is BHSA. And Priya is going to talk to you a little bit more about BHSA and go into the volatility of BHSA, but you can see just from the chart that we have here that that funding stream is not a stable funding source. It changes pretty significantly year over year. So patient care revenues. In general, the ability to generate a profit through patient care revenue really matters because there's a lot of our system that does not break even. Crisis services or homeless services are both examples of that. Those are lower revenue generating services, and we use the other portions of our services to help offset those costs. So programs with higher revenues offset our lower revenue services. And then patient care revenue is required, it's legislated, that it funds behavioral health related services that benefit Medi-Cal beneficiaries. And that's the intention of patient care revenues and bringing those into our system. So you guys are going to see many, many contracts coming in front of you. Contractors are an incredibly important part of our system. 68% of our costs, which is about $50 million, go to our contracted providers. We have more than 100 contracts, and that represents about 80 different providers. The majority of the money that we are spending on contractors remains in county, with the exception of our inpatient hospitalizations, acute and subacute care. About $6 million of that goes out of county to support individuals in crisis. And we will turn it over to our esteemed colleague, Priya Kannal, who is our BHSA coordinator, and she also is the program manager overseeing our data and analytics.
Good morning, Supervisors.
So I'm going to talk a little bit more specifically about Behavioral Health Services Act and also get into some of the details of our integrated plan that comes before you today. So what is the Behavioral Health Services Act? It's formerly known as the Mental Health Services Act, or MHSA, passed back in 2003 as Proposition 63, and it's a 1% tax on personal income over $1 million per year in California. Less than 1% of taxpayers pay this tax, and it funds anywhere between $2 and $3 billion of statewide funding for county behavioral health services. Part of the Behavioral Health Services Act is a requirement to develop a 3-year program plan, so that's what comes before you today, our plan for fiscal year 26-27 through 28-29, along with annual updates to that plan each year in between. So I said formerly known as the Mental Health Services Act. In 2024, a new proposition came to California voters, Proposition 1, which re-envisioned the Mental Health Services Act as the Behavioral Health Services Act. So same funding stream, same amount of revenues, but different usages for the funds under Proposition 1 and under the BHSA. So there are some legislatively guided buckets of funding that we have to utilize these funds on. So under the BHSA, there's a much higher emphasis on housing specifically, especially capital housing. There is an expansion of legislation under the BHSA to be able to fund substance use services. Previously, it was very limited to mental health services. No new funding, but a new opportunity to fund substance use services. There's much broader state oversight over all behavioral health funding, including a requirement that the state approve a draft plan of this plan. So we actually had to submit a draft of this version of the plan that comes before you today by March 31st, and we just received word last week that the State Department of Healthcare Services approved our draft plan, after which we bring to you our final plan and then resubmit that final plan to the state. That's a new process this year through the BHSA. We also have increased data and outcomes reporting accountability, both through new population health goals that we're being mandated to track progress towards. Some are quite specific to behavioral health, and some are quite broad, like high school graduation rates in our county. In addition to the data and outcomes reporting, we're also going to be, what I'm going to talk about in the next couple of slides, is a focus on all behavioral health funding. Previously, our plan really focused on Behavioral Health Services Act funding, which was just a small portion of that pie that Carrie presented on earlier. Now the plan will look at funding as a whole in addition to the BHSA breakouts. And then lastly, the BHSA comes with a large emphasis that counties must maximize Medi-Cal dollars whenever possible with BHSA funds. And that really impacts our more upstream community-based providers who are providing more early intervention funding. There's going to be a lot more focus from the state on why those vendors are not billing Medi-Cal. We actually have to report the number of vendors that are not billing Medi-Cal and why they're not billing Medi-Cal. And so we're really working through other initiatives that we're funding to bring those providers along in helping them increase their Medi-Cal billability. So I'll now hop into an overview of our plan. And again, I'm going to focus on behavioral health funding as a whole, not just our Behavioral Health Services Act, which represents about $7 to $8 million of this funding picture. So as part of the Behavioral Health Services Act planning process, we also conducted a very comprehensive needs assessment process, which is an addendum to our plan and is posted on our county website to inform our plan and our programming over the next 3 years. This slide reflects a breakdown of our department's operating budget and where our funding is focused across some key buckets. And over the next few slides, I'll hop into some more detail around each of these continuum of care buckets. But generally speaking, you can see about $9.8 million towards substance use services, or about 15%, about $38 million towards mental health services, about 59% of the overall budget, about $11 million for housing services, 17% of our budget, a very small amount, $235,000 or 0.4% towards workforce investment activities, about $4.8 million towards QA and admin activities, about 7%. And then other broader bucket, largely containing our forensic services, is about 1% or $757,000. In this graph, just noted here that our large PUF, which I know has come before you before, is not included in this overview because we're really trying to get a sense of overall operating budget, and we see the PUF as more of a one-time infrastructure expenditure. It is in the plan, but for the sake of kind of thinking about percentages, we wanted to omit it. So what do we fund our substance use services at that $9.8 million? We have some funding towards primary prevention, largely going to our Nevada County Public Health Department with alcohol and other drug prevention services. The bulk of our programming goes towards outpatient services, about $5.65 million. So that is individual counseling and group services through our contracted providers listed on the right-hand side. We also have some crisis and field-based services. We have a substance use counselor embedded in our homeless and outreach and medical engagement team who's centered at the Commons Resource Center to provide access to substance use services. And lastly, we have residential treatment services at about $3.8 million. This was a huge focus of our needs assessment, a lot of requests for increasing and expanding capacity for substance use residential beds. And we are planning to continue our expansion of services over the next 3 years. We've greatly expanded through a new contract with a Progress House, who's primarily located in El Dorado County, and we plan to continue that expanded contract. The last thing I'll say here is that we're also working, one of the things that was identified in the needs assessment was to enhance substance use services for youth. So there's a large work group going between behavioral health and public health, other community providers to really focus in on what that looks like and how do we improve access to care for youth for needing substance use services in our community. So within the mental health services bucket, as our largest bucket, we have about $460,000 towards primary prevention. That funds things like our Behavioral Health Student Services Act grant, which is a partnership with NCSOS, as well as our community crisis response team, who attends things like wildfire crises and public crises. We have $1.4 million towards various early intervention programs. There's a lot of, you can see a lot of community providers listed there that we're really excited to be able to continue to fund through this plan. The bulk of this bucket goes towards outpatient services at about $22 million, and that goes towards our key behavioral health system providers. We have about $6.7 million dedicated toward our crisis system of care, mobile crisis, and our crisis stabilization unit. We have $1.6 million towards residential services for our local adult residential provider Odyssey House, which is a 16-bed facility, as well as various short-term residential treatment placements for youth out of county. And then, as Carrie talked about a little bit earlier, we have about $5.2 million towards hospital and acute services. So any Nevada County Medi-Cal beneficiary who needs a hospital placement or a psychiatric hospital placement, whether placed by us or placed by another county, we pay for that placement. So some of those placements are Medi-Cal billable, some are not. We pay for them whether they are billable or not. And then lastly, there's a subacute and long-term care services, which are longer placements in facilities called mental health rehabilitation centers typically, and that comes out to about $840K. The next bucket I'm going to talk about is housing, and just before I hop into the details of that, I just wanted to highlight again the great success that this department has had in expanding housing over the last several years. So you can see on this slide, since fiscal year 17-18, we're projected to increase beds and housing under the Behavioral Health Department by about 375%, going from 69 beds to about 328 beds across our system. So segueing into the housing bucket at about $11 million, there's about $3.8 million dedicated towards homeless outreach that funds contractors like Hospitality House, Freed, our programming of our homeless outreach and medical engagement team, as well as the operations of the Commons Resource Center through our partnership with Spirit. We have, on the substance use side, about $542,000 towards what's called recovery residences, which are transitional housing beds for people with substance use disorders that are typically sober living environments. We have 97 contracted beds through our contracted providers there. About $2.6 million towards shelter, interim housing, and hotel and motel beds, which annually represents about 147 beds, and that encompasses things like the New Truckee Navigation Center, our behavioral health bridge housing program, and various hotel and motel emergency placements for those in need. And lastly, we have our supportive or permanent supportive housing beds, which is about $4 million and represents about 145 beds through long-term housing and our contracted providers, AMI and Turning Point. Just highlighting some of the things in our future, as this is a major focus for us and for the board as well, of course. We are looking to continue to expand housing, even though we've expanded significantly over the last several years, as I touched on, we definitely see the need to keep growing. So actually came earlier today, a behavioral health bridge housing grant of about $2.8 million. We're looking to add 20 beds of interim housing through June 30th, 2027, which will then get converted into permanent housing. We're also planning to add at least 24 new scattered site beds through a home key grant in the coming year. And then 10 new permanent beds are going to be coming online in Truckee through the Pacific Crest Commons project, which is a No Place Like Home project. So those will be dedicated to individuals with mental health needs. And then lastly, we just continue to be extremely aggressive in pursuing grants for other potential housing expansions. We have an amazing team and partnership with the housing department as well, who just will not let a grant go unturned. Lastly, just this last small bucket is other services. So about $5.8 million. Workforce investment is about $235. We have a peer support training program, which is wonderful. It's great community support and peer support from our consumers, as well as just other staff and contractor training. We have about $4.8 million towards QA and admin activities, which funds things like our electronic health record, which is essential for billing, our QA and admin staff, like myself, and other entities like our patients' right advocates. And then lastly, kind of things that didn't fit into other buckets very cleanly would be things like our forensic team, so working in collaborative courts and drug courts and mental health court, our public defender case manager, and various other court and probation substance use services. Lastly, I just wanted to do a highlight on some Truckee-specific programming within this plan. We are planning to continue our investment and match historical levels of investment in Eastern County through our early intervention programming, so funding programs like the Latino Outreach or Promotores program through Sierra Community House, their family support program as well, school-based mental health wellness centers through the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District, school-based mental health screenings through What's Up Wellness, which does universal mental health screenings in the high schools. And then we recently onboarded this last year a new substance use outpatient provider in Truckee called Crow's Nest, which has been a long time need in our community, but hard to get someone up there. So we're really excited to have someone who can bill Medi-Cal up in the region. Obviously, the Navigation Center, which is currently getting funded through the pilot year, and coming in the future will be those 10 beds that I talked about for Pacific Crest Commons. We are going to be needing to provide supportive services for those under the No Place Like Home grant requirements. So that is another need coming up in the Truckee-specific area. And with that, I will open up for questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So questions, Rob, questions, Sue, any questions?
No, it's a great report. I'm always overwhelmed when you look at the size and the scale of everything you have to do. I think that's what really blows my mind. It's kind of interesting too that so when we're dealing with different agencies that help or partners too that don't do Medi-Cal, that's a big challenge. How are you guys working around that issue?
Yeah, thanks for asking. So one of the things that we've embarked on is a innovative project that we are investing funding towards, a learning collaborative. So we've partnered with a consultant, it's actually funded by Mental Health Services Act funding, to participate in a learning collaborative with many of those early intervention providers. And they're participating in a 2-year-long collaborative to walk them through what different Medi-Cal billing options they might pursue, what might fit with their entity's organizational services, how they actually do the application process, and we're also providing incentives for them to be able to come up to speed in Medi-Cal billing, whether that's the purchase of an electronic health record system or investment in a billing consultation plan. So we're really trying to handhold those providers through that learning collaborative to come into the Medi-Cal billing space if possible. We know it might always be possible, but where possible.
So, and then on the funding side of it, so we know Medi-Cal doesn't fund, is a different funding source. So how do you fill in the gap?
Yeah, I think the Behavioral Health Services Act is one of those gap-filling places. It's just a little bit remains to be seen how the state will, how closely the state will monitor how we utilize those funds.
Okay.
And how much of our funding is going towards non-Medi-Cal billable services versus Medi-Cal billable services. Like I said, they approved our draft plan, which is great because we have several providers who are not billing Medi-Cal, but we don't know what the future will hold in terms of their oversight and scrutiny of that array.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Good report, thank you.
Heidi, questions?
No, thank you for, I love the way you presented it. This is a different way for me to see the funding and very helpful to see under the different buckets and the services and the projects that go under each bucket. Just super helpful. I know I'm going to probably print this out and hang on to it so I can use it. Let's see, what else was I going to say about? Yeah, I think it looks like a really well thought out plan. Congratulations on meeting all the new requirements and figuring it out. I mean, this is so complicated, but it looks like a really good way to present it, a really good use of the funds. I think much is yet to be seen or known when we see more and more people drop out of systems next year and end up coming into us for additional services and what that is going to mean. But that's a much bigger thing that we don't know much about yet. And so I think this is the best we can do to be as prepared as possible. And then I know you'll come back to us if things change and you need more help or more help with difficult decisions. So thank you so much for all this great work. I think we cannot underestimate how hard it is to get this right. And we have an incredible team here in Nevada County. I appreciate that very much.
Hardy, any questions?
Yeah, thanks. Great report. Just a couple of questions. The out-of-county cost for PUF or inpatient crisis services, is that going to decrease when our facility gets completed?
We will have operating costs related to our facility, and I don't know that that will necessarily decrease, but those will move closer to in-county.
Okay.
Yeah.
It makes sense, right? Okay. And then the contractor, I think you mentioned like 50 contractors or something for $78 million. But are those, we do see all those, and there's a massive volume of stuff to look at. Is there a process internally whereby you try and understand what the cost-benefit ratio of contracted services versus in-house services? Is that done routinely, or is that just kind of, is it rote, that we just go across time and like we have a great vendor and they work? So like, what's the process for evaluating that?
Yeah, it's a really great question. So we just recently went through an RFP process where we looked at our budget, we looked at the cost of delivering those services ourselves, and then we looked at the cost of RFPing those services, and it made fiscal sense to RFP those services. That's not always the case. There are some services that it does not make sense to have another contracted provider do, and so it's a constant balancing. We also meet weekly with the fiscal team. We call it a payment reform meeting, and we're actively having those discussions about how we navigate those spaces and places.
Oh, cool. So like just a practical comparison of like, it's going to cost us X to do it in-house, and it's going to cost B. We have this RFP out there on the street, and it came back with a pretty decent number. And is it that, I mean, is it that practical?
It's not quite that simple, but that's definitely a part of the discussion.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was curious on that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
One of the things I'll mention, just because thank you for the presentation you gave to the Mental Health Board that I sit on, but it was about data and outcome reporting, and it was fascinating because like 30 minutes of the meeting talked about how much staff time you spend providing proof to the state of California that somehow we're doing what we promised we would already do and have already been documented on and been paid for. So it's totally crazy, and I'm going to keep bringing it up with any of my, I'm going to meet with Assemblymember Hadwick later this week, and I'm going to talk to her about it because I don't think it's fair that the county, even through realignment dollars, is asked to provide a certain service and then again, on the hook for creating these super deep audit. It's an absolute waste of time and money, in my opinion. Some verification of funding and the proper use of that funding is totally responsible. Part of it is just crazy bureaucratic oversight, and I can't recall exactly how much it was, but it was like, it's like an FTE or something. It's like one full-time equivalent that we spend annually just providing audit results. Anyway, that's a statement, and I'll just leave it there, but thanks for listening to me. The SUD number, that's 15% of the budget. I've had some interesting conversations, particularly related to the Truckee Nav Center, about community members who say, hey, it all starts with substance use disorder treatment. Like, we could just keep people off drugs, everything would be better. I don't totally think that it's that simple, but I did want to ask one question. How did you come up with 15% versus like 30%? And in my opinion, like, it does kind of start with SUD treatment, but anyway.
Well, I'll let Carrie speak to this too, but I do think it's important to think about the historical context as well. We really started as a specialty mental health services department, and we really only were able to bill for substance use services at a higher rate under the implementation of the Drug Medi-Cal Organized Delivery System waiver. So in a lot of ways, we're still in our very early years of delivering services under that system and kind of growing in that system. So I think that's at least kind of some of the historical context to, the kind of percentage increases. And I think the other part comes down to our contractors. We really rely heavily on our contractors in the substance use services. So to some degree, we're limited by their scope and their abilities to grow. And, we constantly seek, like I said, new contracted relationships with residential providers and whatnot, but there is a limiting factor there as well. I'll let Carrie speak to the rest.
I think it's also important to recognize the stigma associated with substance use disorder and people's willingness to participate in treatment at that present moment in time. And so similar to a person who is struggling with a chronic health condition or a mental health condition, it takes several iterations of approaching it, acknowledging it, moving back away from it until we're ready to start actually addressing it or keep addressing it. And so we have the demand meets the supply, and as the demand increases, we reevaluate that and we increase our supply.
That's the last part you just mentioned is critical for me, and I can describe that to community members. Like, if there's a demand, we're going to meet that demand with supply. So that totally answered my question. Thanks, I haven't heard that. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm allowed to speak, but I have one more thought related to that, and that's, I have lost my thought, I'm sorry.
We'll come back to it. But I really appreciate it, because I can never articulate that. And so oftentimes we have these discussions in public forums, and people are like, if you could just get people off drugs. Well, first of all, it's not the county's role to keep people off drugs. It's our own personal role. But anyway, I appreciate you mentioning that. Does Crow's Nest, and I'm really stoked that they're on here and they're a provider now, do they provide inpatient residential services right now for the Truckee area?
They do not.
They don't, okay, thanks. And then What's Up with What's Up Wellness? Yeah, are we helping pay for that? Or is that?
Yes.
Is that of our continuum care money?
Yes, that is one of our early intervention funded providers in both Western and Eastern Nevada County. In Eastern Nevada County, we've co-funded their services in Truckee County, in the Tahoe-Truckee area with Placer County. Placer County is funding them. I think it is at a reduced amount, but we've been able to actually slightly increase their funding for next year for What's Up Wellness.
Yeah, I've had questions with that.
I think that they're one of the providers who was really fearful about potential losses, particularly with the shift in Medi-Cal, but because of the revenues that we've been able to see and kind of changes we've been able to make, we've been able to, at least, particularly for the next year, fund them at similar amounts.
Thank you. And then just one statement to my colleagues. I know CSAC, we're all copied on CSAC's recent effects of HR 1, so I'm reaching out to our legislative elected officials to talk about that, because that's going to, we take money out of our budgets to supply that, and so I'm afraid that next year's budget will reflect this big hack in HR 1, so I'm just encouraging everybody. I have meetings this week and I'm just trying to get the word out there that it affects our ability to meet other needs in the county, so we're going to do our part with HR 1, and we'll try and help. Thanks.
Heidi, another comment?
Thanks, Hardy, for taking that on. I was hoping you were, as the designated CSAC rep. That's great. That we certainly need to be weighing in. And I just want to, I'm not sure what your concern is on What's Up Wellness, but I just want to give a plug for them. Like, it's those small contractors that are so closely connected to the people in the community who need that kind of service and can speak their language, that are so critical to bringing people in. I mean, I love that organization, and I know there's more little ones out there that do so much good work. So whatever we can do to continue to support them, I would recommend we do.
Yeah, go ahead.
I love all this. I think, we look at that. I think placement is huge when you meet that person in the moment, and that tends to be a challenge. Like I can't tell you for a place for a week, and I think we've made a real headway in that. And so is there any way to really manage what your, the outcomes, where we come from this is, how is that raveling out? Where our wins are actually making a difference?
I'm going to start, and then we'll have Priya finish. I think a couple of weeks ago, it might have been last week, I brought to you some of our performance measures related to HEDIS. That's a perfect example of outcomes. That is what it's looking at, is outcomes. So if we look, for example, at any of our follow-up after emergency department visits, in Nevada County as a Medi-Cal plan, which we are considered a plan similar to our managed care plans. As a Medi-Cal plan, we are required to provide follow-up on people who go to the emergency department. We do not have anything like, we can't look at their electronic health records. We are not emergency department staff, yet it's our duty to know if a person was seen in an emergency department or not, and to provide that follow-up if they were seen for any alcohol or drug-related reason, or if they were seen for any mental health reason. And so one of our wins, if we're going to talk about outcomes, and this is one example, but this really goes into what Supervisor Bullock was just talking about related to the data and outcomes reporting, and the burden on that, not just for audits, is substantial. But if we look at our follow-up in our emergency department related to mental health visits, we are one of the highest performers in the state, which means that we are providing a service to follow up, a billable service related to that ED visit to provide that follow-up and ideally get a person connected to care. And what we know about being connected to care is sometimes we're not ready to be connected to care, or there are various factors that might be impacting our lives that would make it hard to connect to care at this moment in time. That doesn't mean we stop. With the support of the supervisors and with the county, we started our behavioral health access team. That team is for adult members of Nevada County who can walk in and receive services at any point in time to our clinic. And we also go to them. So if there are other barriers that we can help overcome, we'll do that. That's another win. That's an outcome.
And I'll just add, although we didn't review it today in this presentation, part of the plan that we're bringing to you is a report on fiscal year 24-25 progress report outcomes for BHSA funded programs. It's not our entire system, but that does have it's a very long report, but it has some really great outcomes from our BHSA funded programs in terms of what they achieved. Additionally, we, particularly on the substance use side, we have an amazing team of analysts who is working to make sure that we are looking at performance contract outcomes on a quarterly basis with contractors and receiving formal presentations and data outcomes from them. Since we have so many contractors, things like what percentage of people leaving residential treatment are going to outpatient treatment when they leave? What percentage of people are having successful discharges from various programs versus unsuccessful discharges? So that we're monitoring these programs from a data-informed way. And then the last thing I'll say is about my amazing analytical team is that we've, over the last 2 years, developed some really amazing Power BI dashboards that help us track data in a very graphical way and help us track data trends over time and outcomes over time. And we plan to continue to invest and expand on those data outcome dashboards.
Oh, thanks. We just need to, I think the public even needs to hear the work that's going on and how positive and where we've come in the last 10 years is amazing. So kudos to all your teams that make this come together.
Great. All right. Thank you for the presentation. At this time, I'll open it up for public comment. Anybody? Any phone calls, Loriana?
No callers, Chair.
Okay. I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. I think we've gone through our discussion. At this point, I would ask for a motion to adopt the resolution.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Roll call?
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes. Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Keep up the good work. All right. Our final item for this morning is our auditor controller is going to give us a presentation on our independent audit, a brief presentation. Hi, Gina.
Good morning, Board. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present the results of our 2025 audits. And I will be brief because I know we're just before lunch. Let's see here. So the audits of our financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025 were completed and issued on March 31st, 2026. The reports released as part of that process include the County of Nevada Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, the County of Nevada Single Audit Report, the Nevada County Finance Authority Report, and the Nevada Sanitation District No. 1 Report. Together, these documents provide a full picture of the county's financial position and compliance for the year. So we reviewed these reports with the Audit Review Committee on May 11th, 2026. The committee includes 2 members of your board, the Auditor Controller, the Chief Fiscal Officer, and representatives of the grand jury. During that meeting, the committee met with our independent auditors, LSL CPAs, to go over the reports in detail, along with their comments and recommendations. We also discussed the one finding related to payroll accruals, which was corrected and incorporated into the financial statements before the reports were issued. The Nevada County Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or ACFR, is our primary financial report and is prepared in full compliance with governmental accounting standards, board requirements. It was compiled by the Auditor Controller's Office and audited by our independent external auditors, LSL CPAs. The ACFR includes 3 main sections: the introduction, financial, and statistical. And together, these sections provide the detailed financial information that creditors, grantors, and other stakeholders rely on to evaluate the county's overall fiscal health. The report captures all government-wide fund activity as well as county enterprise operations. Our independent auditors issued an unmodified opinion, which means the financial statements are presented fairly in all material respects. The full report is substantial. It is 241 pages. So I recommend focusing on 3 key areas for the best context behind the numbers: the transmittal letter, the management's discussion and analysis, and the notes to the financial statements. These sections provide the narrative and explanations behind the year-to-year changes and give a clear understanding of what's driving the variances. So some of the key financial highlights from this year's statement include a $23.6 million increase in the county's net position, which is a 6.39% improvement over the prior year. Total assets increased by $36.4 million, or 5.6%, driven primarily by higher intergovernmental revenues supporting health and human services and public works programs. On the other side of the balance sheet, total long-term liabilities decreased by $10.1 million, or 3.2%, mainly due to reductions in our net position and OPEB liabilities, influenced by actuarial market conditions. So good news on that front for us. And finally, as of June 30th, 2025, the county's governmental funds reported an increase in fund balances of $9.6 million or 5.9%. Government-wide total assets and deferred outflows increased by 2.5% compared to last year, while total liabilities and deferred inflows increased by 1.62%. Together, these changes resulted in a 6.39% increase in the county's net position, or about $23.6 million. So this chart shows a steady increase in government-wide net position over the past 9 years. It's an average annual growth rate of about 4.9%, which is a good, healthy growth. This chart breaks down the fund balances of the county's governmental funds using GASB 54 classifications. About 67% of these balances are either non-spendable or restricted, meaning they are not available for general use because they are either tied up in a non-spendable form or legally or contractually obligated. That leaves roughly 33% in the committed, assigned, and unassigned categories. These are the portions available at the board's discretion. The single audit is required for any non-federal entity that spends $750,000 or more in federal funds in a given year. This audit reviews both the county's financial statements and our compliance with federal program requirements. It also includes the schedule of expenditures of federal awards, or CFA, which details how federal funds were spent. The 2024-5 single audit covered approximately $42 million in federal expenditures and included compliance testing over 6 major federal programs. While total federal expenditures decreased by about 6.6% compared to the prior year, non-COVID related federal spending actually increased by 23%. Looking over a 5-year period, overall federal expenditures have remained relatively stable. So a few other points before I close. In addition to the ACFR and single audit, LSL was also engaged to complete the audits for the Nevada County Finance Authority and the Nevada County Sanitation District. Both of these entities are component units of the county, meaning their financial activities are incorporated into the county's ACFR. LSL also performed the required review of the county's appropriation limit calculation. Completing the ACFR and single audit is a major undertaking. It would not be possible without the support of many people across the organization. This includes the Auditor Controller's Office, as well as many departments and agencies responsible for processing financial transactions throughout the year. I want to give special recognition this year to Andrew Copeland, Principal Accountant Auditor in my office, for his exceptional contributions. His work was instrumental to the successful completion of these reports. We also appreciate LSL for their assistance and professional guidance throughout the audit process. And I want to especially thank the Board of Supervisors and the CEO's office for your leadership and for continuing to support fiscally responsible policies and systems that help keep the county on strong financial footing. Finally, I want to highlight that the county has earned the Government Finance Officers Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the 18th consecutive year. This award is based on a rigorous review of independent CPAs and recognizes ACFRs that go beyond the minimum requirements of generally accepted accounting principles to embody transparency and full disclosure. All of these audits are available on the county's website, on the Auditor Controller's webpage, within the Transparency portal. As a cost-saving measure, we print a limited number of hard copies each year, but I'm certainly happy to provide copies to your board if you are interested in obtaining a hard copy of these reports. In conclusion, I recommend that the board approve the resolution acknowledging and accepting the countywide independent audits presented. No additional appropriation is required as a part of this action. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. So any questions for Gina, Rob, questions?
Thanks for that. That was great. I do have one question on the single, what'd you call it, the single audit report final. I don't know if we can call it up, but on page 14 of that, the summary, I don't think it was part of your presentation. I'm just looking at the original document, but I can explain it. On the summary of the financial statements, or excuse me, the summary of the auditor's results, it's no, but under financial statements, it says significant deficiencies identified, yes. You may have mentioned it in passing. I think you said something about, can you just confirm what that was?
Yeah, absolutely. So we had one finding this year. It was related to calculations over our payroll accruals, our annual payroll accruals, and there was just an unfortunate lapse in our internal controls over reviewing those calculations. So they were caught as part of the audit and corrected prior to, and that correction was incorporated into the statements and before the reports were actually issued.
Okay, perfect. And you did mention that. I just wanted to confirm that that was one and the same that we were talking to. So thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Sue, any questions? No? Heidi, any questions?
No, just congratulations on another report, an audit well done, and thank you for watching over our funds.
Thank you. Hardy, questions?
No, thank you. Thanks for the report.
Great. All right. So at this point, I will open the public comment. Any calls?
No callers, Chair.
All right. Seeing no public comment, we will close that. And unless the board has any additional discussion or comments, I would look for a motion to adopt the resolution.
So moved.
Is there a second? I'll second.
Second.
No. Rob, second. Okay. All right. I have a motion and a second. Roll call.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5. District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes. Great. Thank you so much. I know. All right. At this time, we are going to break for lunch, and we will be back at 1:30 for our afternoon session.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward, downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, Look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Nevada County has launched a new opt-in emergency alert system, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts delivers critical information during emergencies. There have been no changes to evacuation zones. You can register by visiting readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. If you need assistance, contact 211 Connecting Point. You can sign up to receive alerts for up to 5 locations, including your home, workplace, child's school, or the address of a loved one. Sign up for Nevada County Alerts today. Be ready, Nevada County. We're all in this together.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over. Don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River Canyon. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River Canyon.
El Condado de Nevada ha lanzado un nuevo sistema voluntario de alertas de emergencia, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts envía información crítica durante emergencias. No se han realizado cambios en las zonas de evacuación. Puede registrarse visitando readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. Si necesita ayuda, comuníquese con el 211 Connecting Point. Puede registrarse para recibir alertas en hasta 5 ubicaciones, incluyendo su hogar, lugar de trabajo, la escuela de su hijo o la dirección de un ser querido. Regístrese hoy en Nevada County Alerts. Esté preparado, Condado de Nevada. Todos estamos juntos en esto.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying can very easily shatter on the rocks and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful, enjoy it, it's an incredibly magical place, but take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're gonna see some bottles or a can or something like that. Take that with you, and please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, you know, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just gonna end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial costs for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV. So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward, downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Nevada County has launched a new opt-in emergency alert system, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts delivers critical information during emergencies. There have been no changes to evacuation zones. You can register by visiting readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. If you need assistance, contact 211 Connecting Point. You can sign up to receive alerts for up to 5 locations, including your home, workplace, child's school, or the address of a loved one. Sign up for Nevada County Alerts today. Be ready, Nevada County. We're all in this together.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over. Don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River Canyon. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River Canyon.
El Condado de Nevada ha lanzado un nuevo sistema voluntario de alertas de emergencia, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts envía información crítica durante emergencias. No se han realizado cambios en las zonas de evacuación. Puede registrarse visitando readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. Si necesita ayuda, comuníquese con el 211 Connecting Point. Puede registrarse para recibir alertas en hasta 5 ubicaciones, incluyendo su hogar, lugar de trabajo, la escuela de su hijo o la dirección de un ser querido. Regístrese hoy en Nevada County Alerts. Esté preparado, Condado de Nevada. Todos estamos juntos en esto.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying can very easily shatter on the rocks, and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful. Enjoy it. It's an incredibly magical place. But take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're going to see some bottles or a can or something like that. Take that with you. And please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just going to end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial costs for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
the river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward, downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Nevada County has launched a new opt-in emergency alert system, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts delivers critical information during emergencies. There have been no changes to evacuation zones. You can register by visiting readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. If you need assistance, contact 211 Connecting Point. You can sign up to receive alerts for up to 5 locations, including your home, workplace, child's school, or the address of a loved one. Sign up for Nevada County Alerts today. Be ready, Nevada County. We're all in this together.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over. Don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River King. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River King.
El Condado de Nevada ha lanzado un nuevo sistema voluntario de alertas de emergencia, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts envía información crítica durante emergencias. No se han realizado cambios en las zonas de evacuación. Puede registrarse visitando readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. Si necesita ayuda, comuníquese con el 211 Connecting Point. Puede registrarse para recibir alertas en hasta 5 ubicaciones, incluyendo su hogar, lugar de trabajo, la escuela de su hijo o la dirección de un ser querido. Regístrese hoy en Nevada County Alerts. Esté preparado, Condado de Nevada. Todos estamos juntos en esto.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying can very easily shatter on the rocks and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful. Enjoy it. It's an incredibly magical place. But take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're going to see some bottles or a can or something like that, take that with you. And please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just going to end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial costs for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward, downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the #1 thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Nevada County has launched a new opt-in emergency alert system, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts delivers critical information during emergencies. There have been no changes to evacuation zones. You can register by visiting readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. If you need assistance, contact 211 Connecting Point. You can sign up to receive alerts for up to 5 locations, including your home, workplace, child's school, or the address of a loved one. Sign up for Nevada County Alerts today. Be ready, Nevada County. We're all in this together.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over. Don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River King. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River King.
El Condado de Nevada ha lanzado un nuevo sistema voluntario de alertas de emergencia, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts envía información crítica durante emergencias. No se han realizado cambios en las zonas de evacuación. Puede registrarse visitando readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. Si necesita ayuda, comuníquese con el 211 Connecting Point. Puede registrarse para recibir alertas en hasta 5 ubicaciones, incluyendo su hogar, lugar de trabajo, la escuela de su hijo o la dirección de un ser querido. Regístrese hoy en Nevada County Alerts. Esté preparado, Condado de Nevada. Todos estamos juntos en esto.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying can very easily shatter on the rocks, and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful. Enjoy it. It's an incredibly magical place. But take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're going to see some bottles or a can or something like that. Take that with you. And please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just going to end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient. To understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward, downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Nevada County has launched a new opt-in emergency alert system, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts delivers critical information during emergencies. There have been no changes to evacuation zones. You can register by visiting readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. If you need assistance, contact 211 Connecting Point. You can sign up to receive alerts for up to 5 locations, including your home, workplace, child's school, or the address of a loved one. Sign up for Nevada County Alerts today. Be ready, Nevada County. We're all in this together.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over. Don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River Canyon. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River Canyon.
El Condado de Nevada ha lanzado un nuevo sistema voluntario de alertas de emergencia, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts envía información crítica durante emergencias. No se han realizado cambios en las zonas de evacuación. Puede registrarse visitando readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. Si necesita ayuda, comuníquese con el 211 Connecting Point. Puede registrarse para recibir alertas en hasta 5 ubicaciones, incluyendo su hogar, lugar de trabajo, la escuela de su hijo o la dirección de un ser querido. Regístrese hoy en Nevada County Alerts. Esté preparado, Condado de Nevada. Todos estamos juntos en esto.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying can very easily shatter on the rocks and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful. Enjoy it. It's an incredibly magical place. But take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're going to see some bottles or a can or something like that. Take that with you. And please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just going to end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. So be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward, downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the #1 thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Nevada County has launched a new opt-in emergency alert system, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts delivers critical information during emergencies. There have been no changes to evacuation zones. You can register by visiting readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. If you need assistance, contact 211 Connecting Point. You can sign up to receive alerts for up to 5 locations, including your home, workplace, child's school, or the address of a loved one. Sign up for Nevada County Alerts today. Be ready, Nevada County. We're all in this together.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over. Don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River Canyon. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River Canyon.
El Condado de Nevada ha lanzado un nuevo sistema voluntario de alertas de emergencia, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts envía información crítica durante emergencias. No se han realizado cambios en las zonas de evacuación. Puede registrarse visitando readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. Si necesita ayuda, comuníquese con el 211 Connecting Point. Puede registrarse para recibir alertas en hasta 5 ubicaciones, incluyendo su hogar, lugar de trabajo, la escuela de su hijo o la dirección de un ser querido. Regístrese hoy en Nevada County Alerts. Esté preparado, Condado de Nevada. Todos estamos juntos en esto.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying can very easily shatter on the rocks, and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful. Enjoy it. It's an incredibly magical place. But take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're going to see some bottles or a can or something like that. Take that with you. And please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just going to end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. So be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and then it's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward, downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Nevada County has launched a new opt-in emergency alert system, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts delivers critical information during emergencies. There have been no changes to evacuation zones. You can register by visiting readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. If you need assistance, contact 211 Connecting Point. You can sign up to receive alerts for up to 5 locations, including your home, workplace, child's school, or the address of a loved one. Sign up for Nevada County Alerts today. Be ready, Nevada County. We're all in this together.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over, don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River King. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River King.
El Condado de Nevada ha lanzado un nuevo sistema voluntario de alertas de emergencia, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts envía información crítica durante emergencias. No se han realizado cambios en las zonas de evacuación. Puede registrarse visitando readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. Si necesita ayuda, comuníquese con el 211 Connecting Point. Puede registrarse para recibir alertas en hasta 5 ubicaciones, incluyendo su hogar, lugar de trabajo, la escuela de su hijo o la dirección de un ser querido. Regístrese hoy en Nevada County Alerts. Esté preparado, Condado de Nevada. Todos estamos juntos en esto.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying could very easily shatter on the rocks and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful. Enjoy it. It's an incredibly magical place. But take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're going to see some bottles or a can or something like that. Take that with you. And please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just going to end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water now is unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee-deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward, downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Nevada County has launched a new opt-in emergency alert system, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts delivers critical information during emergencies. There have been no changes to evacuation zones. You can register by visiting readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. If you need assistance, contact 211 Connecting Point. You can sign up to receive alerts for up to 5 locations, including your home, workplace, child's school, or the address of a loved one. Sign up for Nevada County Alerts today. Be ready, Nevada County. We're all in this together.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over. Don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River King. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River King.
El Condado de Nevada ha lanzado un nuevo sistema voluntario de alertas de emergencia, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts envía información crítica durante emergencias. No se han realizado cambios en las zonas de evacuación. Puede registrarse visitando readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. Si necesita ayuda, comuníquese con el 211 Connecting Point. Puede registrarse para recibir alertas en hasta 5 ubicaciones, incluyendo su hogar, lugar de trabajo, la escuela de su hijo o la dirección de un ser querido. Regístrese hoy en Nevada County Alerts. Esté preparado, Condado de Nevada. Todos estamos juntos en esto.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying could very easily shatter on the rocks, and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful. Enjoy it. It's an incredibly magical place. But take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're going to see some bottles or a can or something like that. Take that with you. And please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons. We're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just going to end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water now is unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward, downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Nevada County has launched a new opt-in emergency alert system, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts delivers critical information during emergencies. There have been no changes to evacuation zones. You can register by visiting readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. If you need assistance, contact 211 Connecting Point. You can sign up to receive alerts for up to 5 locations, including your home, workplace, child's school, or the address of a loved one. Sign up for Nevada County Alerts today. Be ready, Nevada County. We're all in this together.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over. Don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River King. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River King.
El Condado de Nevada ha lanzado un nuevo sistema voluntario de alertas de emergencia, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts envía información crítica durante emergencias. No se han realizado cambios en las zonas de evacuación. Puede registrarse visitando readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. Si necesita ayuda, comuníquese con el 211 Connecting Point. Puede registrarse para recibir alertas en hasta 5 ubicaciones, incluyendo su hogar, lugar de trabajo, la escuela de su hijo o la dirección de un ser querido. Regístrese hoy en Nevada County Alerts. Esté preparado, Condado de Nevada. Todos estamos juntos en esto.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying can very easily shatter on the rocks and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful. Enjoy it. It's an incredibly magical place. But take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're going to see some bottles or a can or something like that. Take that with you. And please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just going to end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial costs for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward, downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Nevada County has launched a new opt-in emergency alert system, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts delivers critical information during emergencies. There have been no changes to evacuation zones. You can register by visiting readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. If you need assistance, contact 211 Connecting Point. You can sign up to receive alerts for up to 5 locations, including your home, workplace, child's school, or the address of a loved one. Sign up for Nevada County Alerts today. Be ready, Nevada County. We're all in this together.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over. Don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River Canyon. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River Canyon.
El Condado de Nevada ha lanzado un nuevo sistema voluntario de alertas de emergencia, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts envía información crítica durante emergencias. No se han realizado cambios en las zonas de evacuación. Puede registrarse visitando readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. Si necesita ayuda, comuníquese con el 211 Connecting Point. Puede registrarse para recibir alertas en hasta 5 ubicaciones, incluyendo su hogar, lugar de trabajo, la escuela de su hijo o la dirección de un ser querido. Regístrese hoy en Nevada County Alerts. Esté preparado, Condado de Nevada. Todos estamos juntos en esto.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying can very easily shatter on the rocks, and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful. Enjoy it. It's an incredibly magical place. But take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're going to see some bottles or a can or something like that. Take that with you. And please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just going to end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient. To understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward, downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the #1 thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Nevada County has launched a new opt-in emergency alert system, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts delivers critical information during emergencies. There have been no changes to evacuation zones. You can register by visiting readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. If you need assistance, contact 211 Connecting Point. You can sign up to receive alerts for up to 5 locations, including your home, workplace, child's school, or the address of a loved one. Sign up for Nevada County Alerts today. Be ready, Nevada County. We're all in this together.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over, don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River Canyon. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River Canyon.
El Condado de Nevada ha lanzado un nuevo sistema voluntario de alertas de emergencia, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts envía información crítica durante emergencias. No se han realizado cambios en las zonas de evacuación. Puede registrarse visitando readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. Si necesita ayuda, comuníquese con el 211 Connecting Point. Puede registrarse para recibir alertas en hasta 5 ubicaciones, incluyendo su hogar, lugar de trabajo, la escuela de su hijo o la dirección de un ser querido. Regístrese hoy en Nevada County Alerts. Esté preparado, Condado de Nevada. Todos estamos juntos en esto.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying can very easily shatter on the rocks, and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful. Enjoy it. It's an incredibly magical place. But take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're going to see some bottles or a can or something like that. Take that with you. And please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just going to end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial costs for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, A lot of foot traffic on the roads, so be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward, downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Nevada County has launched a new opt-in emergency alert system, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts delivers critical information during emergencies. There have been no changes to evacuation zones. You can register by visiting readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. If you need assistance, contact 211 Connecting Point. You can sign up to receive alerts for up to 5 locations, including your home, workplace, child's school, or the address of a loved one. Sign up for Nevada County Alerts today. Be ready, Nevada County. We're all in this together.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over. Don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River Canyon. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River Canyon.
El Condado de Nevada ha lanzado un nuevo sistema voluntario de alertas de emergencia, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts envía información crítica durante emergencias. No se han realizado cambios en las zonas de evacuación. Puede registrarse visitando readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. Si necesita ayuda, comuníquese con el 211 Connecting Point. Puede registrarse para recibir alertas en hasta 5 ubicaciones, incluyendo su hogar, lugar de trabajo, la escuela de su hijo o la dirección de un ser querido. Regístrese hoy en Nevada County Alerts. Esté preparado, Condado de Nevada. Todos estamos juntos en esto.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying can very easily shatter on the rocks and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful. Enjoy it. It's an incredibly magical place. But take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're going to see some bottles or a can or something like that. Take that with you. And please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just going to end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward, downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Nevada County has launched a new opt-in emergency alert system, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts delivers critical information during emergencies. There have been no changes to evacuation zones. You can register by visiting readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. If you need assistance, contact 211 Connecting Point. You can sign up to receive alerts for up to 5 locations, including your home, workplace, child's school, or the address of a loved one. Sign up for Nevada County Alerts today. Be ready, Nevada County. We're all in this together.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer, we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over, don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River Canyon. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River Canyon.
El Condado de Nevada ha lanzado un nuevo sistema voluntario de alertas de emergencia, Nevada County Alerts. Nevada County Alerts envía información crítica durante emergencias. No se han realizado cambios en las zonas de evacuación. Puede registrarse visitando readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. Si necesita ayuda, comuníquese con el 211 Connecting Point. Puede registrarse para recibir alertas en hasta 5 ubicaciones, incluyendo su hogar, lugar de trabajo, la escuela de su hijo o la dirección de un ser querido. Regístrese hoy en Nevada County Alerts. Esté preparado, Condado de Nevada. Todos estamos juntos en esto.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying could very easily shatter on the rocks, and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful. Enjoy it. It's an incredibly magical place. But take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're going to see some bottles or a can or something like that. Take that with you. And please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just going to end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously, we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season.
All right, it's 1:30. Welcome back for our afternoon session of the June 2nd Board of Supervisors meeting. We are now back in session. Our first item is going to be a public hearing to consider an appeal filed by Jesse and Julie Wobrook, Michael and Jenny Byrne, Edward and Carla Samus, and Sandy Korth and Brian Burgo regarding the decision to approve an outdoor events application. Before we get started, Supervisor Bullock has some...
Yeah, I would like to make some disclosures about this appeal. I am a neighbor, so I represent District 5. I also live in Glenshire behind Mr. Irish's place there. And I wanted to let you know, I've met with Dan Irish. I've texted him, emailed him, and called him several times. We've had several conversations over the course of the last 18 months. Met with multiple homeowners that are located in and near the vicinity of the property. I met with Mountain Area Preservation, and I've also met with representatives from the town of Truckee. Just like to make those disclosures.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Bullock. So just to walk through this process real quick before I turn it over to our staff. So our staff is going to introduce and give a presentation on this item, and then there'll be a presentation by the appellant, which is limited to 15 minutes. The presentation by a project proponent, who, if there's someone here, will also be 15 minutes. And then we will be opening up the public hearing. If you are listed as an appellant, that means that you are actually not part of the public. So your opportunity to speak is in that 15-minute presentation, and then you'll also get an opportunity for 10 minutes at the end after public comment. So I just want to be really clear about the process here. So after the public comment, it'll come back to the board for summation, and project proponents will get 10 minutes, and the appellant will also get 10 minutes, and then potential rebuttal of members of the public, so anybody who's not part of the appellant group. So with that, Brian, you're on.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Swarthout and supervisors. With me is Zachary Rubel, Associate Planner in our office, and he will be going over the project as well as the points of the appeal. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Rubel.
Thank you, Mr. Foss. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for being here today. As Mr. Foss mentioned, my name is Zachary Rubel, and I am an Associate Planner here at the Nevada County Planning Department and the project planner for the Austin Ridge appeal that's in front of the Board of Supervisors here today. So the project description, so the project is an outdoor events application and petition for exceptions to road standard permit to operate an outdoor event venue for up to 8 events between May 8th, 2026 and May 8th of 2027. The proposed project would allow for up to 150 guests. There are proposed 51 parking spaces. That includes ADA parking as well, and there is also shuttle services provided as well. There are 5 proposed signs as a part of the proposed project. There's one on the entrance, a parking sign, there's one-way directional traffic signs, and then the address sign. And then as a part of the petition for exceptions, the project includes a paving of a portion of Valley View Road. And I would like to mention now in the conditional approval packet in the paragraph 2, there was a typo in there, and that so the process or the project parcel is accessed off of Valley View Road and not Long Valley Road. So the project parcel is zoned Ag 20 and has a general plan designation of Rural 20. And the project parcel is directly adjacent to 2 parcels consisting of mainly of residential development to the north and the northeast. And then there are 4 undeveloped parcels to the south, southeast, and west of the project parcel. And the nearest residence is approximately 660 feet north of the proposed project area. So appeal argument 1 was that there was an improper classification, that the project is a commercial events business that requires a conditional use permit and not an incidental outdoor event use at the administrative level. So in 2020, the Board of Supervisors passed and adopted Ordinance 2482, and Ordinance 2482 determined that outdoor events with a maximum of 8 events per year are considered to be of low intensity use that would require administrative or ministerial level review and processing. So a ministerial approval does not allow for the use of discretion or subjective judgment on the part of the approving authority. So therefore, the planning department could only deny the proposed project if it was determined that it was inconsistent with the Nevada County General Plan, the Nevada County Code, or any other applicable laws. Appeal argument 2 is that the project is an incompatible commercial use on an Ag 20 zoned property. So as referenced earlier, Ordinance 2482 did determine that outdoor events with a maximum of 8 events per year are considered low intensity and are allowed, granted that all regulations for outdoor events are complied with. And the project parcel is zoned Ag 20, which is a rural zoning district, and is 19.61 acres in size, and therefore does qualify for the administrative level outdoor events application. After reviewing the proposed project was determined to demonstrate compliance with the Nevada County Code and the general plan as well. Appeal argument 3 was that the road access, traffic analysis, and roadway exception findings are inadequate. So as a part of the proposed project, a petition for exceptions to the road standards was submitted, and the Nevada County Department of Public Works and the Nevada County Fire Marshal reviewed the proposed project and determined that the applicant shall pave the portions of the unpaved segment of Valley View Road used for project access where the longitudinal grade exceeds 10% in order to meet the same practical effect for fire safe standard access. So these improvements would be sufficient to provide effective emergency ingress and egress for the outdoor events venue and the surrounding properties, and would be required to be completed prior to operation of the outdoor event venue. So while the applicant was required to pave a small portion of Valley View Road as a part of the conditional approval, the applicant decided to go forth and pave the entire roadway actually at the applicant's expense, instead of only kind of paving that specific area, and therefore it does demonstrate a community benefit to all. So appeal argument 4 is that the approval fails to demonstrate adequate wildfire evacuation and emergency response planning. So as a part of the proposed project, the applicant did provide a 3-page fire protection and evacuation plan that was reviewed by the Nevada County Fire Marshal and was determined to be adequate for an administrative level outdoor event application permit. And then with the roadway being paved completely instead of just a small portion, that also provides better fire emergency access and a community benefit as well. In the proposed project, it also proposes a 32,000-gallon NFPA water tank, as well as 8 fire extinguishers distributed throughout the property for emergency purposes related to fire suppression. The gate was determined to be adequate by the Truckee Fire Protection District, as demonstrated in the emails that were attached to the staff report through discussions with Truckee Fire Protection District. So appeal argument 5 is the approval fails to adequately address nuisance and neighborhood compatibility impacts. So the project parcel has had 1 code case opened upon it, and the applicant submitted an application shortly after to begin coming into compliance. So there were multiple conditions of approval that were included in the conditional of approval packet in order to mitigate the impact on the surrounding neighborhood, and these were related to hours, notifying the surrounding neighborhood, traffic and circulation plans, and how they can't be within the ingress and egress, and other things that are identified in the conditional approval packet as well. So all conditions of approval are required to be met and complied with prior to the operation of the outdoor event venue. And with the implementation of the conditions of approval, as well as the road improvements proposed by the applicant, the proposed project will reduce the impact on the surrounding property owners and provide a community benefit. Appeal argument 6 is that the conditions of approval are insufficient. So the Public Works and the Fire Marshal required road improvements for compliance with the petition for exceptions to road standards, and that will be part of the inspection performed by the Fire Marshal as required by condition of approval C1 for him to conduct an inspection and make sure that all the fire-related notes and all of the designs shown on the plans were met. So previous inspections have been performed by Truckee Fire Protection District in the past, and those are included in attachment 4 of the staff report packet as well. And additionally, pursuant to county records, the project parcel has only had one code case opened on it, and the applicant was issued 2 notice of violations since the code case was opened in August 26 of 2025. And then appeal argument 7 is that the county has not made an adequate CEQA determination. So Article 19, Section 15301 of the California Environmental Quality Act for relation to ministerial projects. So that Section 21080 of the Public Resources Code exempts from the application of CEQA projects where public agencies exercise administrative or ministerial authority. And then additionally, Article 19, Section 15304, Class 4, minor alterations to land. It does allow for minor land projects or private alterations in the condition of land, water, or vegetation that do not involve the removal of healthy, mature, scenic trees. And these uses that are included are similar to carnivals. And so therefore, the Austin Ridge Events Venue project application consists of the outdoor event application and the petition for exceptions to road standards, both of which are ministerial or administrative level projects here in Nevada County. And additionally, the notice of exemption for the project that was prepared was included as attachment 6, and that does provide a full analysis for determining the project to be exempt from CEQA. Appeal argument 8 is that the grounds for denial based on the applicant's history of material violations. So pursuant to county records, as mentioned earlier, the project parcel has had one code case open on it since August 26 of 2025 at the time, and there have been no other official code cases open on the project parcel in the past. With approval of the project, there will be applicable conditions of approval that are required to be complied with that will be implemented, and the conditional approval packet is not required to address applicant violation history. However, conditions of approval were included to ensure that future events comply with required regulations, which will limit the impact of the surrounding area. So therefore, staff has the following recommendation for the Board of Supervisors to adopt the attached resolution, to deny the appeal, and to uphold the decision of the Planning Department to approve an outdoor event application and petition for exceptions to road standards permit to operate an outdoor event venue for up to 8 events located at 17031 Austin Way, Truckee, California, 96161. Thank you very much. That concludes our presentation.
Okay, thanks, Zach. All right, so at this time, we will hear a presentation by the appellant, or their representatives. And you're welcome to sit up here if you'd like. You got to hit the green button.
Hello.
There you go.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Irina Nadukhovskaya. I'm an attorney with Porter Simon and Truckee.
Can you pull just a little bit closer, the
Yes.
microphone? Thank you.
I represent Julie Wilbrock and Dr. Jesse Wilbrock. And I am not going to be arguing or presenting for my clients today, because I think it's important for you to hear from the community and the impact that your decision will be having on their lives and their property and their community. And with that, I will pass it on to Julie Wilbrock.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Julie Wilbrock, and I am a resident of Lower Valley View Road in the Juniper Creek Ranch community. I am here to respectfully oppose the Austin Ridge Events Center because it is incompatible with the character, safety, and infrastructure of our rural mountain community. Next slide. Is that how I'm supposed to do that with the slide? Oh, I have it, sorry. Okay. By the way, all these pictures were taken within our communities to give you a better picture of where we live and what it's like out there. Juniper Creek Ranch is a very special place in Truckee, and I'm here to just tell you a little bit more about that. We are here today to ask this board to deny the permit application, not because we oppose our neighbors, not because we oppose gatherings or weddings, but because what is operating on that property is a large-scale commercial events venue, and it should be permitted, reviewed, and regulated as one or not at all. And that goes to the land use permit would be the applicable permit. The current reality of Juniper Creek Ranch. The current AG designation in our residential rural community is inherently incompatible with the proposed high-intensity commercial event usage. The property is located on AG 20 agricultural land where commercial event venues and social halls require a use permit with heightened scrutiny, environmental review, and connection to public roads. And I'll just reiterate, the 4.5 miles of road leading up to the event's venue is a private one-lane road. The existing community depends on maintaining the peace, serene, and distinct rural character of the region. Residents choose this area, and I'm talking about the appellants, the homeowners who actually have purchased property up there. We rely on the peace, serene, and distinct rural character of the region. We choose this area for its peace, privacy, natural environment, and low-density rural lifestyle. We have a gate at the beginning of our property that is required for access to the roads and the community. An event center fundamentally changes the character of the neighborhood from residential to commercial. We have a lot of concerns, but the main ones have to do with safety and evacuation. Increased volume on narrow rural roads complicates emergency egress. We're concerned that the roads cannot support evacuation traffic in case of an emergency, especially a wildfire, which is a huge risk, especially as we get into the fire season here. Roads in this area are narrow, winding, and often lack shoulders. Environmental degradation, noise pollution, light pollution, and increased human presence disrupting the local flora and fauna. We are concerned about hundreds of strangers accessing our quiet, gated community on a regular basis. Infrastructure strain. There's inadequate road capacity and public utility load for large-scale commercial events, including the large-scale commercial vehicles that go up and down the roads working with those events. Austin Ridge Events Center and county approval imposes a commercial-scale traffic burden on a substandard, privately maintained rural road network. We have seen food and event vendor trucks, portable toilets, North Star shuttle buses, and over 50 cars traveling in front of our house all weekend long. What is Austin Ridge Events Venue? It's owned by an LLC, a California Limited Liability Corporation. Manager and member of the LLC, Dan Irish, has an address listed in Beaverton, Oregon. Located in a rural mountain community. I've put a map up there with the dot showing where Austin Ridge is located out in our community. You can see how far away it is from any public roads or any kind of infrastructure. It's a gated community zoned agricultural land. The Austin Ridge Event Center has a history of disregard for the neighbors in Nevada County. Austin Ridge Events was established in 2021 and has been operating without permits for about 4 years, advertising for large events. We purchased our land and bought our house up there in 2016, 2017, so we've been up there for a while. Some pictures of the buses going in and out of the event center at the top. He has made improvements to the area at the top, but the rest of the neighborhood, you can see it's a very rural area. Picture up to the right was an event that happened over the weekend of May 1st. You can see smoke from a barbecue, which is another big concern in another area where at the start of fire season, you're not allowed to have any open flames. You can see right there we have it. And then the lights on the ridge and our night skies is kind of a treasure for Truckee and something that's, I believe, a city or a town ordinance with the night skies and the lights on the ridge. And that is lit up pretty well at night. I know he's done some things to try to mitigate that, but a light on a dark night cannot really be covered up. And then you can see the website for Austin Ridge. It's a full-scale events venue. It's not a small, little events venue. The Austin Ridge application is for up to eight paid wedding events in a 12-month period. One of our neighbors did receive a letter when after Mr. Irish was asked about an event that happened just a couple weeks ago, and the attorney wrote a letter saying that there may be other activities not on this schedule, such as a client or corporate retreat under the TOT rules, family reunion, like an Airbnb, a family member's or friend's wedding, a nonprofit mixer, our annual HOA barbecue, or a political fundraiser, provided that no fee is charged to vendors, sponsors, promoters, or attendees for the participation in and or admission to the gathering use of rental property. You can see there that it's not going to be limited to the 8 events in the application. They are planning to have more. We've seen him already have events. And the standard for paid events seems to be unregulated in our questions that we've had. We have a little bit more of that later on as to what actually occurs as a charitable event. The community development violation warning: the property is located on AG20 agricultural land where commercial event venues and social halls require a use permit with heightened scrutiny, environmental review, and connection to public roads. And that's the standard it should be held to because that's the standard it's operating at. What actually qualifies as exempt? The county outdoor event ordinance is actually very specific about what qualifies as a nonprofit event. It clearly states the event must be sponsored, promoted, and conducted by a tax-exempt 501c3 or a 501c4 organization, and Carlos Amos will speak to that a little bit more later on. So there are actually some standards that he has to apply to and not just call it a charitable event or misname something to have another event. The Austin Ridge application says the portion of interest from Martis Peak Road to Austin Way, a distance of approximately 0.75 miles, that would just be Valley View leading up to there from Martis Peak Road, is a fire standard access road with a posted speed limit of 25 miles per hour within a 60-foot right-of-way. The typical section consists of 1 lane in each direction, 2-lane roadway, and variable shoulders with portions of the road being paved without asphalt. And I'll show you again why that's incorrect as well. Our roads actually look like this. This is at the entrance to our community. It's not a 2-lane road. The nearest public road is 4.5 miles from the venue. There are only 7 turnouts for the entire length of the road, and there are no shoulders. Most of the road to the Austin Ridge venue is 18 feet wide. Fire engines and buses are about 9 feet wide, and 2 such vehicles cannot safely pass the roads. An 8-event application, what's the difference? Is limited to up to 8 events in a 12-month period. It's event-focused. County looks at specific dates, hours, traffic, noise, safety, and event plans. Administrative and event conditions, insurance, neighbor notice. There's just a little bit fewer items that he has to do for the 8 event. For a permanent use permit, there's ongoing approval. It authorizes continuing event use, which is what's happening up there. A land use review. The county must evaluate whether the property is appropriate for this long-term use, which I hope after this presentation you will see that it is not. Use permit findings, general plan consistency, zoning compatibility, road adequacy, emergency access, public services, and neighborhood impacts. Broader and more permanent, and it can change how the property functions going forward, thus changing the integrity of our community. The correct application: why hasn't Austin Ridge applied for the land use permit? If operations are lawful and appropriate for this location, a full application would be the straightforward path. The decision to proceed under the exception instead suggests that the actual scope of operations may not withstand a closer review. And here is a video, and I don't know if that's loading. Was this opened? Oh, there we go. This was taken from our property going down Valley View. I promise I wasn't going this fast. I sped it up because I didn't have enough bandwidth. So this is, just to give you an idea, this is the road leading down from the event center, coming down to the main road. There's no stop sign there. Here's onto our road. Our vehicle, you can see, takes up almost the whole width of the road. There's no shoulders. We'll get up here where you can see some of the curves and the dangerous conditions, which as residents we are familiar with, but as a non-resident or guest you would not be familiar with, especially on a dark night and especially after being served alcohol. So if you can imagine a large bus going around those curves at the same time a car is coming in the opposite direction, it wouldn't be a good thing. Our roads down here are paved. As you can see, they are in fact single lane going through forested areas, as well as you can see our usual traffic on the road in our community. And this is almost over. It ends right about where our trash turnout is. This is a commercial venue and should be held to that standard. The property is located on AG20 land where Commercial event venues and social halls require a use permit with heightened security. I know we've already seen this slide, so I just wanted to reiterate that based on the roads there. The road exemption is not justified. They conditionally approved the Austin Ridge petition, allowing Austin Ridge to bypass road standards, including road width, shoulder, gate access width, and surfacing. And you can see there the listing of the 5 items. And then these are the reasons why it is not justified. The property is not unique. It's on ag land just like any other parcel. It's not necessary to preserve property rights. The owner retains full use of property rights for its intended agricultural rural purposes. The exemption is detrimental and injurious to neighboring properties. The substandard road width makes it impossible for fire engines to pass and creates a road hazard. Granting the exception is special privilege. Any other commercial operator seeking to hold large-scale paid events on ag land would be required to meet the road standards. And it's not the same as practical effect. Practical effect means the exception must deliver fire protection equivalent to what the road standards would provide. It's not meet somewhat or probably fine. The facts make it impossible to claim here. And we have a history of wildfires, which we know is all extremely dangerous condition. My husband, Jesse Wilbrock, is an accident reconstruction expert. This slide got a little messed up, but exposure to serious vehicle collisions and injuries. He's a forensic accident reconstruction and biomechanics expert. He works around the country. He actually has a few cases venued here in Nevada County. Issues commonly involve lack of visibility along the roadway, lack of lighting, driver distraction, and driver impairment, driving drunk and or high, as well as many other liability and causation factors. These are issues currently present along Martis Peak Road and Valley View Road Event Center. And it just opens up a huge liability issue, I believe, having a stamp of approval on this. Road safety and fire risk are consequences of approval. An excerpt from the Truckee Fire Protection District. I wanted to put this in here as part of the CEQA work that they did. You can see the underlined part where he says, the project will occur along a privately owned and controlled road system that provides one-way in and one-way out access to properties in the Martis Peak Road community, Juniper Creek Ranch. So this is along Martis Peak Road, the entrance to the Austin Ridge Event Center into our community. So it is a one-lane road. Noise travels significantly farther in mountain terrain and forested areas. Music, shouting, people having fun, just in this community, it's completely amplified. The environmental aspects definitely impact all the wildlife out there. This is a video, little load, that was taken by a neighbor, Michael Byrne, and you can listen to the sound. Hopefully it's turned up. And you can hear that music, that sound, it bounces off the rocks, it bounces off the mountains, it travels further than it does under normal conditions. Let's see. There we go. Consequences of approval, property value and enjoyment. Residents should not lose the quiet enjoyment of their homes because of a commercial event center. I have an excerpt from Dixon Realty, which explicitly states, Juniper Creek Ranch provides a serene escape from city life, making it ideal for those seeking peaceful mountain retreat and a connection with nature. It sets a bad precedent for zoning. Decreased property values, which is a big concern from a realtor we've talked with as well, as decreased property tax revenue for Nevada County. Considerations, preservation versus profit, sustainable land use, and accountability. Again, these are all photos taken within our community. There's where the neighbors reside. You can kind of see how we are all impacted by the additional traffic having to do with Austin Ridge. Mr. Irish misrepresents the facts when he talks about the scope of this event center. It is a large commercial event center. And
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Is there a project proponent? Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. Thank you for your time this afternoon. My name is Josh Escovedo. I'm with Buckhalter LLP, and I represent the project proponent. I think that the Planning Department did a very good job of thoroughly analyzing the project, the application, the appeal, and the reasons why the decision below or the decision by the agency should be upheld. So for that reason, I'm going to get into a couple of things that to some extent are responsive to the appellant's position and otherwise just to provide some additional information with respect to the governing standards, what we're really looking at here with respect to a ministerial or administrative permit versus a discretionary permit, and then briefly run through some of the points. I just don't want to rehash what the Planning Department has already done so well. So to get into that, first and foremost, I think it's important to understand that the county's agencies that are filled with professionals who are trained in the appropriate subject matter have all reviewed this application extensively and deemed that it is an appropriate use of the space and that it does qualify for the outdoor event ordinance. These are professionals that the county trusts and hires to make these decisions. And they've made these decisions not off the cuff, but after extensive review and analysis. From there, the most important thing, I believe, for your purposes today, is to accept that this is a ministerial or administrative permit that we're looking at here. And I think it's particularly important to understand that because the entire crux of the appellant's argument requires this board to believe or to determine that that particular ordinance, the outdoor event ordinance, is inapplicable and that it should have been a discretionary decision. And the reason why the entire argument of the appeal requires that is what we just heard for approximately 15 minutes were a number of arguments that cut against discretionary analysis of this project. We didn't hear why it didn't check off the boxes for the administrative or ministerial ordinance. And that is all that the planning agency, the various agencies that are analyzing this circumstance, as well as the board, are legally permitted to do, is decide, does this check the requisite boxes for this ministerial or administrative permit? And if it does, the application of discretion is inappropriate. If there's an issue with that, and I think that what has become clear from the appeal is that the issue is not necessarily this permit. And to be clear, I'm not naive. I recognize that they very clearly have an issue with this permit. But what I mean to say is that the bigger issue here is with the law. They do not like the outdoor events ordinance. They do not like that this fits within the requirement. But that is not a basis for an appellate reversal, or at this level or at the next. What that is a situation that mandates a change of the law. So if you're not happy with the law, as our country regularly says, then you need to vote. And you need to lobby the individuals who make that law, because as it stands, the outdoor event ordinance applies here, and that is entirely ministerial or administrative. The decision below was clear. The agencies and oversight have very clearly stated that this satisfies the requirements and that this permit should be approved. So it is the appellants that carry the burden here today. They are, in fact, the appellants. So with that said, we can go ahead and get into the presentation a bit. Here we have the venue. We have an overhead aerial view that shows where the property is vis-a-vis the various other properties in the area. As you can see, the property is nearly 20 acres. It is appropriately zoned. The outdoor events ordinance is applicable county-wide, and that includes AG 20 zoning. This here shows the true scale of the project. Now, I want to take a moment to address the extensive discussion of the exemptions. I don't plan to sit here and use your time to discuss the exemptions because exemptions are not part of the project. That is a law, and so if an exemption is relied upon at a later time, that's a matter for enforcement. It's not a matter for determination as to the approval of a conditional use permit. So here, what the board needs to review is exactly what the planning agency has reviewed, and that is the proposed scope of the project. And that, as you can see here, is extremely limited. We're talking about 8 events per year. So that leaves 357 residential days when this property is not utilized for a commercial purpose. When that property is used for this limited use, there are only 150 guests that are permitted to be on site. The music must end by 10 p.m. And there are also other ordinances or other rules in place that preclude this from becoming a 8-week, essentially a summer-long problem for anyone. Not that we believe there is a problem, but there are a maximum of 3 events per month and also a maximum of three weekends in a row. And again, the parcel is quite large, and therefore the disturbance, to the extent that it exists, is de minimis. Here we list the various agencies that have reviewed this particular project and given their approval. You're familiar with this already. I understand that you've reviewed the record, so we won't harp on this. Here we have signs that are in place for mitigation purposes. They provide warnings as to fire issues that could arise. There are clear fire-safe zones, and these signs are present in multiple locations throughout the land. Here we address the traffic management, which, consistent with the conditions of the planning department, we have put in place a clear traffic pattern, traffic management system, as we've represented in the application as well as here in our presentation to the board. There are no more than 30 cars that are to be present on site for any given event. And in order to ensure that that is feasible with a maximum capacity of 150 people on site at a time, our client has put in place a shuttle system which provides the transportation to and from the event. The road was already substantially paved, and as you know, one of the conditions of approval from the planning department was that a gravel road be paved. Our client has done exactly that, and in fact, as the planning department makes clear in its review and analysis of the appeal, he's gone above and beyond that, not only in terms of scope of what is covered, but also in terms of the quality of the paving job that was done. That project is complete. So it's done. It represents approximately $250,000 benefit to the community. And again, it was not our client was required to pave a small portion. We went above and beyond that as a community benefit. With respect to the permit classification, I won't beat on this too much just because I've already got into this in the introduction. The argument on appeal is essentially that this should be subject to discretionary review. That is not true. It is very clear that under the terms of the outdoor event ordinance, this is subject to administrative or ministerial approval, and that is exactly how this has been analyzed, and it has been approved. There was an argument made in the appeal that the annual renewals constitute improper piecemealing. In support, they cite Neighbors versus Tuolumne. That case is inapplicable to the circumstances. In that situation, we were dealing with an expressly disapproved use of the property. Here, under the outdoor events ordinance, the use is expressly permitted. Not only that, but if there were any question with respect to annual renewals of a permit of this sort, the California Superior Courts have already spoken on this issue in a matter called McCann versus City of San Diego. And there, the court essentially held that annual renewals are appropriate as they are reviewed on an annual basis and they can be denied by the governing bodies at that time. And frankly, the permits can be revoked if the party fails to comply with the requirements. Zoning compatibility, I've already got into some of this with respect to the 8 out of 365 days. The property is appropriately situated for a use of this sort. And with respect to the argument that AG 20 is not appropriate for the outdoor events ordinance, again, that's an issue with the law and the way that it is written, not an issue with the application, because the law is crystal clear. It applies countywide, including to property that is zoned AG 20. Road access, the county's own engineer performed this analysis, and I think that that analysis is entitled to substantial weight. It's also provided by a neutral third party. It is not provided by an advocate, which is what has otherwise been submitted in support of the appeal. We've mitigated the traffic issues with the improvement of the road, the gate width, as well as the shuttle program. And as you can see, the use from this property is only about 3.4% of the total use of the property, not a substantial number by any means. And the argument that we should apply peak time traffic use is inappropriate. These events take place on weekends, mostly in the evening. That's not peak time. It would be an inappropriate measure. Here we just have an illustrative graph which shows you the use by the event versus the use by the residents. We've already touched on this with respect to the independent and objective analysis by the county's own engineer as opposed to the hired expert. Wildfire evacuation, two agencies, the Truckee Fire Protection District and the Nevada County Fire Marshal have both approved the use. They've imposed conditions which we have satisfied. We've provided the shuttle system as an appropriate measure for evacuation in the need that should occur, but otherwise there is sufficient defensible space around the property and sufficient measures to mitigate against any wildfire risks. Nuisance and neighborhood compatibility, again, this is an issue with the law, not necessarily an issue with how this applies, because this seems to be an issue where the appellants are basically saying, this is troublesome, it is bothersome to us, and therefore the board should grant this appeal and deny the permit. But the fact is, again, this is administrative and ministerial, and therefore, to the extent that this isn't inconsistent with the law and it checks off the boxes, the permit should be granted. There's a substantial economic impact to the area. This project alone will generate approximately $60,000 in annual tax revenue. It also has, based on our experts' analysis, $1.35 million worth of annual economic impact, and that results from a variety of factors. The hospitality industry, lodging, are all going to benefit from this. At least 10 to 15 local vendors will get business from this project across 13 different categories. The impact is real and it is substantial. Here's community support. Again, I'm not going to go through this. You can review this if you haven't already. And also, I know that a number of the letters are on file in this matter, but there are a number of members of the community who do support this use and have been pleased with the manner in which our client operates the facility. The conditions provided by the various agencies are sufficient and enforceable. I don't really follow the argument that the conditions are not enforceable. They are, in fact, enforceable. Should our client not comply with these conditions, one, the permit is conditioned upon their satisfaction, and two, should a condition later be disregarded, then that would be a basis for withdrawing the permit. The CEQA review is adequate. There is no argument that CEQA should apply to this, and there are various reasons which have already been outlined in detail in the Planning Department's presentation. One, there's a Class 4 categorical exemption for projects of this scale, which are deemed to have such an insubstantial impact on the environment that they do not warrant CEQA review. Number two, the ordinance level review was already performed at the time that this outdoor events permit was passed. the compliance issues, and I'll be succinct here, and I'll get back into this in my next 10 minutes, but they paint the picture of historical violations, prevalent violations. That couldn't be further from the truth. There was one notice of violation, perhaps two, and in response, our client sought a permit. And with that, I will get back to this on my next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have heard from the appellant and the proponent, and now I'm going to open up the public hearing. So you have the opportunity to comment on this. If you come up to the podium, if you give us your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Chris Wechter, and I am a wedding musician, a civil engineer also, and I reside in the Reno area, but I am definitely very familiar with all of Tahoe and the surrounding area. I do a lot of weddings in this area as well. I want to start with the fact that this applicant has gone above and beyond some of the requirements for being a wedding venue. For the things that I see within the Tahoe area, I certainly have observed that some of the parking constraints, as well as the amount of guests that are in attendance, varies between venue to venue. We don't have that many large venues, I would say, within the outskirts of the Tahoe Basin area, but there certainly are venues which don't meet the requirements that this applicant has certainly met above and beyond. I want to go into a little bit about the fire access and safety. There is an adequate fire turnaround on the property. There are certainly suitable lanes for the access road and the widths. I observed that video, and it looks like there's 2-foot gravel shoulders to me on either side of that road with an 18-foot paved section. And I want to also say that the defensible space requirements for this property, although not necessarily part of the wedding venue permit, are certainly met as far as fire safety for this specific residence. There's also the 22,000-gallon pool that's nearby in the backyard for adequate fire protection. There's also adequate, I do think that the parking that was analyzed was adequate on site. There's 51 parking spaces. The amount of traffic seems to be very reasonable for what's being proposed for this kind of venue. With the addition of shuttle use, I think that only improves the effect of those 51 spaces not being fully utilized by all vendors. There's certainly enough space for all of the different vendors, whether they be ones arriving before the wedding, during, and or leaving to take away things after the event has taken place. I very much agree also that the 8 venues is a very low intensity use, especially for this AG zone. These are 19-acre parcels, 19-acre parcels within the rural residential area of.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for allowing us to be here. My name is Dorinda Vance. I am a business owner, plus I actually live on Martis Valley Road, Martis Peak Road off of Nighthawk. As a business owner, we do value the local community. Truckey's become increasingly commercialized and expensive to locals. Austin Ridge provides a local, affordable alternative to ski resorts and golf courses. I've lived in the community for 25 years. I know all of us, including me, doesn't want to see the growth, but it's happening, right? I am a local business owner. I do benefit from that. A place where the community members can gather and enjoy a beautiful view without a high barrier of entry. It's a responsible, thoughtful operation. From the beginning, Dan has demonstrated strong adherence to Nevada County ordinances, transparent communication with the neighbors, controlled guest capacity, clear music volume, structured parking, active attention to the noise. And this is a well-regulated, proactive respect for neighbors and environment, has noise containment, traffic management, waste control, wildlife awareness, right? So the venue is surrounded by vacation homes who are also benefiting from their Airbnbs, right? So economic benefits is very true. The venue supports the local economy, driving short-term rental demand, bringing visitors who spend locally, allows outside and local vendors supporting small businesses. Additional investments made by the owner was the road improvements, forest maintenance, internet and structure. And the venue has created a shared economic value for our neighborhood, land use and community fit. Austin Ridge is a productive and appropriate use of property, compatible with county conditions and expectations. It balances private property rights, community responsibility. So the key message, this is a net positive use of land, not disruptive. And in closing, based on my direct experience as both a neighbor and a guest, I strongly believe Austin Ridge Events is thoughtfully operated, respectfully of the surrounding community, economically benefited, and aligned with the county's regulations. I respectfully ask the board to support this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nicole Teed. I live on Valley View Road with my husband Robert and our 6-month-old baby. We're Dan's closest full-time neighbors, a stone's throw from his property, Austin Ridge. We have a friendly relationship with Dan despite not seeing eye to eye on this issue. If you visited our neighborhood in person, you would see that it's a quiet family community completely unsuitable for a commercial event space. There is a narrow, windy 2-lane road built with residential use in mind. There's a gate with a sign that explicitly says only residents and their guests may enter. The neighborhood is densely forested and dotted with family homes. Dogs roam, children play, and residents rely on the road being safe, quiet, and predictable. I don't understand how you could stand on this road and conclude that a commercial event center belongs here. Our biggest concerns are drunk driving and fire safety. We were told that all guests would be required to take shuttles, but in practice there are significant exceptions. The bride and groom may drive in early to get ready. Bridesmaids, groomsmen, and immediate family may drive in for photos. The photographer, hair and makeup stylist, wedding coordinator, and other vendors may drive in as well. In reality, this means 30 or more cars coming up the road in addition to the shuttles. I have personally seen this during the last several events. At midnight, watching the line of cars file out onto our dark, unpoliced neighborhood roads, I am left wondering how many of those drivers have been drinking. Anyone who has attended a wedding knows that this is not an exaggerated or abstract concern. The fire risk is even more alarming. Last summer, I was walking my dog when I came across 2 parked cars in the cell tower clearing adjoining my property. People were standing there smoking and ashing their cigarettes onto the pine needle-covered ground. Robert and I asked them to leave, and we watched as they drove to Austin Ridge. Did these people understand the wildfire risk of smoking in the woods in late summer? Probably not. Out-of-town wedding guests have no reason to know or care about Tahoe wildfire safety the way that people who live here do. They're here for a celebration. We're the ones who live with the consequences. At last year's HOA meeting, firefighter Dylan Sheedy said that if a fire started in our neighborhood, it would be a total mortality situation. Those words have stayed with me. It's hard to hear that and then know that 200 people with no stake in the safety of our community could be brought here every other weekend throughout the summer. This is not a wedding venue on a golf course or on the lake. This proposed commercial event center is on a dead-end road in a heavily forested residential neighborhood without the infrastructure to safely support hundreds of people. If a fire starts because of an errant cigarette, wedding sparklers, or careless behavior, the consequences will be catastrophic. Approving this use creates a risk that is obvious now and will be indefensible in hindsight. I want to flag that the times that we've reached out to Dan to notify him of the smokers, he often responds from his home in San Francisco. He is not necessarily present to supervise.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Fergal Gleeson, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My fiancée, Savannah, and I are scheduled to be married at Austin Ridge on 20th of June. It's only 2.5 weeks away. We understand that the board has a responsibility to balance the interests of property owners, neighbours, businesses, and visitors. And we appreciate the time and effort that has gone into reviewing this matter. Savannah and I fell in love with Truckee many years ago. Over the last decade, we've spent countless weekends there enjoying the mountains, the trails, the restaurants, and the community. We love this area so much that we hope to own a home there one day and become part of this community. When we got engaged, we knew immediately where we wanted to get married. We didn't want a large resort wedding because that's not the side of Truckee that we fell in love with. We wanted something that reflected the natural beauty, character, and charm of this area. When we found Austin Ridge, we knew it was a perfect place to share that experience with our family and friends. Since then, we've spent the last 1.5 years planning one of the most important days of our lives. Like any couple planning a wedding, we've invested an enormous amount of time, energy, emotion, and money into this event. Over the last month, the uncertainty surrounding this appeal has been incredibly stressful. We've spent countless hours wondering whether the day we spent the last 1.5 years planning might be taken away from us through no fault of our own. I know we're not the only couple in that position this summer. We understand the rules and permits exist for a reason, and we respect that process. We have 40 people coming from Ireland alone, others travelling from Europe, Australia, across the United States. Many of them, it's their first time to visit the Truckee and Tahoe area. These guests aren't coming for just one evening. Many are staying several days. They're renting homes, hotel rooms, eating in local restaurants, shopping in local businesses, and spending time exploring the area that we care so deeply about. This has been a trip that many have been saving and planning for 1.5 years for. I also want to acknowledge that we understand and respect the concerns that have been raised by the appellants. Everyone deserves to enjoy their property and the quality of life. We're not asking for any special treatment. We simply hope that the venue can continue to operate under the conditions, limitations, requirements that have been established through this process. For us, this isn't a permit application or a legal proceeding, it's our wedding. It's a moment when our family and friends from around the world come together in a place that means a great deal to celebrate our commitments to one another for the rest of our lives. Taking away Austin Ridge's right to operate events 2 weeks before our wedding would be devastating in more ways than one. We simply don't have another location to host this special day. I respectfully ask the board to uphold the permit approval and allow our wedding, along with the other couples and families who have planned important events there, to move forward as planned. Thanks for your time, your consideration, and your service to the community.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the chambers who wishes to speak?
Yes, hello, thank you. I wanted to speak from the
Can I get your name, please?
I'm Ryan Dirks.
Thank you.
Yeah. I wanted to speak from the perspective of governance, bigger than myself. This is so much bigger than any of us as individuals. From the perspective of objective service to the community as I sit on the road association, and maybe out of respect to the people who are obviously making, sacrifices for this, we are responsible for the road, the private road that's been built and maintained in our neighborhood that covers a large area of land, right? That is a critical defense line for fires in Lake Tahoe region. And the stewardship of that is very resource and labor intensive, and we're under a severe underfunding of the maintenance of that road. And so it does require personal contributions of people's equipment, resources, money, talents to make all these things happen. There's many businesses that are run in the neighborhood, including once upon a time an excavation company that helped build the roads up there that's has relocated, but there's also a timber company, snow removal companies, agricultural companies, other people who I've spoken to who want to do some sort of retreat. And what these things do is allow us as a board that is at a critical, we're in a critical junction financially to restructure our fee system to the community so that we can maintain these roads going forward. Lower Valley View spent over $50,000 last year in just aggregate, right? So things like Dan is a compromise to the community, but in my conversations with Dan and his contributions to the community, I've witnessed nothing but good stewardship and goodwill. He offers his property to us frequently for board meetings, community barbecues, and I've looked at his plan, and it is really well thought out and really professional. So beyond my personal opinion of compromise to allow these things to happen, I think it's really critical for our community's sustainability going forward to allow the goodwill of people and the revenue back to the community so that we can continue to maintain this road system, which is my support personally from a governance service standpoint. Beyond my own person, these kind of things are really necessary for our community to go forward in a sustainable way. Thank you.
Thank you. Loriana, do you have any calls?
We do have one caller, Chair.
Okay, I'm going to take the caller and then you'll be next. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Sophia Heydrich, and I am the Advocacy Director for Mountain Area Preservation. We are a 38-year-old grassroots environmental nonprofit, and our advocacy has helped to protect significant open space in Truckee and Tahoe, including areas in Martis Valley and Wattle Ranch. We are supporting the appeal today due to the impact that the event center is creating, the lack of mitigation, and the lack of enforcement for unpermitted events to date. Specifically, the lighting for the event center impacts Truckee's dark skies, which is part of Truckee's character and is important to this community. The excessive lighting detracts from the night skies and also reduces the conservation value of the surrounding protected open space and habitat areas. The event center has regularly kept its lights on for unpermitted events, and this not only impacts the conservation values of Martis, but there are also concerns related to the compatibility of uses when you have an event center in a private gated community. Finally, approval of this application does set a negative precedent for the neighborhood and the community. If other applications for events or commercial uses come forward in the same areas, the cumulative impacts could be quite significant. We encourage the board to consider this application and the appeal closely and consider whether this use is appropriate in this location, given impacts on environment and wildlife, as well as potential impacts on public health, roadways, noise, and safety. If the use does move forward and the appeal is denied, mitigation measures are critical, and so is enforcement. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon, Board. Eric Scott. I was the general contractor.
Can you speak into the microphone so we can hear? Thank you.
Yeah, Eric Scott, general contractor for Mr. Irish and Austin Ridge. I got 40 years experience in the construction industry, and I've dealt with clients for the last 40 years, and Dan stands out as one of the best and one of the most conscientious, with all respect to safety and fire safety, personal safety, animal safety, you name it. He is thinking about everybody else but himself, and he wants a safe and productive facility. We went to every extent to make sure that there was every fire safety put in place over and above what is required. Defensible space has been maintained and overdone by a large portion of what he has put into the facility. So there's more protection there than on a normal facility and a normal, events planning. To the road is an extent of the road. He's already decided to do the road prior to him being required to do the road. We started out 4 or 5 years ago. His plan was always to do the road and get the maintenance of the road, get the water issues of the road under control. Had tried to get the rest of the residents on board with that, and he decided to do it on himself. So there's nobody that's out to make sure that the structure of what he's produced and what he's put there to stay in top shape and to be a productive part of the community and for the development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Jason Lindo. Thank you for having me today and taking time out of your day to receive our feedback today. I want to say I am a full-time tenant at 17031 Austin Way, the property referred to as the Event Center. I have no financial interest in the outcome of today and no stake in the matters pertaining to the livability of the business. I have lived at the residence since the fall of 2024. When I first learned the property occasionally hosted commercial events, I had reservations. I keep long and irregular hours overseeing teams in Asia, the Americas, and Europe, and the peaceful enjoyment of my home matters to me. I raised these concerns with Dan Irish at the start of my tenancy. He listened, engaged thoughtfully, and addressed them fully. What I observed during the summer wedding season of 2025 exceeded my expectations. Music was kept to reasonable levels, quiet hours were enforced, traffic was managed appropriately, and external on-site facilities were provided for guests. Most importantly, whenever concerns were raised, Dan demonstrated a genuine willingness to listen and make adjustments. I was impressed then, and I remain impressed today. For that reason, I support the approval granted by the Nevada County Planning Department for these regulated and permitted events. I have also been disappointed and at times shocked by claims brought by a handful of complainants of the community. These range from objections to Dan's willingness to pave part of Valley View Road, a $200,000 plus personal investment that reduces maintenance costs for the entire HOA community and makes the roads safer, to allegations of unpermitted events. The most recent allegation involving a large event with, quote, multiple buses, end quote, at the property the weekend of May 15th and 17th of this year. I was home that entire weekend. Nothing took place. Dan wasn't in town. I had 2 friends and their elderly parents visiting who were in bed by 8. That was a full extent of what occurred that weekend. Not all concerns by neighbors are unfounded, and good faith dialogue has worked here. The neighbors immediately to the left and right of our property, those most potentially directly impacted, have written letters in support of retaining these permits. That outcome reflects what is possible when people engage openly. The neighbors who chose that path, direct conversation, and honest exchange have arrived at a different place. That contrast speaks for itself. I would ask that today's proceedings be grounded in the factual record of what this property actually is. This is not a year-round event center. This is our home, permitted to host 8 events a year with reasonable constraints. This is an event center 8 days a year, and my home 357. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers wish to speak? Any other phone calls, Loriana?
No other callers, Chair.
Okay, at this time we are going to close the public hearing, and the project proponents now have 10 minutes, and then after that the appellants will have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon again. I'll be as succinct as possible. I don't think we need 10 minutes for this portion. I just want to go through a few of the things that I couldn't get to in the last round, which were all essentially responsive to the appellant's position, as well as some of the things that I've heard from the public, of course. I wanted to return to this history of violations. There are substantial arguments that this property owner has historically disregarded the law, has not complied with what the county mandates, and that's simply untrue. As I mentioned, there were notices of violation, and in those notices of violation, the county asked that the proponent come into compliance by applying for an applicable permit. The proponent has done exactly that, and there have been no further issues. With respect to the allegation that there have been 4 years of unpermitted operations on the site, that is demonstrably false. One of the members of the public that testified, as he said, is the general contractor, and he could testify and would if this were to be subject to later proceedings, that the construction on the project was completed in 2024. So it really begs the question as to how operations could have been taking place for 4 years in violation of county law. As I mentioned earlier, the exemptions were discussed at length during the appellant's presentation, but the exemptions are not a part of this decision. The decision is whether the applied for use, which is the 8 times per year, 150 people max, noise ends by 10, all of those requirements, whether that satisfies the administrative and ministerial permitting. The scope has been greatly exaggerated, and I think the strongest point of that is we are talking about 8 events a year. There are 365 days in the year. So we're talking about a substantial number of days that are not impacted, yet we continue to hear a large-scale commercial operation. This is an extensive operation with an extensive environmental impact. That exaggeration strains credulity. The fact is, there are 8 days where these events will take place at most, and that's it. The question came up during the appellant's argument, why has Austin Ridge Events not applied for a land use requirement, or permit, I'm sorry. And that really makes the point that I've been arguing throughout this hearing today. Their issue is not necessarily with the application of the law, it is with the law itself. We did not apply for a land use permit because the law does not require us to apply for one. This project fits within the scope of the outdoor event ordinance, so why would we apply for a land use permit when we don't have to? Again, if you don't like the law, your remedy is to lobby the people that make that law. Lobby this board. And that is your remedy. It is not to appeal and ask the board to essentially step outside of the bounds of the applicable law, engage in reversible conduct, just because you don't like the law. That's not how this works. That's not what the law requires. And finally, the standard is what governs here today. As I've mentioned multiple times, this is a ministerial or administrative ordinance. It does not require or permit the exercise of discretion. If the requirements for the permit have been met, then the permit must be granted. Austin Ridge Event Center has met those requirements. The planning department has approved, and now this board should affirm the decision of the planning department and deem the permit granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and now the appellant, it's your opportunity.
Good afternoon. My name is Carla Siamas. My husband and I own property on Valley View Road. I am a licensed civil engineer who works with design and permitting in the Tahoe Truckee area for over 27 years. And to answer Austin Ridge Council's question on why this event center doesn't check the box for an administrative permit, it's on the applicant's petition for the permit that states the property is home to Austin Ridge Event and that this permit is necessary, and I quote, to preserve the existing use. An open admission that a commercial business, it's already operating there. As I understand, an administrative outdoor event permit was designed for occasional incidental gatherings. It was never meant to authorize an ongoing commercial business operating indefinitely under successive one-year approvals. This is textbook piecemealing. By approving one-year permits in isolation, the county avoids the discretionary review public hearings, and full CEQA analysis that a permanent commercial venue requires by law. The cumulative impacts, which starts at the entrance of this community. If you probably noticed that the county staff presentation and Austin Ridge Council presentation is limited to the property or the immediate vicinity. That's not where the impacts start. It's at where that gate's located 5 miles down the road. Furthermore, this point is proved with the applicant's council list of extensive events that could be done under exemptions, some of them that requires a history of no substantiated complaints. This list only makes sense as a strategy, one that counts on the county never requiring proof that each event actually meets every condition the permit demands. If accepted, it would let the property host events nearly every weekend of the year, with no permit and no limit, gutting the 8-event cap entirely. Based on being a resident and a licensed engineer with experience in land development, including CEQA and land use permit, I respectfully disagree with staff's recommendation to deny the appeal and for a CEQA exemption, as a permanent event venue is not a permitted use at the site without the appropriate land use entitlement and the CEQA process that comes with it. A categorical exemption cannot apply to what is, in operational reality, a permanent commercial venue on a high-risk site, high fire risk site, with a substandard single access road, which again starts 5 miles down the road, with no adequate cumulative impacts analysis. So with that, we respectfully ask that the board accept the appeal, reverse the permit, and require the full entitlement process, including proper CEQA review before any full-time commercial use is authorized. Please don't set a precedent that rewards non-compliance.
Hi, Irina Naruchevskaya again, attorney for the appellants. The question has come up, why should Austin Ridge apply for a land use permit? I think that question has already been answered by the county itself. In the notice of violation from August 26, 2025, the county cites churches, community meetings, and social events facilities, section 12.03070, stating that the Austin Ridge events venue must apply and have granted a use permit. The county has full discretion to view this facility as what it is. It's an events facility, and let's not try to pretend that it isn't. And I think the list of additional events that are planned at this event or at this facility only goes to show to the scope and the operational reality is much bigger than what we are led to believe.
Hi, my name is Michael Byrne. I'm a neighbor. And I thought today was going to be about 8 wedding events per year. That's not the case. A few days ago, I received the first ever communication that I've ever received from the event center. So the communication has not been there. And in that communication, it says that in addition to the 8 events, we can hold political events, friends' weddings, nonprofit events, corporate retreats, and the list goes on. I own a business with over 200 people in my organization. I've never slept in the same house as my leadership team. To me, that implies tiny homes in addition to what is already there. I sit in my backyard listening to hours of DJ music, wedding entertainment carrying on beyond 10 p.m. Remember, 8 events also means 2 days per event. So the rehearsal could be Friday and the wedding can be Saturday. That doesn't include the day before of the trucks rumbling up for setup or the Sunday after of the trucks rumbling back and forth for takedown. This doesn't take into account the catering trucks, alcohol deliveries, florist deliveries, rental companies, staff vehicles, trash hauling, portable restroom trucks, DJs, buses moving throughout the neighborhood. The business operates with a website of 47 vendors on their website that you could choose from for wedding services and event providers. It's not simply an occasional private 8-day throughout the year. It's coordinated, it's a commercial event business, it's operating without a permit. Over the years, as you just heard this gentleman say, that he booked his wedding a year and a half ago. I can't tell you the number of cars and buses who have blocked my driveway and approached to ask if they could park in my property. I think it's unfortunate and disrespectful to the neighbors. And I think it's up to this board to help. So respectfully submitted.
Again, just in conclusion, the scope is much larger. It affects the neighbors in a very, very negative way. It affects the community, the environment in a very negative way. I know that he has tried maybe to mitigate some factors, but unfortunately it does not change that there is a large-scale event venue up there, and it's really impacting the community in a negative way. And I ask you that the loophole that exists for him to continue to operate this be closed, and that you protect Juniper Creek Ranch, protect the community members of Juniper Creek Ranch, and deny the permit application. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's one final opportunity. Anybody who has previously spoke, you would have a 2-minute for rebuttal if you feel like there's something additional that you would like to add that you haven't already mentioned. Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to close the rebuttal by the members of the public and come back to our staff summation.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, Supervisors. We're happy to answer any questions. We have representatives from the Fire District as well as Public Works if you'd like to hear any information regarding the road or the review that was done for the fire safety. As far as the ordinance, this ordinance, I believe, began in around 2016 from direction from the Board of Supervisors, and it was designed to allow a limited number of events in rural areas based on some of the demand that we were hearing from the community for wedding providers and other event-type hosts. The ordinance was revised again in 2020 to allow the 8 events per year. The ordinance standards were designed to try to minimize impacts on the neighborhood. That's why we have lighting standards, noise standards, limitation on the hours of operation. The size of the acre, or the size of the property was 5 acres and above. The zoning was carefully chosen as far as allowing it in ag zones, but not some residential zones. So just wanted to point out that there was a lot of discussion and care taken with input from environmental health, building, all our fire agencies, and trying to design an ordinance that would allow some opportunities for an event venue while paying attention to neighborhood compatibility as best as possible. And so happy to answer, and as a result, we did review this application with all those other agencies, number of conditions from environmental health, the fire districts, Public Works, in order to ensure compliance with the ordinance that was reviewed a couple of times in the last 10 years by the Board of Supervisors. So, but happy to answer any more questions in any further details.
Okay, thank you, Brian. All right. Now we have the opportunity for our board to discuss this. So I'm going to actually go to our District 5 Supervisor and.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks everybody for weighing in. I know I've read all the letters of opposition, the letters of support both, and I think I've said to both on the opposition side and the support side that the county is not great at adjudicating neighborhood conflict. This is an administrative process based on the ordinance. And so ultimately this, regardless whether it's the appeal is denied or supported, This is going to come back to the Board of Supervisors, so everybody's going to have another opportunity to revisit this, not only the administrative process, but also the conduct of the and operation of the event center, Austin Ridge, and the conduct of the neighbors in response to their Dan's application. I just want to make a really quick note. There's very compelling, I think both sides have made a lot of really compelling, interesting arguments, support on both sides. And I recognize that. I also want to recognize that I've lived in that community basically my whole adult life, and that is like a very cherished part of my personal community. And I've worked hard to support conservation on Waddell Ranch, Canyon Springs, the California wildlife parcels down by the river. I've worked with landowners in Hurstdale. If you go on my website, you'll see a huge community process around land use, access, and preservation. It's something that is a huge part of my life and in my family's life. So I just want to make that, that I care very much about the outcome of this decision, and so I've spent a lot of time trying to take into account all the facts. I have a lot of questions. I know we're short on time, so please feel free to answer the questions in brief and very concisely, and I'll just throw some questions out there really quick. Chair, do you want the appellant to approach the here so we can ask some questions?
Your questions are for the appellant or for the proponent?
Both.
Or for both? I would look to the county council. So Supervisor Bullock has questions for both the appellant and the proponents. How do we want to handle that?
I think that if the chair can dictate, if the members of the board want to ask either party, they can come up, or they can, I think since there's not enough seats, it might be easiest for them to maybe structure the questions for one and then the other.
Okay.
I can.
Yeah, so let's, if you can do that, and then one person from whoever wants to represent the appellant and whoever wants to represent the proponent. So go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Now I'll ask the appellant questions. Is that Irina? Did I pronounce that correctly? Thank you. The argument number 2 is about improper classification and ongoing commercial use. Are there other commercial uses, such as excavation companies, timber companies, that provide staging or support vehicles for their businesses in that neighborhood?
I think that's a question better for the community, for the people who live there. My understanding, there's a bee farm. There's
A what, excuse me?
like a beehive, someone like
Oh,
keeps
apiary.
bees. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I understand that someone like keeps chickens, and then there's a person who helps with snow clearing. To my knowledge, that's all. None of those businesses are of the impact and the extent that, there's no 150 people going through. Right?
Okay, understood, thanks. It's Ag Zoning 20, and one of the arguments, also in argument number 2, is about incompatibility in the use of land set aside specifically for ag uses. Are there any other, and this is a question I'm not trying to get to an end, I'm just asking. I know I've seen cannabis operations in the neighborhood. I've seen Christmas tree farms operation in the neighborhood. There are commercial agricultural and non-commercial agricultural uses. Are there other parcels that are specifically doing things that are agricultural in nature?
I don't know.
Don't know, okay, thanks. The road standards have come up a lot today, and I just do have a little bit of issue because I have friends in that neighborhood, so I ride my bike and I run from my house up that road. I have run on the side of the road with 2 cars passing each other to my left, so I believe that there's adequate width on most of the road. There are some areas where visibility is restricted, but I can't comment on what a bus would do. But what exactly, after the applicant has paved the road, what still remains as far as deficiencies with road usage, in your opinion?
My understanding is that most of the road is about 18 feet wide, and most of it does not have a shoulder. And my understanding is that that is the standard for regular safety public road, is that it's a 2-lane road, about 24 feet wide with 2 shoulders. And that was, in fact, one of the things that came back from the county with one of the first rounds of application, is that the entire road, 4.5 miles from Glenshire all the way to the venue, must be paved to that standard, which then for some reason was waived, and we have an issue with that.
Okay, but I'm not sure if you answered my question.
Sorry.
Like, what is still remaining that is deficient or inadequate considering that the applicant has now paved? Like, what still remains that's problematic?
My understanding is that he paved 0.75 miles of the road, that it was unpaved entirely.
dirt
It was just dirt road.
on the steep section.
The rest of the road has not changed. It's still about 18 feet wide. I would
Okay.
not want to speak exactly to like how many feet of where.
Okay, understood.
But for the most part, it's about 18 feet wide.
Okay, and it's primarily the width that's
Yeah,
troubling.
the width and the shoulder.
And the
yes.
shoulder, okay, thank you.
There's also, sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt, but there's also in the letter from Dr. Jesse Wilbrock, there's additional issues with the road, right? There's no lighting, there's blind curves, there's no stop signs, and so those are all kind of factors that need to be looked
Okay,
at.
what is the speed limit I think is posted there?
I think it's 25 miles
20,
per hour.
25, okay, thanks. And then the fire evacuation plan states that there's a 32,000 gallon tank. This is a question I think maybe for staff, but I have more for you. Has that been completed? Is that done?
Thank you, Supervisor Bullock. So, at this time, so it's shown on the site plan, but is not shown as existing on the site plan. So at this time, we're not sure if it's been constructed yet or if it's something that will be done come building permit time.
Okay, we'll ask that in a second. On the neighborhood compatibility, dust, light, noise, that's number 5 on the appellant argument. Just a couple of questions, and I'm trying to figure out what right looks like. Would something that did not make noise at the neighboring properties, essentially, if you couldn't hear it, you couldn't see it, you didn't have the light emissions, and it was all kind of contained within the site, would that ameliorate some of the neighborhood compatibility issues? Essentially speaking, I mean, if you could get to a place where, for example, you couldn't hear anything after, say, 9, I'm just trying to figure out what conditions would make it more acceptable. Is it late, or is it too much, or?
I would think that my clients would say that 150 people at a dead-end road that is a one-lane road is, by its nature, incompatible. 3 to 4 day, sometimes 2-day events that are just bringing hundreds of people through the neighborhood of this type is just incompatible with the nature of the neighborhood and the zoning.
Okay. One of the questions that I was trying to figure out, there's been reports on both sides that there's been tremendous outreach, and then other parts have said that there's little or no outreach. I was just trying to figure out, the applicant made attempts to directly contact your clients or the appellants to try and talk with them as neighbors?
I can't really speak to the extent of that outreach. I know that I think Dan tried to reach out to some of the neighbors, and some of the neighbors seem to be on good terms with him. we have no issue. I'm sure Dan is a great guy. It's not so much about the outreach. It's really about the impact it's having, despite the mitigation, that he's tried to put in. It's just, it just doesn't fit. It's a square peg round hole situation where in this community, this kind of event center facility will never match the nature of where people expect to live.
Yeah, I think I was just trying to figure out if expectations and communication are tied together, because if there isn't a real actual dialogue there, it's hard to expect the applicant to understand what you don't like.
Yeah, well, we've been in communication with Dan Irish since last year, so he's known that this is an issue. The schedule of 8 events, I think, was distributed maybe to one neighbor, and that is the requirement of the county, right, that it's within the 500 feet of the property. The reality is these are large lots in a quiet neighborhood, so the noise carries, but the 500 yards limitation is still there, and so he doesn't have to do more than that.
Understood. Quick question for staff is, do we have other county authorized short-term rental permits in Juniper Creek, Martis, top of Somerset, that whole zone? Or there are others in there, is that correct?
For an outdoor event ordinance or other type
No, for
of?
just a short-term rental, people that can rent their houses.
Oh, I don't have a list, but I
Sure.
would imagine there are.
Okay, we can ask. Okay, and then my next set of questions, if you don't mind, are just for the applicant.
Since I'm in the hot seat, I'm just going to use this opportunity to say one more thing, is that I think my clients are very concerned about the precedent that this sets.
The what? Precedent?
The precedent that it sets in this neighborhood, allowing large facilities, lots of people in a private community, as well as the precedent for receiving an approval after having violated the law. And
Understood, thanks.
Thank you.
Just quickly on the applicant side, there was the construction of the Austin Ridge facility occurred over a number of years, and then it was completed in 2024. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's when you started. I guess my question is, what was the plan from the start? Was the plan from the start to create a venue to host weddings? Or was the enhancement of personal property, and this came along later?
It was a developing process. I believe the applicant initially performed did the construction, wanted to do the things that he would do, on occasion as exempt activities, have barbecues for the HOA, do political fundraising events, things of those sorts. But as the project came together, it was ultimately determined that they would pursue some commercial endeavors, if you will. That started right around the time when the county, quite aptly, issued a notice of violation, at which point we then submitted the appropriate application so that we could come into compliance.
Yeah, the notice of violation was in the fall of 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then can you just briefly summarize the outreach that Mr. Irish did with his neighbors, or your version of that? I'm just trying to reconcile the difference, because I think early on in conversations over a year ago, I said, hey, the right course of action is to have deep and meaningful dialogue with your neighbors. Did that occur?
It did not occur. The attempts were frustrated. And I apologize because I ended up going a little bit ad hoc to respond to some of the things that were raised in the appellant's argument, but it was ultimately in our presentation. When these issues arose, Mr. Irish did reach out to some of the appellants, and unfortunately, in response to those attempts to outreach, the Porter Simon firm stepped in. Now, I understand that happens on occasion. I would be lying if I said that I didn't step in on behalf of clients for communications, but we all know that is not fostering the best back and forth communication.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks for answering. What conditions of approval that are presented to the board are not yet completed? What has not been done?
I would actually have to confer with the applicant himself on the particular things that have not yet been completed. I know you mentioned the tank. It is my understanding that under the terms provided by the fire marshal, Mr. Irish has 3 years to actually construct and have that tank on site. I can tell you with certainty that given that those 3 years have not yet run, that is not yet completed.
Okay. While my colleagues are working on their questions, could you get an answer to that? Or it could be brief, just what isn't done? And we can do it in a minute. One of the questions I have, which has come up a bunch of times today, and I don't really know how to reconcile it, is you have the 8 events, but the impact is actually maybe in all these other non-permitted or events that go without essentially a administrative process. So they could be political, they could be charitable, they could be HOA meetings. How does the neighborhood know? Nobody knows the difference, right? They just see cars and buses and fire pits and stuff. How do we know? I mean, how are you going to work through that? Because I think from their perspective, from the neighborhood perspective, it doesn't really matter. It's just all an event in their neighborhood.
I completely understand the question, and I think the most important thing about that question is that it doesn't necessarily bear on the applicant as much as it does on the state of the law and the manner in which the county chooses to enforce. Because with respect to the outdoor event ordinance, it makes no mention of there's the exemptions, which are in the county code, but those are separate and apart from what the application constitutes and ultimately approves. So when Mr. Irish, or through his entity, applies for the application to get or submits an application to get the permit, his obligation is to satisfy the requirements, the exemptions. While I agree, it is aptly stated that you could not say that exempt events do not also have an effect of some sort.
But based on the ordinance, they're exempt. And it's,
correct. That's
okay.
just it. That is, as I've been saying throughout this hearing,
understood.
that's a problem with the law.
Yes,
we
I
don't
understand.
think it's a problem with the law, but that would be, from their perspective, a problem.
Okay, thank you. Well, one of the pieces, there's notification that's required for the 8, do you plan to do, just as a neighborly exercise, do notifications for the others? Are you going to reach out to people when you have a charitable, political, or some other impactful type of thing that is not covered in the ordinance? Is that something that is possible?
So from my
I
understanding.
see Dan's shaking his head, yes.
No problem
Yeah,
with that.
okay, thanks. I was just curious, because if I was a neighbor, I would probably wander over to your house and say, hey, which one is which? What are we doing today? Is it one or is it the other? And whether that would be transparent enough to people to understand, whether it's a website or something. The lights, and I've talked to Mr. Irish about this before, I disagree with the lights being strung up, and I don't think they should be on at all. I think they should be off. Unless there's an event that warrants the use of those lights, I think it's inappropriate. I think it's a circumvention of all of the night sky principles that community's worked hard to put into play. I don't disagree with their need or their utility while you have an event. Separate from that, I think it's a low impact, I think it's a high impact piece that doesn't offer a lot, and I think they should be turned off, frankly. That's my opinion.
Supervisor Bullock, if I
Yeah.
could just may briefly respond to that. I think that's essentially a question for the agency that analyzes that particular issue, but I would circle back to the fact that this is in fact a ministerial or administrative permit. And if we're getting into, are the lights too bright, are they not too bright, that's really getting into a discretionary question that's inappropriate on a permit of this nature.
Yeah, I think for just as one board member, I would support the appeal if things like that couldn't be rectified. Does that make sense?
It does.
If we can work through it, then we can talk more. But if not, it would be hard for me to not support the appeal, because those are things that I think are material to the nature of that community.
Understood.
How many staff work on an average event? How many people show up at those two? Because I've heard 47. Somebody threw out 47, told me. I don't understand, I don't know, but just curious, just staff members that come and go would not be hugely impactful. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Drinking or use, and the issue with the fire, people going from the venue and visiting other parts of the neighborhood, smoking cigarettes and drinking, and then leaving at all hours. Is the event? Sorry, 2 questions. Is the event rules? Are there rules of the event venue that say, hey, when the wedding's done, please leave the premises? I mean, or could people trickle out from 11 p.m. till 3:30 in the morning? No, they're expected to depart.
Expected to depart. That's
Okay.
correct.
And then is it clear that people are supposed to stay on your property? I mean, it's a big place. You can go off in the woods in all kinds of directions.
All guests are expected to remain on the property.
Okay.
Frankly, they would be wandering quite a ways away from the event epicenter, if you will, if they were to walk onto someone else's property.
Okay. Is somebody always on site during the event, a representative? And
Yes.
that may be the owner, it may be a representative, somebody running. They're a responsible party, like a neighbor could contact a responsible
Absolutely.
owner, operator, manager.
Yes.
With respect to Ryan's question, and Ryan made some really good points, but I'm still a little unclear. There's no homeowners association, but there is a road association. And the road association, my understanding, was convened, and Mr. Irish was hoping to talk about the potential impacts on the road, but either nobody came or there was no proper venue or notification. No.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, but. Yeah. So I'm sorry. We need to direct our comments to somebody who's sitting in a position to answer. If that's not you, then somebody else needs to come down. But how much more questions do you have for the?
I just had a question about trying to figure out if the road association can. Did you have a meeting with the road association where there are discussions directly related to the road and how to mitigate the impacts?
Yes.
Yes. Those are my questions for now.
Okay. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple. I wanted to get clarification on the parking situation. So I heard 30 parking spots. I heard 51 parking spots. I heard a shuttle. I heard nothing about where the shuttle is going and where the rest of the people are parking. So I'm directing that to the county. Can you please explain to me how that works and what we have approved?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Hall. So the applicant was only required to have 43 parking spaces just pursuant to the breakdown of how we apply our parking standards to these types of events. So he is proposing 51 parking spaces just to ensure that he's meeting code requirements. However, he also does have areas where the shuttles will be parked, and they're going to remain there on site throughout the entire event, just in case, like for an evacuation or anything of the such. And so while they do have 51 parking spaces that are available, that was mainly to comply with code requirements. However, they will be limiting the number of vehicles that will be coming to the site through the shuttle services being a more requirement. They're going to have only 30 passes that will be allowed for vehicles, and then any other individuals who will be attending the events will have to utilize the shuttle services.
And where does the shuttle pick people up? I mean, I'm trying to make sure there's no other parking impacts along the road.
So there are there's a couple hotels that we've gotten some
downtown.
that some of the individuals were really staying at, and so they've contracted
Great.
with the hotels.
Okay, thank you. And then I did want clarification also on two other things, small things. One, on the tank, the water tank. I thought you had said that is required to be in before they could function, but we've already given them a permit. So I guess we've given them a couple of years to get the water tank in. Okay.
Good morning. Good afternoon. We have talked about the water tank. We were going to use the pool, and we decided through the county staff and other DPW and other departments in the county that the pool wouldn't be an acceptable standard. So I've seen 3 quotes from Mr. Irish across my desk of bids to get the tank installed. We are waiting on completion and approval of this process to get that tank, and we'll work with county staff to dedicate a drop-dead date for that tank to be installed. But I have seen the bids for the tank.
Okay.
And it's also a benefit for the community because there's no fire hydrants out there. So by
Right.
doing this, it's a benefit to the whole community.
Right.
It will be entered into the CAD system through Truckee Fire, so anyone responding to an incident would know that water is dedicated just for fires in the area.
Okay, and you're comfortable with the fact that in the interim, the pool, the water in the pool would be enough to deal with?
Correct.
Fire.
We run into a little accessibility issues with getting fire engines next to a pool with an event going on, and that's why the applicant and I came up with the idea of a 30,000 gallon tank to service the area.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions for me?
Not for you. I have one last one for the county. This whole issue of the use permit or not a use permit. Somebody quoted the language that we told them that they had to apply for a use permit or other applicable permit. Why would we not tell them exactly what kind of a permit they need? It's confusing me about what kind they should be applying for here.
Chair Swarthout, Supervisor Hall. So in our letter, typically we will tell the applicant what the permit type they need to do. In this case, we said that they needed to apply for a use permit because that was what we were assuming the type of use was that it was occurring. The applicant has chosen to go the route of an event or having events under the outdoor event ordinance. So allowing up to 8 events per year would be appropriate given their proposal. But if they wanted to do more than that, then a use permit would be the appropriate application.
Okay, so we could, for example, if we allow this use for a year and it comes back for renewal and we discover there's doing tons more events, you could say, actually, this looks like you need a use permit for that.
Correct. If it's not operating within the standards of the outdoor event ordinance, then an option would be, or a requirement would be, either stop and work within the requirements of this ordinance or obtain a use permit to allow something different.
Okay, so we give them that option. They get to choose which one to go in for, and then they have to abide by those standards. Okay.
Right, both options are available. It really kind of comes down to the number of events. If you want to operate of 8 or fewer, there's the path through the administrative permit. If one wants to operate more frequently than that, then the use permit is the path. It's not a mandate. If you wanted to have 5 events, you could still go through the use permit process. One of the benefits to the applicant of the use permit is it runs with the land in perpetuity, so it's not an annual renewal. So you could choose to do it all up front or stay within the parameters and renew it every year through
Okay.
the admin.
Thank you. That answers my questions. Thank you.
Sue, any questions?
Yeah, just a couple. One, I heard you had an HOA and you also have a road association. So there's nothing in any of those no road association?
Can you come down to the,
I'm confused.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be quick. It is a road association. It's only responsible for the maintenance of the road, snow removal, and the gate. There's no architectural standards board or HOA. It's not set up that way. It's just a road association.
Okay. And this is where I'm confused. One's shaking their head. You're telling me there's just a road association. Everybody contributes into the road fund?
Yeah, there's a drum that we operate under, but it doesn't, I'm drawing a blank on the law that governs homeowners associations. We are not set up as a homeowner association.
Okay,
It is
so there's
strictly
no-
a road association.
So you just, okay, that helps me with that. Homeowners association has a whole
It's
different
different.
ideas of bylaws and all kinds of things that go with that.
Correct.
Okay, that helps me a little bit.
It's also a function of you have to have a designation from the state to have a homeowners association. So
Yeah.
you're shaking your head no. So you're telling us, could you come up, please? So you're telling us that you have a homeowners association that you pay monthly
It is a
dues.
full formal homeowner association. It has its board. It has its regular meetings. The main part that I think gets confused because there aren't a lot of rules set in place as a.
But are you designated by the
Correct.
state of California with a homeowners association?
There is a full homeowner association. We pay a full homeowner association fee. We pay a yearly full homeowner association fee. In addition to that, there is a road assessment that's paid separately. It's a private road. All the owners share the costs for the maintenance of the road and for snow removal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that answered my question. So really, the home association doesn't have any rules or goes with it, so that's fine. Second thing, I just want to talk about, sometime I look at your website, it's pretty complete. Inside one of the websites says it seats 250 people, so that needs to be adjusted. Two, one other thing I'm looking at, and I thought was interesting, was somebody lives there full-time, correct? So there's somebody on site that lives there full-time in that house? Okay, that was another thing I just had a question about. Hardy did a great job overviewing a lot of things. But let's talk a little bit, they have 8, but then what you do with your private residents on the other side of that, whether it's a political or fundraiser type of a thing, they still have to have some sort of, they turn in something with the county to manage because they have a site plan and all the things that go with that?
So as a part of the ordinance, the outdoor event ordinance, over in section 10.16080, so it goes over some of the requirements for the exempt permitting activities. And so they don't have a requirement for in the codified language for an individual to provide notification to CDA or to emergency services. It does have language in there that it's encouraged. However, it's not required. So while we would encourage the applicant to do so, it's not something that is required at this time.
Okay, and that's also an event that they're not supposed to charge for them, correct?
Correct, so Supervisor Hook.
Okay.
There are requirements that those events do have to still operate within the hours of operation and the lighting standards and those types of things.
Okay, and then one other question. Is there a possibility, so when he makes his 8 events, he's going to book those quickly, won't be on record of a calendar so we know when those events are happening, the legal events for this event permit?
Yes, Supervisor Hoke. So as a part of the application, the applicant did provide a list of all of the event dates, and that has been posted in Excel, and it's been available on the Excel Citizens Access portal. It's included in our file, and it is included in the staff presentation as one of the attachments as well that I could put on the screen for you as well.
Oh, perfect. I just want to be, I've read it, but I just want to be clear so it's on record. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I don't have any more questions right now.
Rob, any questions?
Yeah, I'll make it real quick. Thanks for your extensive questions, Hardy and Heidi and everybody. So this ordinance in 2020 was amended to allow 8. Previously, it was 4. So there were some questions about whether this is what was envisioned, and I think there's people in the room that would be able to speak to that. I think I know the answer. The conditions of improvement or of approval, number 1, no live music. Is that correct? Only amplified music? Okay. That's what it said. I just want to make sure. And then the hours of operation, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., item number 4. It does say there's a possibility of extending that. Is that, I would guess that doesn't mean as the event's going on. It'd be possibility in the future approval of extended hours if that were necessary.
That's correct, Supervisor Tucker. So after the first year, if they are shown that they're operating in good faith, we don't have complaints and there's no issues, then it's pursuant to the outdoor event application ordinance. The individual would be able to extend.
Okay, and piggybacking on what you said about temporary, this is a temporary approval for 8 events for May of 2026 through May of 2027, and then it would be revisited.
That's correct.
So were the concerns of the community or vice versa to play out, we would have an opportunity to renew or not?
Correct. Yeah, if everything stays the same as far as site plan, we still review the site plan. There's an application. We require what the event schedule would be, and there's a renewal process. It would still be administrative, so that potentially could be appealed as well for your board, but it would be an administrative process.
Okay. And then my pretty much last question, item 10 talks about noise. There are noise standards either within our county ordinances or this outdoor event ordinance. So it's kind of a objective quantification, I guess, right? It's not whether we think it's too loud or whatever. Am I reading this correctly? It's section 12.04.070 of the Nevada County Code?
Correct. That identifies specific decibel levels at certain hours of the day that have to be operated under or within those noise standards. It's usually 55, 50, or 45 decibels.
Okay. I think all my other questions were answered other than the HOA one, I'm still not clear. I think you're referring to the Davis-Sterling Act and whether it's an official HOA or not, but I don't know if that's pertinent to my decision-making. And then I did share the concern Hardy had about the lighting. Because it sounded like we were talking about 2 different issues, the lighting with regard to the actual events versus it sounds like you're talking about lighting maybe whether or not this is approved, that's, yeah. And
it's like party lighting, right? It's like cantina lighting, which is different than the down-facing light fixtures described in the application process. They're 2 totally different things.
Yeah, okay, so I mean that, if it's outside the hours of the operation of the events, that I do share your concerns. That's it for questions. The last thing I would note, and once again, I don't think it impacts my decision-making, you were talking about, 365 minus 8 days is 357 days of not events. Well, I think someone pointed it out. Each event, as described in the ordinance, allows for 2 days. So really, we're talking about worst-case scenario, the potential for 16 days, because I think it specifically says an event is a 2-day event. Someone mentioned it could be the rehearsal, but that's not the way it reads. I don't have an issue with that, but just so we're all talking about the same thing, these could be 2-day events, the way it's written. Actually, I guess I will frame it as a question.
That's correct, Supervisor Tucker.
Yeah, okay. So that was a little, whatever. That's all I got.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. If you have another question, that's great. And then I think we need to make a decision, move forward.
What's up with the septic system and the annual permits and inspection? It says 2022, currently overdue. I'm sorry, can you answer?
I can.
Go ahead, that'd be great.
I can. Those permits, they have been satisfied and they have been turned in.
They're all done.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
I'm ready to deliberate whenever you.
Okay, we are going to just we've been at this for 2 hours. We're just going to take a 5-minute break so people can use the restroom. going to call the meeting back to order. And before we start with the board, I would like County Council to clarify a couple of points for us.
Thank you, Chair Swarthout. I just wanted to quickly revisit Supervisor Bullock's initial disclosures, just to make sure there is no issue with his participation in the proceeding. Supervisor Bullock, you stated that you live in the general community where the project's located, but you're not immediately next to the project and you're not on the private road under discussion, correct?
No.
And the project wouldn't affect you in any way that's different from the Truckee community in general?
No, nope.
And you stated you had general conversations with people about the project. You made no commitments about how you were going to vote in those conversations, correct?
No, I just want to make sure they felt heard, understand their concerns, and meet with them if they asked me to tie in with them.
That's all. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear and in the record.
No, very good.
And just to point out, it's not unusual for us as members of the Board of Supervisors to meet with people when they have a project, to listen to the concerns and maybe answer questions, but not to be disposed to having any opinion until it actually comes to us to be voted on. So just for clarification. So at this point, we are ready to have a discussion about this and hopefully make a decision here. And who would ever like to start? I don't know, Hardy, if you want to start, if you have some brief, if you want to let us know what you're thinking.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the appeal and the appellant's effort to concisely present all those findings that they're valid concerns from a neighborhood perspective. And I honor and respect both, your neighborhood, your home, and just the general rural character of that area. I absolutely love the area, and again, cherish it, and have worked really hard to protect it. So I want to thank you there, and also thank you for the professionalism shown by the applicant and the applicant team for presenting all the information that you have over to us. I recognize the ministerial quality related to the judgment based on the ordinance, and your counsel representing the applicant has made it clear that that's the extent of what is available to this board. I would slightly disagree in that if staff had recommendations that were not included, it is our job to weigh in on those from a community character perspective, and that's where the appeal would either have validity or not. As one board member, I'm inclined to deny the appeal based on three different concerns that I have that could possibly be rectified if the applicant was willing to do this. Basically, I think the notification for all the neighbors of all the events with the number of people associated with them and what type of event it is, I don't think it's unreasonable to expect your neighbors to understand what's going on your property if it directly affects them. Number two, I think the lights or exterior lighting that's not shielded or not down-facing should be contained with the events, and that could be all the events. If the lights are on for an event, that seems reasonable to me. I don't think they should be on all the time. I think it's out of character for the neighborhood, the dark skies policy, the conservation easements and the properties surrounding the neighborhood and the event location. And then I would also say that it's my hope, because this will come back to us in a year, that we get, or the applicant establishes some sort of official communication or chain of communication with the neighbors so that neighbors can talk about things that they disagree with, talk about things, create a more neighborly environment. Because again, the county is not great at adjudicating conflict between neighbors, and we never will be. So this is an ongoing effort that we're going to have to figure out a solution to, and I would recommend quarterly meetings or monthly meetings in support of that. So all that being said, I would like to, I'm in favor of denying the appeal if the applicant can satisfy those three needs.
I wonder if we need some comment on that, a legal comment, because that's not our role right now to make conditions on this. So I'm just going to defer to you before I.
There are conditions of approval currently. The board could add or subtract to those conditions of approval so long as the board made findings that those conditions were necessary for the general welfare, which is the standard for the code.
Okay, so my view is that I believe I'm going to deny the appeal. I feel like I understand what's happening in the neighborhood. I understand change is hard, and I do believe the applicant is allowed to make changes, apply for permits, and do what they want with their private property. I think Supervisor Bullock's points are good ones to look at potentially for when they come back next year. I'm not inclined to want to muddy the process and add additional requirements, but I think they're great suggestions for when, if this passes, when they come back next year for renewal.
Any comment?
Yeah, I actually, Hardy made good comments. Heidi, same. I feel the same way. There's this personal property issue that still comes into this where we work. If I was the applicant, I would have listened to what Hardy said, and I would probably make those changes because that's a simple way to start making progress. And I see a shake and a thumbs up, so I think that goes without even having to put it in writing. And I think those, again, keeping that communication open, I think that's something that we can continue to do or you can do. And with that, I really don't feel like I can uphold an appeal at this time either.
Rob?
Yeah, thanks to everybody for your input. And I did want to share that I actually, yesterday afternoon, was up there in the neighborhood driving it. So I've been there, seen it firsthand. I agree with a lot of what my colleague said. Can I ask one question? So with regard to the lighting issue, let's say they weren't doing an event center or an application. Is there an ordinance that would regulate the use of outdoor lighting at all hours or whenever they are? If this was, I guess, anyone else in that neighborhood?
Supervisor Tucker, short answer, no. We do not regulate lighting that is not associated with a permitted type of activity that's required. So lighting on your house, you're allowed Christmas lights, cantina type lighting without a permit. Anytime that there is a permitted type activity that such as an event, a use permit or this event, then we would regulate the lighting associated with those events, but just your personal lighting, your patio, how you light your house is not regulated by the county.
Even if, no, I'm not saying it does in this case, if that were to extend to become let's call it a nuisance for lack of a better word.
It would be more, potentially through the sheriff or a nuisance type issue.
Okay.
Regular rather than a code issue.
Okay. I mean, I share that concern. I don't know if it's a denying factor for me. I think the final thing I'll say is, I've advocated for pilot projects on a lot of issues that have come up. In this case, I think unintentionally, we have a pilot program. This is a one-year temporary approval. I think hopefully, either way, we'll be back here in 1 year and seeing if the concerns or the alleviation of the concerns have come to fruition. And so for me, I'm more inclined to deny the appeal, knowing that we're going to have a chance to see exactly what happens and if the staff recommendations end up coming to fruition.
I just want to be clear that we would only come back if there was an appeal of the next year's event, assuming it's applied for again.
Gotcha, but there'd be an opportunity.
There would be an opportunity, correct.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, thank you all. Thank you all for coming today. I think probably the hardest decisions that we ever have to make when we sit up here are ones involving neighborhood disputes, and that's what I look at this is basically a neighborhood dispute. One neighbor wants to use this property for what it is permitted for through our rule. I think it was your representative who stated if we didn't like that, then we need to change the law. The special events permits, and at least in the western side of the county, have been utilized very successfully. In my 3.5 years as a member of the Board of Supervisors, I've not gotten a single complaint, and I have a lot of event venues in my district. I also live very close to numerous event venues, and I will say from personal experience, it's never as bad as we think it's going to be, and I know that's not doesn't help with, that doesn't give you comfort, that doesn't help, but I've lived it for a really long time because of where I live. And I think that you can coexist with your neighbor. Sounds like he's willing to do whatever it takes to create an environment that least disturbs what you have going on in your neighborhood. And there are other remedies to work with him to make sure that happens. A lot of the concerns that you brought up, apply that to your own house where you live. You know, you have people who come visit you who might pull off the side of the road. You have people who, you might want to have a friend's daughter's wedding at your home. I mean, there's lots of things that play into this where having 8 of those events that are permitted a year, in my opinion, can work within the neighborhood. So at this point, I think I would entertain a motion from somebody.
Chair, I would make a motion, but I'm going to want to modify the conditions of approval. So I know we're in a hurry, but.
Well, it's not that we're in a hurry, but.
We were stated by council that we can modify the conditions.
Yeah, but I think what we're going to have to do in order to do that is you're going to have to give staff an opportunity to see how what you want to do fits in with what our council has said in regards to modifying the conditions from the dais.
Mine are pretty simple. Notify the neighbors, have the lights on in the event conditions only, and set up a mechanism of feedback so people can give comments to the applicant. It's very simple, it's very streamlined, and we're talking about a year of the life in this neighborhood and a year with the applicant together. So when we talk about it coming back here, there's impact that's going to occur for a year, and I think we should honor that.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
Procedurally, he could make that request. We could not second it, and that would die, and then we could move forward.
Okay, so Hardy has made that request. Is there a second for that? Yeah. We can still discuss it. Yeah.
You can discuss it or modify it.
I think you make valid points. My concern with that would be if the neighboring properties aren't subject to that same limitation on outdoor lights. I'm trying to reconcile that, you know what I mean? Like we're saying, okay, and because he applied for this, you can't have your lights on, those, whatever you call the lights, outside of event hours. Well, does that mean the rest of the neighborhood can?
I think if they were here in front of us
Yeah.
for a permit for the same activity, I would ask the same thing.
Okay, so is there a second to Hardy's motion? Okay, so the motion
Okay,
dies for lack of a second. Okay, so would somebody else like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the planning department.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, roll call?
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3.
Yes. All right, motion carries. So we will take a minute. We do have another hearing coming in with a whole bunch of kids who are going to come in here. So if anybody who, give you an opportunity to exit the chambers if you don't want to hear our next item.
So Chair Swarthout, we're bringing in 2 additional chairs for the presenters, and so we request 2 more minutes before we get started.
We are reconvening our meeting. I just need to say that so that they can start us back on the live stream. So we have a really exciting afternoon. I'm so glad to see all you guys here. I know you have a little bit left of school, and senioritis has probably kicked in for some of you. So thanks for being here today. I am going to turn this over to our county CEO, Allison Lehman, to kick us off.
Great. Thank you, Chair, members, and the board. I am so pleased to introduce this item today and really appreciate the turnout of community and staff and champions of the Youth Commission, so thank you. So I want to give a little bit of background and context of how this all got started. As the board knows, but for the benefit of the public, the commission began in 2023 as a summer program, and it was with 14 students, which we now proudly refer to as the founders. How many founders do we have here today? All right, so the founders came together over a summer, and they were charged with creating bylaws and budgets and creating governance and looking at best practices. They brought this information back to the Board of Supervisors, which they ratified their work, creating a youth commission on August 8th of 2023. So understanding alignment with our high schools was critical to the success of the program. In winter, we began conversations with our high school district. They received a grant for career technical education, and we thought this was a great opportunity to look at where we could align programs and support for youth leadership. Conversations started, and I want to give credit to the superintendent, Dan Frisilla, who's here today, and I thought I saw Luke Browning. Of course he did, right? So, and Luke Browning, who were truly instrumental in coming together where we created a shared position. And through that shared position, we aligned goals to really elevate student internships, career technical education, as well as youth in government. So the impact of this work has extended to youth-generating policy recommendations adopted by the Board of Supervisors. This has included county student internships, as well as free bus fare for students. Student engagement has grown dramatically, contributing to more than 300 students participating in career technical education and internship-related opportunities. But it's really important to recognize the force behind this initiative, and it has been Jeff Dellis. So Jeff Dellis is hired both by the school district and the county, and his title is Career Technical Education Youth Leadership Development Project Coordinator, right? So when you have 2 big bureaucratic agencies, you get a super long title. So as a retired high school teacher, coach, and administrator, Jeff has really brought exactly the right combination of experience, mentorship, and passion to support our young people. So today, we're going to hear testimonies from our youth interns, as well as policy recommendations from your youth commission. We're asking the board to take 3 actions today. 1, accept the youth commission policy recommendations. 2, acknowledge our outgoing youth commissioners for their service and leadership. And then 3, appoint the incoming youth commissioners for this coming year. I would also like to recognize several special guests today. We're fortunate to have youth commission alumni. Please raise your hand if you served on the youth commission the past several years. Thank you for coming. We also have an array of community stakeholders from Rotary, the schools, from civic organizations, and Bright Futures. And they have really leaned in and supported the commission in so many ways. I also want to recognize the district director from Assemblywoman Hedrick's office. Thank you for being here. who has really supported the initiative and will be here to also recognize the accomplishments of our outgoing commissioners. So following today's presentation, we invite the board, guests, and members of the public to join us in the lobby for a reception, celebrating the achievements and commissioners, as well as welcoming our commissioners in the next year. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and hand it off to Jeff Dellis, who will be introducing our first speakers.
Good afternoon, Chair Swarthout, Vice Chair Hook, and members of the board. Today I'm excited to introduce 3 career technical education student interns from Nevada Union who have spent this past year interning with the County of Nevada through our work-based learning program. These students represent the next generation of local talent. Through their internships, they've gained firsthand knowledge in public service, developed professional skills, and contributed meaningful work alongside county staff. We're incredibly grateful to the departments, supervisors, and staff who welcomed these students, mentored them, and helped them make this experience possible. At this time, I'd like to invite our interns to introduce themselves and share a little about their experience.
Well, thank you, Jeff, so much. My name is Gavin McElhannon. Thank you guys for having me. I was at the airport as an intern, and I just wanted to kind of give a little talk about what I did up there. So I really helped out the guys up there with just the management of the airport and kind of helping with maintenance. So my main job was going around and just ensuring that the airport was maintained properly and the aircraft could land. So that really came down to light maintenance. So the runway has it's a little old of a system for lighting. So that was my biggest job, was just to go out there and make sure that was running smoothly. And then the other big thing I did was just like maintenance. And I would say one of the biggest things that I really enjoyed with the whole experience was getting to talk to those guys, because I was interested in joining the Air Force, and all of them were prior Air Force, like they were in the Air Force. So I got to talk about them and see their experiences and what they got to do, which I thought was really good. So thank you so much, guys, for giving me that opportunity.
Hello, I'm Grace Leyburn. I intern here with Nevada County in 2 separate offices. One office is I work down here with OES, Office of Emergency Services, and then I also work upstairs in the CEO's office with the Public Information Officer. And I mostly do a lot of like outreach and communication stuff with that, and I've learned a lot. Like in OES, I've learned how important it is to like do a lot of communicating with the whole, like everybody, just to like communicate with them, and really just how to get my perspective out there and also get the knowledge out there of like it's so important to be prepared for fire season or winter, anything that's going on. And then upstairs with the Public Information Officer, I've been doing stories on people in the county. So like my most recent story I did it on a local Eagle Scout in collaboration with the Nevada County Animal Shelter. And overall, both of my internships have really like opened my eyes on how like I want to do lots of journalism stuff, but I also want to do like ag communications and stuff, keep my animal life out there as well. And it's just been such great experiences out there. Thank you.
My name is Bradley Inman, and I interned with the wastewater department. My biggest thing with the internship was I got to see all 3 sides of the wastewater department with their collections unit, their treatment unit, and their electrical mechanical unit. And my basis and main one was the electrical mechanical unit, and just being able to do the basic maintenance on like pumps and go around and see all the lift stations, talk to community, talk to my different supervisors, and see the difference between the electrical I grew up seeing and the electrical that they have. And some of the things we did was we do pump maintenance where we pull pumps and we check them, check wiring, check like the volutes and make sure everything spins and is working properly, but as well as help with all the electrical on all the plants as well as all the lift stations. And yeah, thank you.
Bradley's a true success story. This is his second year interning with wastewater, and he went from an intern to a part-time employee this year, and arranged his school schedule so that he could be here every other day working longer shifts. So the future looks bright for all three of these individuals, and we had over 200 student interns with Nevada Joint Union High School District, 12 here with the county, and I would say it's been a rousing success, exposing kids to job opportunities and what it looks like to work here in Nevada County. I'd like to transition to another group of exceptional young leaders in the Nevada County Youth Commission. The Youth Commission was created through the vision and support of this board. These students are not just learning about government, they're actively shaping it. It is my privilege now to introduce the 25-26 chair of the Nevada County Youth Commission, Graham Gardemeyer.
Thank you, board, for having us today. President Kennedy, in 1963, said that the future promise of any nation can be directly measured by the present prospects of its youth. Today, for far too many, those prospects look bleak. The unaffordability of housing and food, the ever-rising debt, the tensions both among our own neighbors and the international community make the future look daunting rather than promising. And all too often, instead of being given a seat at the table, young people are pushed to the side of the decision-making process in local, state, and national government. That is exactly why I am so grateful and so proud to have had the opportunity to serve as the 2026-2027 chair of the Nevada County Youth Commission, and for the efforts of Jeff Dellis and Allison Lehman in establishing and breathing life into this youth commission. All of our commissioners, the county employees and community members who have supported us and who have made great efforts to improve the present and future conditions and prospects of all of our young peers and have successfully advocated for real change for the future of Nevada County. In Nevada County, about 17% of the population, approximately 17,000 people, are in the young demographic, which we consider to be under 25 years old. Our interests are vital to the future of this county, and that is why I am so proud to have a county leadership who appreciates this fact. Our goals here are simple: to identify the issues that are relevant to young people here in Nevada County, to bridge the gap between our youth and the movers and shakers, the decision makers in our county government, and to advocate for the changes needed to build a better future for all of Nevada County. This year, our executive team of the Youth Commission was composed of 5 people: myself, chair, our vice chair, Randy Garcia, our secretary, Grant Lacoste, our treasurer, Elle Pyland, and our outreach chair, Luca Riccardi. With that being said, I'd like to pass the floor to my friend and vice chair, Randy Garcia.
Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Randy Garcia, and this year the Youth Commission was invited to attend both the Sustainability Summit and the Economic Summit. These events gave us the opportunity to learn directly from the community leaders, business owners, and professionals about topics such as entrepreneurship, civic leadership, and sustainability. It allowed us to gain valuable skills, hear different perspectives, and learn how we can make a positive impact. Every year, the Youth Commission looks for ways to stay involved in our community. During Halloween this year, we participated in Spooktacular, where we helped decorate a hallway in the county building and passed out candy to local trick-or-treaters. It was a fun opportunity to create a welcoming environment for families and bring some holiday spirit to the community. We also volunteered at the Sierra Pescatarian Christmas workshop as Santa's elves. Here, we mentored and assisted children as they selected gifts for their loved ones. We also participated in the Nevada County Food Drive. Several commissioners volunteered at the food bank, helping sort, organize, and bag food for families in need. As we know, this year there was a lot of cuts to food assistance programs, so it was very important during the holiday season to assist. We also participated in the annual Latino Family Festival at Caden Park. At this event, we were able to help serve food, supported activity booths, and celebrate the Hispanic culture alongside community members. Another event the Youth Commission participated was in the Recreation Fair, which was kind of combined with Fun in the Hills that we host every year. Each committee hosted a booth where we shared information about our projects, goals, and available resources. It was a great opportunity to connect with the community members and kind of share what we work on throughout the year. Thank you. I'm going to pass it back to Graham.
So another one of the opportunities that a lot of our commissioners had the opportunity to take part in was to go on local radio. One of these opportunities was with KNCO. A lot of our commissioners frequently went on with our CEO, Allison Lehman. We also, this year, had two major ad hoc subcommittees. The first was Recreation, which was chaired by Mara Griffin. This year, we decided to do a lot of collaboration and partnership with the Dark Skies Project to reduce light pollution here in Nevada County. Media Outreach, which was chaired by Luca Riccardi. The Media Outreach Committee helped advertise and promote the efforts of the Youth Commission on Instagram, through newspapers, through radio, and also we helped film some Instagram comment promoting the free bus passes that we advocated for last year. With that being said, this year, we decided that the three most important subjects that we ought to focus on are youth employment, teen health, and accessibility. With that being said, I would like to introduce some members and the chair of the Youth Employment Subcommittee, Balin Carson and Riley Rist.
Thank you, Graham, and good afternoon. My name is Riley Rist, and I served as the secretary for the Youth Employment Subcommittee this term. From being a teenager myself and recognizing issues my peers have, I know that youth employment plays such a critical role in building our foundational skills, fostering independence, and preparing us young individuals for long-term career success. However, many teens in Nevada County face challenges when entering the workforce for the first time. As a result, youth, particularly those from underserved backgrounds, may struggle to access consistent and reliable guidance. My committee and I have worked this year to try and address those challenges directly. So, to start, I would like to thank my committee members, as well as Jeff Dellis, Amanda Kremble, and Graham Gardemeyer for guiding us this year. I would also like to thank Robin McFadden Black for being our committee's mentor, as she was such an asset to our team, and helped guide us to our final recommendation. Now, I would like to pass it on to our committee chair, Balin Carson.
Thank you, Riley, and thank you, Board of Supervisors, for having us. I am Balin Carson, and I am the chair of the Youth Employment Subcommittee. So to build off those challenges, our recommendation focuses on creating a centralized youth employment hub within Nevada County's existing website. So right now, we recognize that a lot of helpful resources definitely do exist, but they're scattered across different school websites, organizations, different platforms, often sharing different information. And for many young people, trying to find them can feel like opening 10 tabs and still not knowing which one is the right one. And I'm speaking from experience. So our goal is to simplify that process by creating one reliable place where the youth can access everything that they would need so they can confidently say, okay, this is where I can start. So the hub will include practical, easy-to-use tools like resume and cover letter templates, examples of professional emails, and guidance on setting up a LinkedIn profile. It seems like small things, but we've all been in the position of writing a resume for the first time with little to no experience, and it's much harder than it should be. So having clear examples will make a real difference in helping someone feel more confident and prepared. Instead of just guessing or relying on inconsistent information, the youth will have access to structured guidance that's actually useful and relevant to employers in our area. And another important part of this recommendation that's very important to me is that it's youth-led. So the Youth Commission will take the lead in developing, curating, updating the content to make sure it stays relevant and easy to understand. And at the same time, we'll have some assistance from Nevada County Human Resources to provide some technical support to ensure that the page is well integrated and maintained. It just creates a strong balance between youth perspective and some professional oversight while still keeping our youth meaningfully involved in the process. It's a low-cost, sustainable solution that builds on the tools the county already has in place. It'll help reduce barriers, improve workforce readiness, and strengthen the pipeline of future employees right here in Nevada County. And most importantly, it gives young people a clearer starting point and therefore a better chance of success. So with that, I'd like to pass this over to Committee Chair Jacqueline Anderson and Luca Riccardi to discuss teen health. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Balin and Riley, and thanks to the Board of Supervisors for having us. My name is Jacqueline Anderson, and I'm the chair of the Teen Health Subcommittee. I'm also here with Horace Aguilar Solorio and Luca Riccardi, a few members of our committee. This year, we have worked with Public Health Director Toby Guavon to identify barriers for teens trying to find access to public health resources and find out how we can address them. The goal of this project is making basic health resources more accessible, safe, and stigma-free for teens in our community, along with supporting harm reduction. This is where we got the idea for public health boxes. They are small public health resource stations where teens can get free and anonymous access to public health supplies. Some of these supplies would be hygiene kits, toothbrushes and dental products, first aid supplies, menstrual products, health education resources, and other supplies like reproductive health supplies and naloxone. These two supplies would have to be pre-approved by school sites before we're providing them to students. This matters because some teens do not have reliable access to these items at home. Easy access can improve safety and health outcomes, and harm reduction resources can make a huge difference. Over 2/3 of the students who answered our survey indicated that they or someone they know would use a free health supply box. And now I'll move it over to Luca Riccardi.
Thank you, Jacqueline. So like she mentioned, we performed research this term, and through surveying multiple school sites, we found that 14% of students have a hard time getting health supplies at their school site. 30% of students look to the internet mostly for health advice or resources instead of going to a trusted adult or a doctor. 70% of the youth said that they would be very highly likely to use these boxes at their high school, and over 81% of students who answered our survey also mentioned that they would prefer to have access to supply boxes on their high school site. We also performed our own research online where the CDC shows the need to improve access to youth health resources now more than ever. As well as Nevada County Public Health, the department here at the Root Center, distributed over 7,000 supplies in the last year. Most of the used items included hygiene kits, first aid kits, and toothbrush kits. As far as the concerns over restocking these boxes and partnerships with the district and high schools, public health can help provide supplies, while the student leadership groups at high schools would be in charge of monitoring and restocking these boxes consistently. Public health has already set aside money in their budget for the next year to supply this idea, as well as we made connections at the school district level. And they said they are willing to work with us regarding items in the box as well as the restocking procedures. Thank you. And I'm going to pass it over to Horace.
Thank you, Luca. Hello, everyone. My name is Iratz Aguilar Solorio. So the idea for these boxes is to start small with a location in a district-approved site and evaluate use and community feedback before expanding. Possible locations could reduce stigma and vandalism concerns. We also found some research supporting these boxes through conducting our own survey and sending it out to schools to evaluate interest in this idea and the need for resources for teens in Nevada County. Our final recommendation is a pilot program, starting with one box at a district-approved site, as it will help support youth health, safety, and accessibility. These would not only provide supplies for youth, but also health resources and education. With that, we will turn the conversation over to Lily and Ella. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Lily Boy, and I've had the honor to serve as the chair of the Accessibility Subcommittee this term. This term, our accessibility team committed to internet access, housing, pre-voter registration, and library outreach. Throughout our term, our team has collaborated with Craig Griesbach from Information and General Services to discuss internet access, and he helped guide the creation of our recommendations. We also collaborated with Armando Saluda and Breeze from Elections to host a voter registration drive at the Recreation Fair this year. As well, we collaborated with Nick Wilczek and Tricia Casper-Ross from the library to host a library card drive and provide education on the library's resources. We also collaborated with Brian Foss from the Planning Department to discuss the upcoming renewal of the county's housing element and the importance of affordable youth-centric housing. And then we also created a survey to collect data on internet access and resources among our youth populations. After much research, our committee honed in on two main issues to focus on for our recommendations. Our first main focus became broadband. Much of what we do in our daily lives is digital. For youth, necessary things such as schoolwork, job applications, telehealth resources, college applications, and educational resources exist purely online. But in Nevada County, much of our youth population has unreliable access to internet. And the resources that are currently available, such as mobile hotspots, are often unavailable due to high demand or are hard to access due to a multitude of external factors. Our second focus became housing access. Nevada County is an aging community, and much of our youth population is either moving away due to limited amounts of affordable or equitable housing. The youth are the future of Nevada County, but without the development or creation of inclusive housing and spaces for our younger populations, our community's future is suddenly uncertain. Through our research, we found that the need for low-cost, youth-centric housing is at its all-time highest in order to reduce displacement of our youth population. I'd now like to hand the floor over to one of my amazing committee members, Ella Lee.
Thank you, Lily, and thank you to the board for having us here today. My name is Ella Lee, and this year, as Lily mentioned, one of the main tasks that the Accessibility Committee took on was creating a survey to collect data on youth internet access in our community. We shared this survey with high schools in the county and were able to collect around 220 responses. The results depicted that around 15% of participants lacked access to a reliable internet connection at home, and over 30% of participants cited that their lack of internet reliability sometimes or often impacted their ability to complete schoolwork or apply to post-secondary opportunities. As a committee, we identified the Nevada County Library Hotspot Program as a solution to making internet connection more accessible. However, this hotspot program is essentially at capacity, with most hotspots consistently checked out on 2-week rentals. With this, 2-week rentals are often insufficient for students who need internet access for the full semester. Thus, we brainstormed the possible expansion of this program with possible partnerships with youth organizations as well as schools. Separately, on the issue of housing, our committee focused on researching the issue of youth housing and what solutions could be introduced to best encourage youth retention in our county. As a result, we identified policies that could be implemented in the Nevada County housing element to create youth accessible housing. These policies hope to increase the supply of affordable units, ease the process of obtaining housing, and prevent housing displacement. So, for our first recommendation, we recommend expanding the county's mobile Wi-Fi hotspot lending program from approximately 200 devices to a minimum of 225 devices. Since our survey found that 10% of participants cited a direct need for a hotspot, this increase of 25 devices properly accounts for that demonstrated need. For our second recommendation, we recommend the inclusion and consideration of meaningful, low-cost, youth-centric, and young family housing provisions in the renewed housing element. With that, I'll hand it back to Graham.
Thank you very much. So, to recap, the 3 recommendations from our 3 subcommittees are first, from youth employment, to create a tab within the county website to share more opportunities and information and resources for young people applying to jobs within our county. The second, from teen health, to implement a pilot program for health supply resource boxes. Pilot locations would be in trusted community areas or district-approved school sites, chosen to reduce stigma and test efficiency. And third, from accessibility, which is twofold, broadband, which has increased the lending program we have at the library from 200 to a minimum of 225, including a dedication to youth-specific hotspot allocations, and from housing, which is the inclusion and consideration of meaningful, low-cost, youth-centric, and young family housing provisions in the renewed housing element. With that all being said, we'd like to thank you very much for having us today, and we're happy to take any questions that the board might have for us.
All right, thank you all so much. Great presentation. I love how succinct you were. Made your points very well. So at this time, I am going to open it up for public comment, and we will be taking public comment on the presentation that was just made, as well as acknowledgement of our outgoing 25, 26 youth commissioners and the appointments of our members at large. So if you want to comment about anything having to do with the Youth Commission, now is your opportunity to do so. Nope, she's leaving. I thought you were getting down to public comment. All right. So, okay. I'm not seeing anybody who wants to make any public comments. So are there any callers?
There are no callers. Chair.
Sheriff Moon. You snuck in. I didn't see you back there.
Chair Swarthout Board. I am Shannon Moon, your sheriff, coroner, and public administrator here in Nevada County. I had a wonderful time connecting with a lot of the youth on this commission. We had, I was interviewed by one of your interns, the CEO's intern, Tyden Shoup, who I saw here. Had a great conversation, and it really brings back that recognition that we're going to be okay when we see the youth today and the impacts that they're really coming forefront to. As a Nevada Union alumni, I had the opportunity of attending the regional occupational program. And although I did not enter the field that I studied, I knew immediately I wanted to go to work, and which I found a place in a home here in Nevada County at this county in our sheriff's office. So really do commend the youth in how they're approaching leadership in this community, and also as a board of director for Bright Futures for Youth. These young folks give us promise and hope that we have a wonderful community, and I really applaud all the work that they've done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Board. My name is Craig Rowe. I'm an educator at Truckee High School, and I just want to take a minute to thank the full board, and especially Supervisor Bullock, for not only the support of the Youth Commission, but also all kinds of initiatives to kind of connect District 5 up in Truckee, which can sometimes feel a little bit isolated from the rest of the community, to really help our young people feel connected with the full Nevada County. I also want to thank especially Allison and Jeff Dellis. Jeff, over the last 3 years, has become not only a colleague that I consider with our young people, but also a friend. And as you can see, he's completely dedicated to this, and I just think he's a wonderful community asset. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Dan Frisella, Superintendent of the High School District. I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors for your support, as well as Allison Lehman for the program, the Youth Commission program, both monetary for the positions and the investment in our youth, and the faith and the belief in the youth and that they offer solutions, real solutions to real problems that exist in our county. I talked to a lot of students over the course of a school year, and almost all of our students have a lot of great ideas or not great ideas, but I really want to applaud this group of students who kind of put their ideas to the test and are willing to take the time to sit down and make meaningful difference in our community, because we all know we all work in a bureaucratical system, and it takes a lot of time and energy to make movement and make things happen. So I want to applaud this group for their hard work. The outgoing group, I want to acknowledge the incoming group for their future hard work, and thank you to Jeff for your involvement and all the staff that's been involved. And I urge you to support their recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. I'm Nina Hernandez. I don't know if you remember me. I am a former Nevada County Youth Commissioner. I am just super shocked of how much time and effort and research these commissioners have taken this year. Their presentation is very well put, and I really like that they've done a lot of involvement on the Nevada County website as well as local schools. It's really shocking to see all they've done today. I just want to thank you Board of Supervisors, Jeff and Allison, as well as Mr. Rowe, who always takes the effort and time to bring the Truckee commissioners down here. This opportunity gives kids a great opportunity and a way of networking. I myself can speak that I have learned a lot from being a commissioner of this group for the prior 2 years before this year. I've learned a lot, and I think a lot of it has to do with networking. I didn't end up doing what I wanted to do straight out of high school, but I know this has helped me speak to adults the way I do now, as well as continue networking and not stop learning after high school. So I really want you to appreciate all the things the students have done this year. It is really inspiring to see everything they've committed to research this year and to keep inspiring kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board for comments, discussion. Who wants to start? Heidi?
I'd be happy to. Wow, what this is like, this is making my day, and it's not over yet. Thank you so much for all the work you've all put in. I definitely, the adults here who've done all the great work, this could not happen without you. I'm shouting you out as well. But I am so excited and impressed with the young people here, with what you've done, with how you've created your solutions. So the topics you picked, jobs, teen health, broadband, and housing, all so critical, coming from you knowing that this is what you want to make happen. The work that you did to do the research, the practical solutions you came up with and could bring to us so it would be easy for us to support them. And then that you actually also looked at maintaining this ongoing, like after this year, how are you going to keep these going? You looked at that and you came up with recommendations for that too. That is huge. That's project management. That's leadership, right? You're doing yeoman's work already. This is a great way to learn it, a great way to put your voices into action. Just super impressed also with the presentations, the way you all approach this. I want to just send you off from this, from my perspective, with the notion that I want you to stay involved. This local government is yours. So are all the other levels of government. They're yours. You can make sure they work or they don't work. You can make sure you push them to do the right things, challenge them to do the right things, thank them when they do the right things. Your involvement is so critical to your future. So persist, stay patient, stay smart, and persist in this work you're doing because you will all make a difference. If you approach it the way you did here, you will make a great difference in your lives and into other people's lives. I will say the most challenging thing you're presenting here is housing. It's one that you probably know. You did the research. We're all grappling with. We've been grappling with it for a long time. But you know what? It'll never happen if you don't start asking even for the hard things. So persist on all of this. Thank you all so much for all your hard work. I'm just incredibly impressed. And this county is in great hands with all of you staying involved.
Artie?
Yeah, well said. I am so impressed. I was thinking programmatically since the time this was built, and it was so good to see. Where's Nanelle? So, yeah, hi. So it's good to see some of our returning commissioners come back and be part of it and take your time to come here with us. The program's come so far, and Graham, your leadership this year has been extraordinary. I got to hang out at the meeting in Truckee and listen to you and talk and see how you interacted with your fellow commissioners. I was quite impressed. It's hard to do. I think if I had one piece that I would add is please come back to Nevada County. We need you. We need your leadership. We need your energy. We need your forethought and your commitment to making a community the kind of community that we want to live in, right? The kind of community that we want to raise other young people in and then contribute and put it back together. And I know in my Eastern County, we've talked a lot about how to get people back and the talented young people that grew up there, how to get them to come back. We haven't figured it out. And so it's all on you now. But I do have a lot, I'm really heartened and I have a lot of faith. Waking up every day and seeing what goes on in national media and on social media and stuff is not my jam. And so I really come here and I see people going in the right direction, doing the right thing for the right reasons. And thank you so much. I just can't wish you all the best. And I know you're going to do wonderful and amazing things. I also want to thank our staff. A lot of times we have these big, huge jobs of running a county, and then you take extra time to support all these extracurricular things we do, and it's because of the staff and your leadership, Allison, to get our staff members to commit, and just like Sheriff Moon was saying. So thanks for taking the time to contribute to this, and I look forward to working with you again with the new commissioners incoming. And please reach out to each. I know our board is very accessible, but you can call me up. I think most of the commissioners get in touch with me through Jeff, and he calls me up, and we meet and talk about stuff and just wrap. And a lot of times we just talk about whatever. We talk about anything and everything. Just had one quick question, and Graham can answer. The Wi-Fi hotspots from 200 to 225, totally get it. Is there a movement or is there meaningful discussion around trying to reduce screen time for your generation?
Well, I think I'll give Lily a chance to respond, but I think this is something we all take seriously. I think we would like to see less arbitrary screen time for young people. What we're advocating for is just easier access, particularly when it comes to schoolwork or that type of thing. And that's what we're advocating
That's what
for.
we're after. Great, thank you.
Yeah, I think Graham said it really well. We're mostly advocating for the expansion of the accessibility of the hotspots due to the fact that everything is moving digitally now, and that our Nevada County can't keep up with the pace that everything is moving. So we're just hoping that this will give our youth population the opportunity to catch up and be at the same level as their peers in other areas.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I'd like to find meaningful ways to get off the screens myself, so when you come up with those, let me know. Rob?
Yeah, thank you for that. I was struck, well, number one, I can't believe that it's already been a year since we met and did this, but I was struck once again how relevant your recommendations were. Like Heidi mentioned, these are things we're dealing with, and I think about the employment. I think I just read recently this is one of the most challenging years for youth employment, like summer in a long time, and I'm sure that will continue. So you guys have your finger on the pulse. The other thing I want to say, I won't repeat what my colleague said, just it's kind of humbling for me. I know there's some people in the room that I've known for, Ms. Roden, since I was like 5 years old and others in high school, and all I know is I wasn't doing what you guys are doing. This is so impressive, the way you're up here speaking, the issues you're thinking about, talking about. And so that's very impressive and humbling. And I haven't even been on KNCO yet, so I don't know what that says. But I also want to thank the adults in the room, because it struck me that even though this seems normal, I guess in recent history here, this isn't normal. To be able to have such an engaged youth commission and the cooperation between the county and the schools. And I think, yes, it's due to you guys and your motivation and the staff. It was already acknowledged. But I look around the room, the parents, but also the adults that I've seen in other contexts in the community, Scott, Dan, Marty, John, Hillary. So I think that's a big part of it too, is that we've got these adults that are building in, Gordon, I see you there, Brian, that have really built into this and facilitated it. So don't take it for granted. I encourage you to continue. And I didn't mean to leave out Jeff, because of course, Jeff, you've been so instrumental in this. And we really appreciate all your work. So keep up the good work.
Well, you guys said it all. When you're last, you don't get to say a whole lot. No, seriously, it's just overwhelming to see how amazing you all are. And if I could give you one thing is continue to be mentors. Continue what you're doing with your fellow students and the young people that you know. Let them know that they have a voice. I think that's really important. That's what you guys have set into motion. And a lot of people kids, young adults, don't really realize they have a voice. And you guys have shown how to do that. And I think that's something you need to continue on with. It's been fun to watch. I do a little social media just to see what's going on in my district. And it's been fun to see. We have a student that was here that's the president of their college right now, their student college ability. You know, I've got a kid that's doing a blog. It's so interesting. I always want to see what's happening in their life and how they're moving. And housing is huge for me. Being on the Regional Housing Authority, I bring it up all the time. How do we find a way to implement housing for 25 and under, that group? I'm very excited what Sierra College has put together in their housing program there. I think that opens up a lot of doors, especially to kids that maybe are coming out of the foster system. And so I think what you guys do is open up a door. And it's if we keep doing that, there's one to go through. And so that is so very much appreciated. I've really enjoyed being interviewed. That's been a lot of fun. And I guess I really love going through my office even and seeing you guys working on a project. Sometimes it's your work that is so organized compared to what, if you see my office, is not always very organized. And so to see you do that is huge. And I really want to work on that. I love the whole thing with the internet for the kids, right? North San Juan is a very interesting folks for kids that have a way to do their schoolwork and some of the things that work. So we need to keep working. We have some hot spots up there that the kids can take out of the library. So you're opening up doors. So let's keep opening them and walking through and making positive impacts in the community. So thank you all. This has been very enlightening and heartwarming. I appreciate it.
So I will echo all the comments that my colleagues made, and in particular, what Hardy said about please come back. I will tell you that 4 of the 5 of us that sit up here are graduates of local high schools. I see other people in the audience, Tricia Dellis and John Baggett and Aaron, our finance director, all graduates of local high schools who left and came back. So there are opportunities here, and you would all be welcome back with open arms. I want to express my appreciation for the work you guys have done this year, in particular the accessibility that I've had to all of you. I've had a couple of youth issues in my district, and I've reached out to Graham, and he's run some of those things back by you, and it's helped me look at some solutions for things, because I'm not a kid, and I don't know how you guys think. I don't have any kids, so I don't have anybody to even ask. So I'm very appreciative of the availability that you guys have given to all of us to educate us about the things that are important to your generation, because if you don't tell us, we're not going to include you in the problem-solving part of it. So the communication part is so important. And the work that you've done over the last few years, I don't know if you know how much that's going to help you moving forward, especially as you're on to college or a career or a job in the community. Just the communication skills that you have learned will help your futures so much. So thank you all for all your hard work. And with that, I would look for a motion to accept the presentation that we have seen today.
So moved.
I was watching.
Go ahead.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote?
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes. All right, motion carries. So then if I could invite Mr. Dellis back up. All right, Jeff, you're on. You're going to acknowledge our outgoing 25-26 youth commissioners, and then Jeff, do you want us to come down now, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
What I'd like to do, Chair, is invite you to come down into the well, and I'm going to introduce the outgoing, the 25-26 commission, and they're going to come up and they can shake your hand, and then we'll take a group photo. Make sense? Good deal. All right. So 2526 Commission, when I call your name, if you will come behind me and circle that way. Does that make sense? Okay, we're gonna practice. The first commissioner I'd like to recognize is Danielle Manifor. Go that way. Good deal. Lily Bowie. Balin Carson. Grant Lacoste. Hunter Martin. Audrey Hayes. Graham Gardemeyer. Mara Griffin. Elle Pyland. Jackie Anderson. Ella Lee. Luca Ricciardi. Nicole Drummond. Riley Rist. Rochelle Zarate. Erate Aguilar Solorio. Estefania Gaitan Mesa. Randy Garcia. Can I also invite Craig and Marty to come on up for our picture, and Craig Griesbach, Robin McFadden Black, and Toby Guavon, who all provided so much mentorship. Jen Winders, get up here. And I completely neglected to mention my sidekick, Amanda Krempel. Come on up, Amanda.
All right, thank you all so much. Okay, so our next item is going to be to call for a motion acknowledging the outgoing Nevada County Commissioners. So do I have a motion to acknowledge everybody?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, you got a motion and
I'm sorry. Can I get the motion and the second again, please?
motion?
So moved.
Yeah, and second.
Second.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Roll call?
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
and District 3.
Yes, thank you. Now you all are officially excused as our outgoing group. So Jeff, our next acknowledgement is going to be, oh yes, we have representatives from Assemblywoman Hadwick's office, if you'd like to come down. And I think are you representing Assemblywoman Hadwick and also Senator Dolly? Yes. Okay, thank you. You're doing double duty, Dana. Good to see you.
Yes.
Thanks for being here.
Actually,
She was, but I
worked
think
for-
she left.
In a prior life, I actually worked for a senator and assemblyman at the same time, so kind of used to doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to address.
Oh, you got to speak into the microphone so we can hear you.
I just want to address all the youth. As someone, yesterday was my 33rd year working in the legislature. I was geeking out on your presentation. I thought it was excellent. It was succinct. It was to the point. It had facts. It had an ask at the end, and it didn't go on forever. I really appreciated that. When I started out, I was the youngest person in the room, and sometimes I'm still the youngest person in the room. And it's nice to see a lot of young people in the room today. I really appreciate that. And I want to thank the board and the school district for providing this and allowing you all to take this leadership position. I invite you all to come visit us at the Capitol. I think you'd be excellent interns if you'd like. And my boss will grab you and take you to an event with her. So there's no like, well, you're just starting out. Sometimes I get like, oh, I didn't get to go to that. They got to go. So anyway, I have resolutions from Senator Dolly and Assemblymember Hadwick, and I'm really, really impressed. And I'd like to get a picture with all of you later. So thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, and
All right.
please pass our thanks on to the Assemblywoman and the Senator, and make sure you guys all stick around so you can get your picture taken with Dana, because you never know when Assemblywoman Hadwick might want to take you to something that you really want to see. All right, now our next item, Jeff.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to recognize the procedure, the process we went through to select this year's 26-27. We had the largest number of applicants we've had in this will be our fourth term, and these kids rose to the top. They're bright, they're enterprising, and I think they will continue to serve the county well. With that, 26-27 prospective commissioners, I'm going to ask you to stand when I call your name and remain standing. And then once I've acknowledged all of you, you can sit down. And then at some point, I'm going to ask you to enter into the well as well for a picture. Okay? All right. So please stand when I call your name. Acacia Barnum. Azul Karatachia. Connor Brown. Danielle Manafort. Dimitra Van Vacas Gagnon. Ella Miller. Elle Pilan. Graham Lowell. Irate Aguilar Solorio. Ivy Wayman. Jackie Anderson. JT Staymeyer. Nicole Drummond. Rochelle Zarate. Riley Rist. Tyden Shoup. Violet Johnson. Nathan Van Bemmel. All right, if you guys don't mind having a seat, I'll turn the floor back over to Chair.
Well, welcome. One of the things that I think we've done the last couple of years is for you new incoming, find out which supervisorial district you live in, and then request a meeting with us. So I know I had the opportunity to meet with my District 3 commissioners the last couple of years, and it was very informative. It's a good way to get to know us and for us to get to know you. So the offer is there. So at this time, I'd like to ask for a motion to appoint the members, the new members of the Youth Commission.
So moved.
Second.
All right, roll call.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes. All right, congrats.
2627 Commission, will you join me in the well for a photo?
And we're just going to stand back here. All right. So it is great to end our day on this. So I'm so appreciative for everybody showing up. Congrats to all of you that are graduating and moving on and starting your lives outside of Nevada County for those of you who are leaving, and starting your lives inside Nevada County for those of you who are staying here. So congratulations. There is a reception out in the foyer here of the Rood Center. We hope you'll all stick around. And please, Graham, I'm going to task you with corralling everybody so that you can get a picture with Assemblywoman Haddock's district rep.